of NRL.
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. The federal Greens have offered a compromise to break the stalemate on the government's signature housing bill. Jake Evans reports from Parliament House.
The Greens have been first to blink in a stare-down between the party and the federal government on its Housing Australia Future Fund. The fund would spend up to $500 million each year to build 30,000 homes over 5 years. But the Greens wanted 10 times as much spent, plus a freeze on rents. Greens spokesperson Max Chandler-Mather has offered to halve their demand to $2.5 billion each year in return for their support.
The key issue here at the moment is that Australia is no longer building public and affordable housing the way it used to.
The federal government has argued the fund would operate alongside other housing measures.
The Victorian opposition says new analysis by the state's independent budget watchdog is proof Victorians are paying more tax than any other state. Based on the government's latest budget forecasts, the Independent Parliamentary Budget Office predicts net debt will increase to $171 billion in the next 3 years. In last month's state budget, the Andrews government announced new taxes on businesses, landlords and schools, as well as public sector job cuts in order to pay down its debt. Opposition leader John Pizzuto says it puts Victorians in a precarious position.
Our budget settings under the Andrews government, with debt so high and taxes so high, leaves no room for Victoria to absorb any shocks, whether they're international shocks such as higher rates in interest rates or other economic shocks.
The AFL Players Association says there's a lot of frustration among Indigenous players across the league over the ongoing dispute with the Hawthorn Football Club. 6 Hawthorn-linked First Nations people, including Hawks great Cyril Rioli, say they'll seek truth-telling through the Human Rights Commission after an investigation into alleged mistreatment was terminated earlier this week. The former Hawks staffers involved have denied any wrongdoing. Players Association boss Paul Marsh says the league needs to be accountable.
There's an element of the playing group whose view is here we go again, and this has been an ongoing issue for our industry, and it's an ongoing issue for our country. Let's be honest, but there's a lot of frustration and but also a determination to try to make our industry better moving forward.
Authorities say a signalling error may have been to blame for a rail crash in eastern India that has left at least 288 people dead. The BBC's Achana Shukla is at the crash site.
Rescue operations have all concluded in the evening. What is happening now is clearing up of the tracks and maintenance workers, scores of them here, trying to clear up the wreckage, the debris and get the train services started. This is the deadliest train crash that India has seen over many decades, and a lot of questions on how, despite the government spending millions of pounds on strengthening the signalling system and on railway safety, how a crash of this severity could happen in India. And those are the questions that the government would need to answer.
China's Defence Minister Li Shangfu has warned that any foreign interference in Taiwan will end in failure. Mr. Li has addressed the final day of the Shangri-La dialogue in Singapore. He says the United States needs to act with sincerity and match its words with deeds, adding that confrontation between China and the US would be an unbearable disaster for the world. Air raid sirens are sounding in the Ukrainian capital Kyiv, with authorities warning residents to take shelter. The BBC's Ian McWilliam reports.
Reports from Ukraine indicate that Kyiv and other cities are once more under attack. Witnesses in the Kyiv region say they've heard blasts, which could be air defence systems hitting incoming targets. The capital and other areas have come under fire from Russian missiles and drones almost daily in recent weeks, as Moscow tries to wear down the Ukrainian people and deplete their defences. In the city of Dnipro on Saturday, an explosion, possibly caused by a missile, destroyed a residential building. Video footage from the scene shows rescue workers digging through smouldering wreckage in the dark, searching for victims trapped in the rubble.
Canada is facing its worst start to the bushfire season in years. More than 10 times the average area typically impacted this time of year has already been burnt out. Authorities say 30,000 people have been displaced by the fires in nearly every Canadian province, while more than 2.7 million hectares have been burned. To the weather now, and there's a strong wind warning for the western central coasts. For the state, a dry and mostly sunny day until isolated showers develop about the far west during the afternoon. For Melbourne, cloud clearing to a mostly sunny afternoon, a top today of 19 degrees. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, also 19. Tuesday, partly cloudy and 18. Right now in Melbourne, it's 12 degrees. ABC News.
What's the best thing in the world that's also on the ABC Listen app? The footy! This season, get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
Straight through for a goal.
AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered.
She's got it! Bye-bye! See you later!
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
Set, bingo!
AFL and NRL, live and ad-free. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Grandstand AFL.
Round 12 of the AFL Premiership season. The Cats snapping a 3-game losing streak. Are the reigning premiers back in town? And what brought the Dogs undone?
Squeeze the kick towards Isaac Smith. Knocks it on to Cameron. Good tackle late by McRae. Gets it to Stewart, the defender. Pushes forward. An unlikely goal scorer. Tom Stewart with the first goal of the final term.
The Suns are making Darwin their home away from home. They've now won their past 4 up at Marara. Are the Suns a sneaky finals show? And for the Adelaide Crows, how much of a concern is their road form?
Boundary throw in forward pocket where the Suns row the rove. Hands it to Lukosius. Time to steady and snap. He's got another. He has got another, Jack Lukosius. Doesn't he love Darwin?
The Pies continue to take some steps, but Jordan De Goey in all-Australian form set for a stint on the sidelines. How many weeks is he going to get, and was that an improvement from the West Coast Eagles? Handball away to Nick Dacos, and the Pies are out downhill. 2 bounces, hand pass to De Goey, gives it back to Nick Dacos, through centre-half forward. The kid's a star. Kicks it on the run.
This is Grandstand AFL Sunday.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
It's great to have you with us, wherever you may be listening across the country. My name's Corbin Middlemass, Grandstand AFL Sunday, coming to you from our Perth studios. I was lucky enough to be here yesterday for the biggest mismatch in footy, sort of first versus 18th, but luckily we got a little bit more than we bargained for the Pies and the Eagles. Next hour of the program, the SMS number 0437 774 774. Back in our Melbourne studios, Australian Football Hall of Famer, the coach of the Western Bulldogs AFLW team, Nathan Burke. Hello, Burkie.
Hello, Corbin. Wonderful to be here on a Sunday with you.
It's great to have you along with us again, and 2-time All-Australian Chad Wingard is with us in studio again from the Hawks. Hello, Chad.
Hey, Corbin. How are you? Going well?
Oh, I'm very well. I saw the Chad Wingard Cup yesterday, which you pointed out to me off air, but all of a sudden there's a growing list of sort of former Hawthorn / former Port Adelaide players that have featured for both teams.
Yeah, Shawnee Burgoyne started the trend, I believe. And then myself, Jarman Impey, Carl Amon. It's almost like just sharing teams at the moment.
Amazing. Stewie Dew.
Yes, Stewie Dew,
won
yes.
Premierships, of course, for both teams in, 04 and then in 08 backing up with the Hawks. But, yeah, there's a long list all of a sudden of former Hawks.
Clarko as well.
Yes. But out of all of them, you're our favourite, Chad, I think it's fair to say. So we're happy to roll with the Chad Wingard Cup for Port Adelaide and Hawthorn games. There's a heap of footy stuff to chop up, despite the fact it's a shortened weekend, of course, with the first of the bye rounds. What do you think, Berkey, the byes spread out across 4 weeks? So this has changed significantly over the years. Originally, I feel like we had 1 week, then we went to 2 weeks, then we were at 3 for a long period of time, 3 games of 6, and now we've somehow got 4 teams having the weekend off and spread out over 4 weeks.
Quite simply, mate, don't like it. Don't like it. I was having breakfast with my wife this morning and we were talking about buys and things, and I the old grumpy old man came over me going, these buys are rubbish, why didn't have a buy when I played football and all that sort of stuff, and she said, yeah, but you would have liked one, wouldn't you? And I thought, well, yeah, I probably would have if I had been playing. But now I'm a grumpy old man going, we don't need all these buys. But stretched over 4 weeks, I just don't get that. It just waters down the content of football over the weekend. And amazingly, we've got less games this weekend, yet we managed to put 2 games on at exactly the same time on a Saturday night. How does that happen?
The two best games of the weekend.
Exactly.
Certainly on paper with the Dogs and the Cats and the Crows and the Suns last night. I think if you'd had a week off, Berkey, during your every year for your 60-year AFL career, you wouldn't have been a grumpy old man. You would have been a happier old man. Maybe the week off was the trick the whole way through. What does a player get up to during the bye, Chad? I'm sure it's different for every other player, but there's a mandated period, isn't there, that the players are allowed to have away from the club with no contact? Can you explain a little bit of that for us?
Yeah, so it's about 4 days off. Some clubs give you 5. Most guys try to, if you're interstate, go home, see family, or try and get away for maybe 2 or 3 days, whether that's with their partner, and just get like a mental refresh. I think that's what it's used for now, just kind of like a mental break. And because obviously you review the game beforehand, but then obviously when you come back into the next week, it's the second part of the season. So definitely seeing family and just a mental break.
2 weeks. 2 weeks is all we need, mate. Just 2 weeks, that's it, and then move on.
Half the teams have 1 week off, the other half get their bye the week after and get it out of the way.
Well, what's gonna happen if a new team comes in? Obviously, odd numbers.
Yeah.
What are we going to do then? The team's going to miss a game every week.
Well, there's going to have 2 byes, aren't you, in a season?
At least.
Yeah.
Well, it's more than one team having a bye a week. And I can't go into the maths here, but you have to have 2 to 3 teams every week having a bye, because it just doesn't work out, because we've got 23 games now.
Yeah, over 24 rounds. Yep.
Yeah, so that means that those players or those teams in those extra 4, when you play 18 each, there's buys there that the others don't have. And so to work it out, I know I'm explaining it extremely poorly, but I have done the maths previously, and you need 2 to 3 teams having a bye every week.
Can you imagine getting round 1 bye? Having a bye round 1?
Yeah.
That'd be horrendous.
Yeah, that wouldn't be much beneficial at all, I'm sure. And then even sort of pre-finals, if someone sort of has a bye the week before the finals, and then we still have the pre-finals bye, you could potentially have, 2 weeks off before playing a qualifying final, and then another week off, and you might play one game in a month before you at the business end of the season. If we're a visual medium, Berkey, I would bring a whiteboard out and I would get you to get a texter, and you could explain it all to us.
I'll figure it out how to explain it better by the end. I'll come back to me right at the end.
The Cats were big winners last night. The reigning premiers bouncing back. They snap a 3-game losing skid. Here is Chris Scott, their senior coach, in victory.
It's a sound enough platform, in my opinion, but I would have said the same if we had lost. I think I understand better than I ever have how different our job is to yours. And I don't envy you in some ways, because after every game, you need to kind of make an assessment and back it up with some evidence as to what this means in the context of the season, and we just don't think that way. And a lot of teams, for good reason, don't have confidence that if they get on a roll, they can just win every week because they're developing or whatever it is. And we're not overconfident, and we're not thinking too far ahead. I think when you've got optimism, if the equation becomes you have to win every game from here, I'll sit here and say, yeah, we can do that.
I feel like Chris Scott, Berkey's breaking the fourth wall. That's what we do in the media. We sit around and it's hierarchical thinking, and we have interesting conversations about this team's there and they're there and this player's there and that player's there, and it creates sort of interesting debate, and that's what people are doing around the water cooler or in the pub or whatever it may be. And here's Chris Scott basically calling out exactly what we do every single week.
Exactly, and all we're looking for is an opportunity to write a team off. Because open the door slightly. Oh, now they're gone. And I've probably done it myself with the Cats. But that was an interesting statement, but not as interesting as one that he said earlier in the week. And he was asked about are the Cats taking the foot off the pedal because they won the grand final last year? And is that the issues? And he's gone, well, it's actually the other way around. The players are a little bit too concerned about losing and that they're not actually backing up from what they did last year. And he wants them to actually think more about, hey, how good were we? Let's bring that little bit of arrogance back into the team, that we need to play with a little bit of swagger. We're going a little bit too meek and mild, and, hey, we are the best. Let's play with some swagger. And, Chad, when you're playing really good teams, arrogance is not normally a great word in general society, but it actually helps a football team have that sort of winning mentality. And I think last night I saw a little bit of that sort of arrogance sort of come back into the Cats.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see that can be vocal. That could be one big moment, whether it's the tackle, whether it's hitting your shots where you're supposed to hit them, like whether it's kicking a goal in a big moment. It doesn't have to be. It's not as noticeable, but once you're out there playing, you can definitely notice when a team's got that confidence, and that the word would be arrogance. But Yeah, it's definitely, it can be a moment, and they've obviously been in those positions in big games where you just know that they're going to step up when the moment calls.
So what are they, Berkey? Are they going to be a lower end of the top 8 team if they get there? Are they still a premiership threat? Are they likely to come rattling home and knock on the door of the 4? What do you see the Cats as at the moment as at 6 and 6?
So their biggest issue is their run home is tough. They play a lot of tough teams, but if they start filtering in a few of those midfielders that aren't playing at the moment, if they get in that bottom 4 of the 8, which is I think is their task number 1, their best is good enough to beat anyone. So they've just got to get there first, and that's the major thing. So getting players back on the field, get enough back in. They beat the Dogs last night, who are at Marvel Stadium, no easy beat. And the Dogs played some pretty good football, so that should give them a lot of confidence. But if they get in there, I think every other team will be looking over their shoulder going, oops, I'd probably rather that they didn't make it.
So no Dangerfield, no Duncan, no Holmes. Guthrie sent for surgeries. He's likely to be back really just before the finals, if at all. Radigalia, who's had a career year so far, out injured at the moment. Stanley Menegola, list goes on. Jai Clark, an early pick in
Parfitt's
in
an
last
interesting
year's
one for them too.
Yeah, so they've got a whole heap of guys sort of still able to come back into this team, and a heap of premiership players from last year. First time Jack and Ollie Henry played in a winning team together, so obviously Jack missed the first part of the season, but nice to see sort of big brother and little brother on the winners list last night. So what it means for the Dogs, so they had 400 disposals last night, generated 25 shots, kicked themselves out of it too at 10-15. And the injury component, so Chad, you're sidelined at the moment with a soft tissue injury. Adam Treloar was an intriguing figure. So we know Ed Richards came out with a hamstring. Treloar is just coming back from a hammy. I don't know if you saw much of this last night. Sort of came off the ground, threw his mouthpiece at the wall as he was walking down the change rooms, and it looked like he'd done another soft tissue injury. Came back up, got his calf worked on, and then actually returned to the field of play. And now, obviously, we wait and see how he pulls up and what that means for him going forward. But, gee, that must be so frustrating for, as you would be able to attest, I'm sure, Chad, as a player with sort of repeat injuries and the feeling of, oh, no, this is happening again.
Well, calves are an interesting one. So I've done calves in the first half, and I can play the rest of the game. Because it depends where you do your injury in your calf. You can, if it's a tendon it's along, I suppose, the grain, if you want to call it, you can still play on a calf. Hamstring, you can't. So hamstring, you use it too much, it's too prominent, and you can't hit speed. So when I hurt my calf this time, it was against Melbourne. It probably happened in, I reckon, maybe this third quarter, and I was able to some point play. But yeah, it would see how he pulls up, because it might not be, calves are probably the hardest thing to understand in terms of what the injury could be until he gets that scan. I'm assuming he'll get that on Monday. Yeah,
so there's every chance he has done a calf, but while you're warm, you can continue to play on it. Basically, that's your experience?
100%. Yeah. Well, that's from my experience. I've unfortunately had some calf issues. Obviously, Harley Bennell, like a lot of guys have had some calf injuries, and depending how, if it's just, so mine have been small, but because there is a tear in there, you can still play on it. It's bizarre, but calves are completely different to hamstrings. And there's a lot of injuries that you can play with. Obviously, back in the day, did you scan back in the day?
No, I never went for scans. Sometimes they'd pull out the old sort of thing that they used to check whether you're pregnant or not. One of those sort of things. You'd go see one of them and see what they could see. But no, never did a hammy or a calf. It was too flexible.
Right. Yeah, I think that must be it. How would you ever get door-stopped, Berkey, by all the media that hang around outside the calf centre, at the scan centre every Monday, and stop players walking in their civvies and asking them questions about their injuries?
Oh, down at Vic House, I think there are reporters who sleep in their car every Monday down at Vic House just to get a player walking in with a big envelope might have some scans in it. Fascinating viewing.
It's always the news service every Sunday night, Monday night. You would have had that experience, surely, Chad, at some point, that you walk in, all of a sudden you're answering questions in your plain clothes about what kind of soft tissue injury you had.
It does happen, but you see it on see it on the Sunday news or whatever. But like you said, you can't. even if I had the scans on me, I have no idea what it says. Like the doctor, you know what I mean? What are you going to ask me? Like, what's wrong with your calf? I don't know, mate. I've got the scans here, but the doctor will tell me what's going on.
Grandstand AFL Sunday, Corbin Middlemass, Nathan Burke and Chad Wingard with you on ABC Radio across the country. The other Saturday night game, as Berkey said, really, two of the pick of the games, both at the same time last night, was up in Darwin at Marara Stadium, the game between the Suns and the Crows. And the Crows were going swimmingly, up by almost sort of 6 goals in the second quarter, led by 35 points. And then the Suns, just a complete turnaround as they end up a 10-goal flip in the game. They win the match by 25 points. They kick 9 in a row either side of halftime. And now the Suns find themselves just percentage outside the top 8. Like the Cats and like the Crows, by the way, they're also 6-6 in the season. So they all have an identical record at the moment. Here's what Stewie Dew had to say about his team's latest win.
Look, as a footy club, we've got aspirations to play finals. It is just ticked over June, so we'll take a breath. We're 6-6. I think our percentage is just on 100. So we'll take a little breath now and reload for the second half of the year with, I guess I sat here last week saying we won't look any further than Carlton Footy Club. And I think, that's the art of elite sport is let's not get carried away too far ahead.
Oh, so Carlton next, and that looks like a winnable game for the Gold Coast Suns. Lukosius becomes the first player in Suns history, by the way, to kick back-to-back bags of 5, so he's done that 2 weeks in a row up there in Darwin. They had 32 shots last night, Berkey, from 309 disposals. So I'm no maths major, you're the maths guy on this show, but I would say that's less than every 10 disposals, they're getting a look at the sticks, which is amazing efficiency.
Absolutely amazing efficiency. It's I think if I am Mark Evans, the CEO up there, I'd be ringing the AFL up and saying, hey, can we move another game to Darwin this week? There's 2 in a row that they've played there and 2 really, really good wins against teams that are sitting in the top 8. So, look, Noah Anderson is a star. If he was playing for Collingwood, we would be all over him like he's a genius. So he kicked 2 goals, 1 from 28 disposals. But what really got me for the first time with the Gold Coast Suns was the evenness of the contribution. So Noah Anderson had 28, and then the next best possessions, they had 6 plays on 17. And we say Lukosius kicked 5, but King kicked 2 and Casbolt kicked 2 and Noah Anderson kicked 2. It was the team effort of the Gold Coast Suns, which you wouldn't say that was the way that they've sort of built their team. They've had their stars and the Ablets and that at the top, and then they fall away. The bottom 6 really don't contribute. But I think what Stewie Dew's getting them now is those bottom 6 are contributing really, really well, and that's why they're far more consistent and winning games.
It's they look a really nice unit. They've still got, obviously, Took Miller to come back into that team at the moment, and their record at Marara, as you touched on, so won 2 games there last year, both by over 10 goals. Chad, we were both at one of them. You were playing and I was commentating, of course. That was pretty lopsided. But what is it about Darwin in particular that's unique to the experience up there compared to anywhere else you play in the competition?
Yeah, so they've won 4 from 4 from the last 2 years and back-to-back games up there. So they last year when we played them first, and then North Melbourne played them after. They stayed up there for the full week, so they've got to acclimatise, obviously, to that. And we've just come from Tasmania, so we've come from 10 degrees in Tassie, and then obviously playing up there. It's a huge ask, and also it's a huge advantage for them. So I was just saying before that it's almost like the new category. Like it's a huge advantage for them, and I think they should play. They should try and get 4 games there, 3-4 games. It'd be a huge advantage for them, and it's also, who knows, if they're trying to expand the AFL, potentially it could be a place where they're trying to bring a new team in a decade or whenever they're going to bring in to make it 20. But yeah, it's so different up there. It's like a wet footy game, but you're extremely fatigued. They have obviously rooms there where try to keep you cool. With the cool rooms, it's like standing in a fridge when you're off the ground and quarter time, half time. But you can't explain it. It's like we tried it with a bar of soap training during the week when we went up there, but you just can't explain how different it is from Melbourne or from Tassie. It's just bizarre.
So is it even different from the soap and the training experience? Is that even different from game day, or does that help replicate it somewhat?
Yeah, so even when we played, so my second year, we played up, this was in Gold Coast, so not Darwin, but we actually did the same thing, trained with soap, trying to recreate what it could be like. We had gloves on. I had a glove on my kicking hand, and then we also had like a sweatband to try and we were all asked to wear these sweatbands to try and mitigate the effects of the ground. So it's a bizarre. It's strange how they play it so well. Is it their preseason training? Is what they're doing up? Yep. Is it a bit wetter during their preseason? But they obviously have that confidence. And like I said, same with Cats down the Cattery. Like, what do they have advantage there that they play it so much better than anyone else?
To me, it's something that they should really think hard about capitalising on. And the other place that potentially they can play some games is in Cairns. We know how hot and sweat and sticky that can be as well. So imagine if they played like 7 on the Gold Coast, so keep their supporter base there, but 3 at least in Darwin, another couple up at Kazali Stadium in Cairns, which is a really good stadium to play football in as well. That's a big advantage for the Gold Coast Suns, and if they're going to be sort of round about that sort of 10 to 6-5 area, that could tip them over into the finals. So I'd look long and hard about being the Northern Suns rather than just the Gold Coast Suns.
Also, the AFL would love that, I'd imagine. You know what I mean? Like, it's expanding the game. We've got to think that we're the number one sport in Australia right now. How do we keep that? How do we expand that? Obviously, we've got the women's team coming, and they're creating a whole new audience for us. Obviously, we're trying to get back to the grassroots, but expanding into different states and different towns is only going to benefit the AFL. We've got to beat... look at NRL. They're obviously trying to get that state of origin in Adelaide. They're trying to expand and trying to create audience, but we've got to be on the front foot and keep making sure that we're doing more than what the other, I suppose, sporting avenues are doing.
It turned out to be a bad night for the Crows, who were 35 up in the second quarter. They lost Tom Duday to a right knee injury. He's had an ACL tear in his left knee previously a couple of years ago. Isaac Rankin against his old team. I'm sure he would have been keen to impress the type of entertainer he is. Unfortunately, Ben Long blanketed him, so 13 disposals and just 2 behinds. It was probably his least impressive showing for the Crows so far, and he's obviously set a high bar for himself and what he's been able to do this year. But 1-4 is Adelaide's road record, and all of a sudden that became a pretty strong narrative post-game, and Matthew Nix was asked about it.
We've got to be better. We know that. It's something that is front of mind for us. It was front of mind pre-playing this game, so we'll go back and have another look at it, but we understand we've just got to be better when it comes to our away games.
So the 12 games down, Berkey, only played 5 of them on the road, and that's obviously due to the fact they've had an away showdown where they beat the Power, and that was probably where everyone first thought, gee, this Crows team are going to be good. And then gather round, of course, where they beat Carlton in that standalone slot on the Friday night, on the Thursday night. How big a concern is it for this team and where they're at the moment to be 1-4 away?
It is a big concern considering the type of football that they're playing. I went over to Adelaide and I saw them play St Kilda, and they were all over the St Kilda. Just their pace and their run and their pressure was just immense, and Saints had no answer for it whatsoever. And I came away from that thinking, boy, this team, if they play like that, they're going to be real contenders. Just a week later, I saw them in Ballarat. Now, not many people get excited about playing in Ballarat, but the fact is they won there the year before. They came over and played the Western Bulldogs, and it was a completely different team. It was almost an insipid performance against the Bulldogs. So the fact that they can go from such a really high class performance to a low class performance just in the space of a week shows that the travel has a lot to do with it. And if they don't end up with home finals, well then that's not a great sign at all. But it's just the contrast of performances from away to home is the thing. If they're just getting beaten on the road, well, and still putting up good performances, well, then we'll probably give them a pass there. But it's just not the same.
It's generally the last thing that comes together too, doesn't it? In young developing teams, that you start to get your game together, and the last thing is how do you take it on the road and be able to replicate it, particularly for, in inverted commas, Chad, sort of interstate teams, so the teams outside of Victoria, that's really the last piece to be able to see how they go on the road. We'll continue to watch the Crows closely, of course, at 6-6. The twilight game yesterday, the one I was at over here in Perth, so Jordan De Goey, really the big story in the postscript, Berkey. So his bump on Elijah Hewitt looks set for a stint on the sidelines. Is this going straight to the tribunal?
I think it is, because they'll upgrade it into severe. So anything that goes severe is a straight to the tribunal. So they'll go careless because it's a bump. It didn't intend to commit a reportable offence, so they go careless. Obviously, it was high, got him in the head, and they'll go with severe. And one of the reasons why they go with severe is they say a player who's done something like that deserves the ability to put their case forward. And the fact that it goes through to the tribunal, they get to get up there and they get to say, if they are remorseful, they get to say, sorry, I didn't mean it, and here's what I was thinking, and put their case forward. So the AFL think that actually helps the player who's been cited to be able to put their case forward in such a serious offence. So that's why the severe goes straight to the tribunal. So to be honest, he'll get up there, he'll plead guilty, he'll say he's remorseful, he'll say sorry, he said, I didn't mean to do it, I was trying to do this. And I reckon he's probably looking at 3. That would be my guess.
Yeah, so that's interesting. I keep thinking, there's a 20% loading on everything that happens when it comes to head trauma this year in the league. And yet I don't think it's as bad as, say, Tom Stewart's hit on Prestia last year where he got 4 weeks. I can see how he got there. So sure, he got it wrong and he's going to pay a price for that. But I didn't think it was a dirty shot or a dog act or anything like this from what De Goey picked him off yesterday. Is it, Chad, as a modern player, do you have a view on the incident?
Well, I think they're being a bit more harsher recently purely because of they're trying to protect the player and also they're trying to protect the brand of AFL. They're trying to make sure that, especially with these cases, that's with the lawsuit, obviously with past players with the head knocks, they're going to make sure that they're doing everything possible to prevent and to take away these hits, and so they don't get, I suppose, lawsuits in the future, because obviously that's going to take a lot of money out of the revenue for the AFL. But in terms of the challenging system, I'm not sure. Like obviously we saw two last week get a positive, and we weren't sure whether Sis at the club would challenge his. But because obviously you got to pay for a challenge if you lose, there's a penalty for losing. So does the system need a revamp? I mean, if you're taking 5-10 grand, whatever it is, out of the cap that you can't use on whatever it is that the club wants to use it on. I know they don't want clubs to challenge. That's the reason why they do it. But is it the best way to go going forward? I'm not sure.
Do you have a view on that, Berkey?
Yeah, for me, if we say our club's confused, I think the fact that we've had over 20 challenges in half a season, that has to be a world record. Mm-hmm. We would rarely get 20 in a season, yet we're getting it halfway. So clubs are confused, no doubt about that. And look, having been an ex-MRP member, I get the process that's undertaken. So what's happened is at the start of the year, they've gone, boy, we've seen a couple of those sling tackles and players hitting the ground. We need to protect their head. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump 2 steps in the sanction process of a sling tackle. So step number 1 is a free kick. So it's still a free kick. Step number 2 is it's a fine. We're going to jump straight at both of those and go straight to suspension. And that will set the precedent. And when you set a precedent, they're hoping that other players will see that and not do it anymore. But because we know it is such a fine line of have I got the arm pin, should I let it go, who's got the momentum going to the ground, the fact that they were hoping that we wouldn't see any more it's really bad foresight. It's ridiculous foresight, really. So what we're seeing now is we're seeing similar incidents to the original ones, but slightly less. So players have got an arm free and they're not rotated as much. But to the casual observer, and they always put through the pub test, they say a man or lady sitting in a pub sees that on the television and they go, oh, that's the same as that one. And even though there are intricacies that are slightly less, if the average person says, oh, that's the same as that one, we have to then give the same outcome. Otherwise, we look to be inconsistent. And so less and less and less incidents that are similar to the originals are now getting sanctioned. And I'm so glad that the AFL Tribunal the other day said, hang on, we're getting to a point now where those lesser ones, they're no longer suspended. We've jumped the shark almost here, and we've gone too low. And let's just calm our farm a little bit and get back to actual incidents.
So we were 0-17 on the dangerous tackle challenges. We're now 2-18 with successful challenges this week for Adam Cerra and for Rory Laird. So what we understand now, Chad, when you tackle is you can't dump, sling or slam someone into the ground. You can't pin the defensive armour. And if the player's head hits the ground, you're responsible for it, obviously, in laying the tackle. Are we asking too much, do you think, of the player to be able to get all those things right in the speed of the game?
I think we're asking too much of the players without the education. So I'll speak from what the players have actually at our club have seen so far. So this year we actually got a video from the AFL, and all it was in a meeting that we got the umpire's not there. So we watched the video of what's been reported, what's safe and what's not. Right, and there's one example on each. So out of the 1,000 examples that you have what 80 tackles a game, or roughly 50 to 80 tackles a game. How many of those you get each? Maybe 3 or 4 tackles each. And the reason what we need to do, we need to get umpires to come out to the clubs earlier and make sure that we're doing that in pre-season to make sure that when we do have trial matches and when we actually got to educate them while we're doing it. We can't watch a video because most of us can't understand what's going on with this. So, yeah, it would be interesting. We need to get the umpires out and educating these players more hands-on.
This is Grandstand
you're here for the
AFL
fortune
Sunday.
telling. Please sit down. You seek enlightenment and entertainment, engagement and excitement via your ears. In your future, I see the ABC Listen app, and I see you joyously grooving to a great range of music, informed and entertained by award-winning podcasts, and connecting to your community and current affairs with live radio. You've heard enough. I don't want your money. The ABC Listen app is as free as knowledge itself. Now go and download the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Grandstand AFL.
And I just want to mention there was one beautiful moment when the Demons ran out, Corbin. A young man by the name of Charlie in a wheelchair was pushed out through the banner by his hero, Jack Viney. It was the most beautiful scenes. He had an absolute ball. Every player went to him. Simon Goodwin went to him. So, just lovely what footy clubs do these days. Can I talk to you about a moment before the game? You pushed young Charlie in his wheelchair through the banner. I reckon it was one of the great moments of the year. Can you tell us a little bit about Charlie's story, and you're one of his favourites?
Yeah, unfortunately, Charlie, at the age of 4, got diagnosed with cancer. He got a brain tumour. He's now 7, so he got some bad news a couple of weeks ago, and it's not looking too good for the young fella. So we really just brought him in amongst the club this week, got him into training, got the guys around him, and one of his wishes was to come through the banner. So we made something pretty special for him today, and he got to sing the song with us today, and also was part of Goody's post-game speech. So he's been in and about around the club this week.
You're a dad. Was it tough just the smile on his face when you took him through the banner and Goody came over to him and you were there and Max Gawn? Probably the greatest moment of his young life. Yeah, it's such a privilege to be in this position that, so many people, young people, look up to us and we can bring them so much, joy and happiness. So whenever we have opportunities to, give back and put smiles on people's faces, fans, particularly those doing it tough, it really means a lot to us, and really makes it, we're so grateful to be in this position.
This is Grandstand AFL Sunday.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL Sunday. Corbin Middlemash, Chad Wingard and Nathan Burke with you for the next 25 minutes. Footy clubs, Chad, just amazing places, and that was Jack Viney speaking post-game on Friday night to Tim Hodges, set up by Hodgie sort of pre-game with young Charlie making his way through the banner, and the role that Melbourne have played in the role of everyday society in people's lives. And he's a young guy that's really doing it tough, and you could hear the emotion in Jack's voice as to what it meant for him to be able to play a role in his young life.
Yeah, it puts things into reality, doesn't it? It's obviously such an amazing thing that the club has given, and like I said, for a kid and family going through so much, like Viney said, we're very privileged and a very optimistic place to be when we're playing football for a living, and to be able to give a kid that joy and that experience, obviously going through a tough time, it would be very rewarding for that club, and obviously Viney as well, and obviously he's got a young family himself, so he can definitely relate to what it's like to obviously have a young family.
I imagine you get so many moments like that in footy, Berkey, and your playing days and Chad now as a player where you think, I'm in an unbelievable position now where all of a sudden I'm having a huge impact on somebody else's life, essentially just for doing what I love and what I wanted to do.
It is, and Chad, when you get old like me, you'll one of the things that you do enjoy, and I probably don't get the opportunity to do it anymore, but now I get people coming up to me and going, "Do you remember me?" And I'm sorry, I'm old. I haven't got a great memory. And they said, "Oh, you came and visited me in hospital when I was 12, and I still remember it, and it was great, and this and that." And the fact that they're still remembering it all these years later, even if you may not, or you visited my dad or my mum or something like that, and it makes you feel good, and you have those sort of opportunities. So the good thing is you get to do it now, and then you'll get to sort of relive it many, many years in the future when you get old like me.
I mentioned the SMS number earlier, 0437 774 774. This is Grandstand AFL Sunday. There's only 2 games today, so given the fact there's only 7 matches for the weekend, the first game is Richmond and GWS. There is no late change. Josh Fay and Noah Cumberland are the 2 subs for the Giants and the Tigers. Corbin, Chad and Berkey, Magpies supporters should look at the A-League men's result last night. The best team all season, Melbourne City, got belted by Central Coast, so don't count the Premiership Cup yet. From Pauline in Geelong with just a little reminder there's a bit more to play out. We were chatting about Jordan De Goey and the latest from the match review officer and the tribunal. Here is Craig McRae, by the way, on the Jordan De Goey incident.
Having a look at the footage of it, it'll be determined to be whatever it is, and we'll just deal with it. And again, I hope the young lad's okay. That's where our concern goes to. I hope he's okay, and Jordy's a fair player, and the rules will be the rules.
Expected to end up in the tribunal, or at the tribunal, to be graded as severe and high when the MRO findings come out later today. The Magpies, by the way, since 2000, the teams that are 11-1 after 12 rounds, or have at least 11 wins, 5 times they've gone on to win the premiership, 3 in the grand final, and only 1 have been eliminated at the preliminary final stage. So if you're a Magpies supporter, you can probably expect a deep finals run based on a little bit of that recent history. The West Coast Eagles yesterday, so if you'd said to me, Berkey, sort of coming over here, that they lost by 10 goals, that they failed to cover, they had 2 goalless quarters, I probably would have thought, oh no, it's another bad day for the West Coast Eagles. And yet it was as good as they've played all year. They were within 14 points late in the third quarter. There was a bit of drama. There was 41,000 there. And in the end, any team in the league that would have had 2 rotations for 2.5 quarters would have run out of juice, and that's basically what happened in the end. But it felt like an improvement from West Coast, which almost feels like blasphemy saying it, given that they're such a great club, and now we're talking about them in sort of, it's almost patronising to say, oh, they're small wins, but unfortunately in a team in development mode, that's kind of where they're at.
Exactly, and I flicked it on 3/4 time, and I thought, 30 points, that's not too bad, not knowing what went on previous in terms of the players that were out and pulled out. Even Barras pulled out just before the game again. That's his second time in a few weeks he's had to do that, which is a really big loss. But I think if you're a West Coast Eagles supporter, you have to be a realist. These people that are jumping all over Simo, the coach, saying, oh, you can't coach, need to change, all this sort of stuff. Well, I don't care whether you get the world's greatest coach, Sir Alex Ferguson, to come down and coach that team or whoever. They're not doing better than what they're doing at the moment with that cattle that they have out there on the park. And if I'm a West Coast Eagles administrator, I'm making that point known. I'm going, we're not judging Simo on results at all. I could not care less about results. It's the culture and the mood around the place. That is what he needs to be judged for. If players start giving up, well then, Simo, that's on you. But if they're going out there and having a crack to the best of their limited ability, well then, mate, you're doing a good job.
You're all competitive guys, obviously, to be able to play at that level. I imagine, Chad, that's hard as a player too, and particularly sort of the senior guys on that list. And a lot of them played really well yesterday. Dom Sheed was excellent. Elliot Yeo probably had his best game for the season so far. Just to try and reset some of the expectations as to, hey, this is what we're trying to get out of it, and it's not necessarily, wins and losses, unfortunately, in where they're at.
Yeah, it's obviously very tough. It's obviously Brass pulling out again. Obviously, he's a star. He's an absolute star for that team, and a lot of their stars are out, and it's hard. But what are those stars doing when they're not playing? Hopefully, by the looks of it, they're actually still obviously being in the club, motivating, making sure that the young players are staying motivated and hungry, and just improving every day. Obviously, having a lot of players out gives these young players and players haven't had much experience, the experience that they might not have gotten, they definitely wouldn't have gotten if these players are playing. So in a way, it's going to benefit them when these players do come back, because they're going to be pushing these players for spots. And obviously, whether it's this year or next year, I agree. Like, what can you do with that many injuries? How many people are actually training on that track every week? Like, who knows? Yeah. Like, how do you even do some drills? How do you do 18v18? They're gonna have to get players. They might not be able to even match sim during the week, which can massively destroy your hopes. Because obviously, when we play a team, we have the second 18 mimic the team that we're going to play this week. So obviously, if you don't have that experience, you don't say, oh, this guy's going to set up here, he's going to do this, or we're playing against Barras, we're going to make sure that he comes off and tries to intercept every ball. If you don't have that preparation that they do with having 36 players on the track, it's got to make it very difficult to kind of to coach, for one, but also prepare the best of their ability.
Yeah. And the thing that he has to watch out for, though, is that the attitude of, hey, we had a really good effort, and we still got beaten heavily, but we had a really good effort. It can become endemic within the club. It can really sift its way through like a disease through the whole club, and that near enough it becomes good enough, and good efforts become good enough. And the West Coast Eagles, I think one of the things that they've always been good at is that's not the case. We expect to be one of the top teams. We expect to be up there, and so if he's got to watch out for anything, it's that doesn't set in, because it can take a long time to sift that out of a club.
But also, you see, like a two-town team. Like I've played at Port Adelaide, obviously. So it's the media as well. So you got to remember that they're dealing with obviously a lot of these injuries. And if it was, for instance, North Melbourne, for instance, who are struggling at the moment as well, they've got a lot going on. Hawthorn, we're showing some signs. But if it's a club in Melbourne, you can kind of get pushed away a little bit. But like you can not hide, but you don't get as much scrutiny as much as West Coast Eagles. And they're a massive team. They're the biggest team in Perth. So you can imagine how much they're dealing with, obviously from the media, with that as well. So does that put pressure on the coaching? Does that change a few things that they're doing during the week? You're not sure.
So Corbett, you'd know, the rumour is that the West Coast media, or the Western Australian media, have been rather sympathetic over the years with West Coast, more so than Freo. Have they turned?
Well, I can definitely remember my days in Port Adelaide. If Port Adelaide and Crows, obviously, if with the showdown, for instance, you talk about the showdown, the rivalry, and obviously you got the Derby as well, and obviously the one in Sydney. Those matches, you almost don't want to come out of your house after a loss. So if we beat Crows, or if they beat us, it's almost like, give me a week or two. I don't want to deal with.
Did the media favour the Crows over Power?
I'm staying true to my Port boys, but I reckon, I'm not sure the standard. We're going to have to ask week to week. But if whoever's flying, they get on board. And obviously, if both teams are flying, obviously this year Port are flying at the moment, and Crows are showing signs. It'd be great to see a final between them two, because I can imagine how much that media would ride that wave for sure.
Yeah, excellent. I think we might have lost Corbin over in Perth. We might go to a break.
This winter, get ready for 8 weeks of cricket like you have never heard before.
One of the most dramatic mornings Test cricket you'll ever see.
From the 7th of June, join us for the World Test Championship final between Australia and India.
Cummins on his way. Kohli is forward. Driving, caught by Green.
The Women's Ashes.
Beaumont's just struck on the pad, and Perry's appealing, and she's got another one. High fives for the Australian.
And a rivalry bigger than the game itself. The Ashes.
Goes and bowls to Smith, who works that away. There it is. 200, and he'll take another for luck as well.
Grandstand Cricket.
Live and commercial free this winter on ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app. Just look for the red cricket button.
What's the best thing in the world that's also on the ABC Listen app? The footy! This season, get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered.
She's got it. Bye-bye. See you later.
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
Set. Bingo.
AFL and NRL, live and ad-free. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
Sport.
Grandstand AFL.
This is Grandstand AFL Sunday.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Come in. Have you got me? All the way from Western Australia. We got the little gremlins in the phone line sorted out.
Chad and I were just going, hey, this could be the start of the Chad and Berkey show.
Yeah.
Who needs a third wheel over there in WA?
Yeah, we did that on purpose. Yeah, that's it. We've just got sort of stable internet connection here nowadays. We're still using dial-up, I think, which is what's breaking us down across the Nullarbor. But the great crew have sorted us out and trying to rip us off the air from WA. Corbin Middlemass, Nathan Burke and Chad Wingard. I could see you on the monitor. I'm sure you were having a very entertaining chat. I don't know exactly what you were talking about, but here we are.
It was gold.
What did I miss?
Really insightful stuff.
Yep. The SMS number at the moment, there's more chance of Carlton winning the premiership than Tasmania getting a side up. That's from Brendan in Hobart. Interestingly, Cameron Ling was on the lead yesterday. Had a little bit of advice for the Carlton Football Club as to how they should go about it.
The external noise at Carlton is so loud that often they jump before they really should, and that patience. So now is the time to see it through. This year, they're going to keep screaming at them to make a change, and Voss is no good and all that. They can't do it. They've got to see it through. Give it another pre-season and another... And I don't mean do nothing, by the way. I'm not suggesting that at all. Doesn't mean you jump and go, Michael Voss, you're no good anymore. Get rid of him. Let's start all over again. You've got to see this through now.
That was Cameron Ling on the lead yesterday. High football team, buys spread over 3 weeks, 6 teams off each week, which is what we've had. That's from David. Kudos to the Gold Coast from Catherine. But if they make finals via playing well in Darwin, how will they suddenly adapt to Victorian weather conditions? Maybe the Gold Coast could be renamed the Coast to Coast Suns. As you were talking about, Berkey, about possibly playing in a few different locations. And this one, I'm sure, is directed at you from Pete in Ballarat. G'day, team. The MRP/MRO tribunal system is a clown show. Pickett only got 2. Apparently, it was the same seriousness as Will Day, who tackled a bloke who fell over his own feet. Now DeGoey is going to get 3. Give me a spell. And they wonder why fans are frustrated, from Pete in Ballarat. We did do a bit on the SMS, on the MRO, so we won't get sort of too deep in the weeds there. And from a different Catherine says, imagine Sir Alex Ferguson at Carlton, or possibly could Craig Bellamy swap codes? So all of a sudden now they're throwing out sort of great coaching guys from other codes as possibly coming to Carlton. The noise is loud around the Blues. I think there's no doubt about that. Chad, I want to chat to you about the Hawks, obviously blown off the park by Port Adelaide early. And to be honest, it looked like it was going to be an enormous margin. It was 82 points at halftime. And in the end, the Hawks won the second half. So Port Adelaide, incredible, a hell of a flex, their highest halftime score they've ever had. Got plenty out of it, and rather than sort of rolling over and losing by 150 points, the Hawks fought on and able to outscore Port Adelaide by 27 in the second half.
Yeah, I obviously wasn't at the game. I was watching on the couch, but I think that the positive that we can take out of that is the second half. Obviously, we scored a lot of goals, and we actually still scored very high. We just didn't, obviously, off that first half, just didn't defend that well. And they're a great team, and they're very hard to beat. In the Fortress, as they call it, Adelaide Oval. It's very hard to win there. We've got a very young team, and a few guys stepped up. Obviously, Punky kicked his 500th goal, and that was a big moment for him and also the club. But like I said, I think the greatest thing that we saw from that was that second half. Just be able to come back under that crowd. We didn't have the momentum of the crowd, so the boys really stood up and came away with, I suppose, can hold their head high and hopefully bring that momentum into this week.
Port Adelaide amazing too. To be 1-2, and they're basically a metre and a half short of an Ollie Florent drop punt sailing over the goal line. They could have been 1-3, and who knows, it's a totally different story. Instead, that triggered a 9-game winning sequence. So they've now won a club record 9 games, Port Adelaide, on the back of that. Here is Ken Hinkley in victory.
I just thought we played all parts of the game incredibly brutal. It's probably it's definitely as good a half as I've seen us play for a long, long time. So, and to expect that to continue on was probably me being a bit greedy in some ways. I just couldn't expect that from the boys. They were, you put 100 points on the board at half time. That's pretty damaging.
And Hawthorn's really been the story of the week, Chad, obviously, for some historical events at the club in which the AFL obviously spoke on Tuesday. The Hawthorn families at the centre of the allegations into historical racism at the club penned an open letter which was released on Friday night and have filed proceedings with the Human Rights Commission. Now, the letter states that they're willing to take their grievances all the way to the federal court to find a forum where their truth will be heard. Now, the three men that stand accused have vehemently denied any wrongdoing. Sam Mitchell, of course, who was formerly a player at the club, now the coach of the Hawks, was asked about his reaction to the open letter post-game last night.
It's a really difficult question to answer. The whole ordeal and just everyone involved in it, you just have to feel for everyone involved in the way that it's played out. And it's impossible to know what people think and feel and all the different aspects. And I think Cyril was a fantastic teammate. I love playing footy with Cyril, and and Junior Rioli playing out there today. Kicked 4, unfortunately, but there's sort of connections all over the place with Cyril, and you can't help but feel for everyone involved.
It feels like there hasn't been too many winners in the entire process. Chad, I'm sure you would have read the letter on Friday as a current player at the Hawthorn Football Club. What did you make of it all?
Yeah, it's been a tough time, but also I don't think there's a perfect way to deal with this. I don't think there's not a step by step, do this, do that. I think the group that we have now is in terms of what Sammy's and the club's trying to create. My experience, I can only speak on that, and that's the thing that I find really difficult for myself is I can't really make a comment because I wasn't there when this all happened. A lot of people that had the allegations against, I didn't have as much to do with them. And I wasn't here. So my experience through the club has been completely different to other people's, but we kind of take away from the fact that they're hurting, and that's the truth that they're telling. And hopefully, like I said, the AFL came with their stance, but like I said, no one's winning this situation, and hopefully that it can get resolved. And it's all about the healing. I think everyone wants to just heal and acknowledge what happened or what didn't happen and move on, because I think and we got to learn from it as well from other clubs if they do go down this path and want to go through historic racism and what happened in prior decades. What's the right process for starters? Because obviously this is not the right process in terms of that it getting to the media and then people not getting their voice heard first. And what's the process? What's the right process? I'm not sure, and I think that's for people with a lot more qualifications to deal with that.
I see the AFL have left the door open for a sanction towards the Hawthorn Football Club in all of it. Chad, did you have a view on any of that?
I think I'm going to not say as much because obviously it's probably safer for me to say that. But like I said, no one's a winner, and it's obviously we've got to learn from it, everyone, not just the Hawthorn Football Club, but the AFL and every single club, but also every person involved in watching it. How can we increase and have a better workplace for everyone, but also how can we make a better process if this does happen again?
Can I just ask you one on, sorry, Berkey, to jump in, on Jen Watt's comments. So she's the chief executive of the North Melbourne Football Club, and she said a few weeks ago in a radio interview that football clubs are still not a culturally safe place for First Nations footballers. And my ears kind of pricked up naturally at the time that a current CEO would say that. And I think we had Jason Mifsud on the show the next day. He said, look, I couldn't support that notion. He said, I acknowledge we can always do more, but it's not my understanding. From the players I've spoken to, it's been 30 years. The playing population of First Nations players has gone from 1% to 13%. In your own experiences, Chet, do you feel culturally safe in the football clubs you've been part of?
I think we're always evolving and getting better. I think I can't speak from past players or their experiences, but my experience is that it's actually getting more culturally safe in terms of we're celebrating more Indigenous culture, and we're actually implementing it more into the AFL game. We're actually acknowledging past players who have paved the way for us for me to be able to put on a Guernsey every week. Obviously, we've come so far as a society, and we've got places to keep growing. It's not like our job's done. But is it culturally safe? I feel culturally safe at Hawthorn, and I've said that since I've been there. And that's all I can speak of. You can't just generalise every single club. I can't generalise every single player. Like, you can't just say, just because my experience is that doesn't mean someone else is.
Of course. Absolutely. This is Grandstand AFL Sunday. The footy's on the way. GWS and Richmond. There's no late change. Josh Fay is the sub for the Giants. And for Richmond, it is Noah Cumberland. Now, Chad and Berkey, I do a show with Ben Cameron every Monday and Thursday. Always hammers me for mismanaging the clock. I feel like it's not all my own doing today, but we are short on time. So we're going to do a bridge version of the top 10 cheesy game show. So what I'm looking for are the top 10 most consecutive games played. So out of all the players in the AFL currently, who has the best active games streak?
Currently. Oh, so Jim Stein's not playing anymore? Because I would have thrown Jimmy out there.
He's not playing anymore. So we need one player to get us going. Top 10 games played.
Jack Crisp.
Jack Crisp got the 200 in a row yesterday.
This is the shortest game show in history. No.
I'm trying to think.
Haven't got a single one for us.
No, I don't care. It's not something that I'll look at.
Who's a winger? Carl Amon.
Amon's on the list. I would have taken that. He's played 84 in a row.
It's got to be a winger.
118. McRae 108. Charlie Cameron 103. Luke Parker's controversy on the list, but he's going to miss the next one on 99. Wilkie 96. Hawkins 82. Florent or Baker. As you said, that was the shortest game show we've ever had, but Chad Wingard's won already.
Let's go.
We're just about out of town. Time. Chad, thanks heaps for coming in.
Thanks,
Berkey,
guys.
likewise. Always lovely to see both of you here on Grandstand AFL Sunday. The footy now.
What's the best thing in the world that's also on the ABC Listen app? The footy! This season, get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
Right through for a goal.
AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered.
She's got it. Bye-bye. See you later.
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
Set. Bingo.
AFL and NRL, live and ad-free. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The roar will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet.
This game is electric.
Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited.
Oh, the home fans like that. What a game. It's got everything.
On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game.
Because here it comes, here it comes.
One bounce at 60, one bounce at 40, one bounce at 20, and he goes.
He plays on from 52 out. The package bangs it through.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
On the left boot, he's welcome to the big time moment.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
Turn steady, go.
Something big is coming.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Durham to win it. Goal.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
Gets onto it, and away it goes. Tapped it twice with his left hand, gathered in the right forward pocket. That is brilliant. Here they come.
That's class.
Oh, he's a star. What a game.
Brilliant. He goes.
This kid is going places.
Hand pass to Sarong. Sarong pulls the trigger. Boom.
Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Curls it around. What about that? Hand pass to Elliott. Back to Hill. Superb finish. 55 out. He's given this 20. That's a magnificent strike of the football.
He dribbles it along the ground for an incredible goal.
Grimes goes long. High altitude fly from Showbolt.
Snap from 35, and boy does he love it.
Good for Humphrey. Here's Humphrey to put the Suns 8 points clear.
To take the lead. It never looked like missing.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Near enough is not always good enough, as these two sides can attest. The GWS Giants and Richmond have gone the distance with plenty of sides this season. only to come up short. And while the Tigers are chasing their first win under interim coach Andrew McQualter, the Orange Tsunami swarmed on Geelong last week, providing for their best win under Adam Kingsley's reign, and they have the opportunity to build on that today, back at home under overcast skies here in Sydney. Welcome to Grandstand AFL. My name is Brett Sprigg. It's 14th versus 15th for the first of our two games today, but each of these sides both have had 7 losses, 6 of those each by under 4 goals or less. So we know they can be competitive, and either side will fancy their chances today to turn their season around. Alongside me to call the action, as always, is Daniel Garb. Welcome, Garby.
Good afternoon to you, Brett. Good afternoon wherever you're listening around the nation. Looking forward to this one immensely because it's season on the line stuff for both sides. The Giants have to build on that big win last week at Cardinia Park. The Tigers were billed by many as a potential contender this season. Any hope of making the finals requires a win today. And the Giants can win 3 in a row potentially. They got North Melbourne next week, so it's set up for them nicely. They haven't won back-to-back games all season, though, and they haven't won at home since round 1 against Adelaide. So, yep, they need to get the 4 points today, but we'll wait and see what the Tigers are all about in their second game under Andrew McQualter.
The teams are out there warming up as we speak. No late changes for either side. For the Giants, Harry Himmelberg is back. Out goes James Peatling. Josh Fahey was last week's sub, and he will be the Giants sub this week. Of course, it was his debut last week as well. So 2 games and twice as the sub, Josh Fahey. While for Richmond, Ben Miller is the solo mission from last week's side, which went down to Port by 10 points. Judson Clark, who was last week's sub, comes into the 22, and the sub this afternoon is Noah Cumberland. Our experts are firstly former Sydney Swan and Carlton Blue, Jason Saddington. Hello, Saddo.
Hello, Spriggy. Hello, Garby. And hello, everyone else down the airwaves. This is, well, you mentioned there, Garby, I think 14th v 15th, which normally you wouldn't get too excited about that sort of game of footy, but I reckon we've got a really entertaining game on our hands. And you mentioned it, Spriggy, that it's 2 teams that have been really competitive all year. And what I do like about today's game is probably similar game styles. You know, Adam Kingsley coming to the Giants and implementing a lot of the way Richmond's played over the last couple of years from his tutelage under Damien Hardwick. And while Richmond, you know, they still play a really strong brand of footy. So they're both going to look quite familiar to each other and understand each other's game quite well. So I think we'll see a comfortable game for both teams in terms of what they're facing, but a really entertaining game of footy with 14th v 15th. I'm looking forward to it.
Former Eagle and Swan, Callum Sinclair. Welcome, Cal.
Couldn't agree more, Saddo. I thought your analysis of the pre-game was absolutely spectacular. But, mate, pretty interesting. Why are you laughing at me, mate?
Well, it's just, okay. For full disclosure, Cal's just lobbed because he didn't fill out his car park form and he's trying to talk his way in. So did the whole
I apologise. No, over my entire footy career, I did pride myself on my professionalism and my attention to detail. I did slip, Spriggy. I'm not going to lie. I did slip, but super excited to be here on a Sunday afternoon. Very curious to see what the Tigers bring up today, particularly with Taranto and Hopper, and see if they get any attention.
Well, yeah, Taranto, of course, against his former side. Hopper, of course, injured. But last week, the Giants stunned us all in Toby Green's 200th. 21 tackles inside 50 last week, the Giants. They had a plan to win the ground ball, Saddo, apply the pressure, and it was a very impressive win they're coming off of.
No, they were spectacular last week. Ultra impressive. I haven't seen the Giants consistently play that brand of footy. They were fantastic last week. And you come into this game this week and you go, well, you know, the expectation is they probably should come out now back at home and beat Richmond, who, whilst aren't flying, have been super competitive like we mentioned. But the game's probably there for the Giants to win and back up what they put out in the park last week.
Himmelberg back from concussion for the Giants. Big inclusion for them, Cal.
Mate, talented player, and for more reports, you might be heading over the bridge.
No.
But no, he's absolutely crucial to their lineup. Probably played a little bit more of a Mr. Fix-It role this year. We've seen him stints go into the ruck. He's played a fair bit down back, which is probably where he started his career. But as we all know, we know his goal sense up forward the last probably 2 to 3 seasons. So probably going to be an interesting story about how the Giants kind of handled his situation and where he's best played for the remainder of the year.
Of course, these clubs met in a grand final only a few years ago, 2019. All the old stars are out there. Dustin Martin, Jack Revolt, Trent Cotchin. But one of the new Tigers, you mentioned Tim Taranto, against his former side. How big is today for him?
Oh, it is big, and I can really only draw on probably my own experience in Sato. You're probably the same when you verse your former club, but he's the best and fairest winner at the Giants. So
in that year in 2019 as well.
Exactly right, and we all know the pressure's probably been on this year going to a big Melbourne club, but I'd be very, very surprised if he doesn't cop some sort of some attention. A talented player like that, he's pretty crucial to how they're going this year. So. Yes, they played together, but he's in different colours now, Sato, so I think it'll be full on.
Well, it's an interesting way. It can go two ways, isn't it? You can give him the attention, or you can just actually absolutely leave him alone, and that almost says a little bit more. It's like, we don't actually care what you're doing, mate. And that can hurt you a little bit
it's
more.
It's all well and good to leave him alone, but if he gets a kick,
he'll get plenty no matter what. It's just what he does, Tim Taranto.
And also Adam Kingsley against his former side. So he spent 4 years at Richmond as an assistant coach, part of the premiership in 2020. So he knows a lot about how they play, of course. Can he translate that to his team, and can they execute the plan? That's another big thing to watch today.
Toss won by Dylan Grimes, and the Tigers will kick to the Olympic Stadium end here at Homebush for the first of 2 games today. Coming up later on, Essendon, North Melbourne at Docklands. Of course, your texts are welcome throughout. 0437 774 774. Also, a lot of yellow and black on the outer here at Giant Stadium as well. So a lot of travelling Richmond fans. They tend to get good crowds here. The Tigers, or the Giants, get good crowds here when one of the big Melbourne clubs comes to visit, and that's true of today as well under overcast skies. Speaking of which, Poppy Penny is downstairs for us on the boundary this afternoon. Hello, Poppy. What's it like down there?
Oh, there was a little bit of rain maybe 5 minutes ago, very, very light, and I'm hoping that stays away for the rest of the game. The interchange benches to start: Aaron Cadman for the Giants, Callan Ward, Harry Himmelberg and Callum Brown will start on the bench. And on the bench for the Tigers, Trent Cotchin, Hugo Ralph-Smith, Judson Clark and Marlon Pickett, but very much hoping that rain stays away.
On your Poppy, subs Faye and Cumberland for either side today. Final thoughts, Sato, who do you like?
I think the Giants need to back up what they did last week here at home.
Callum Sinclair?
Completely agree. Giants in 6-goal win.
Sunday afternoon footy here on Grandstand AFL. The alarm of the orange tsunami around Giant Stadium. Here's Daniel Garb on Grandstand AFL.
Former Giant Tim Taranto starting in the middle. Cornelio opposed to him. Briggs and Nankervis go at it off the back of the square. Lockie Whitfield's first to it. Soccers it towards the boundary line. Lloyd and McIntosh will see it over under the lights on the outer wing, but that's been called insufficient intent from Lockie Whitfield. So a free kick to the Tigers, and McIntosh sends them inside 50 for the first time today. Samson Ryan's there. It's punched away from him. Controlled well by Toby Bedford, down to Cornelio. Giants have it on the wing. Tom Green, handball over the top to Lloyd in space. 20 metres further forward to find Toby Green in game 201. 60 out from his own goal. That's a grubber kick inside 50, not his best effort. And the Tigers can rebound through Shea Bolton.
Off to Taranto by hand. Wrapped up by Daniels. Good pressure, and the umpire says holding the ball. So the first pressure act inside 50 for the Giants yields a free kick. It was Tim Taranto, the victim. And a short kick from Daniels finds Tom Green, 45 out on the angle.
That man, Brett Daniels, has had a fantastic season. He was terrific again last week for the Giants against Geelong. Fantastic to see him involved with the tackle there, put the pressure on. Tim Taranto, nervous start perhaps.
Tom Green, 28 disposals against the Cats in that impressive win at Gardenia Park last week. This for a hot start, the best possible start for the Giants. Inside 50 once. And Tom Green on the approach with a set shot, 45-degree angle with that right boot. It's across the face and punched through for a minor score. The first score is a minor one. The Giants one behind. Richmond yet to score through 90 seconds here at Giant Stadium on Grandstand AFL.
Daniel Rioli in game 149 goes short to the right back pocket and finds Dion Prestia. Plays on quickly up the wing. Connor Iden floats across the front of the pack. Excellent last week against the Cats. Iden. Whitfield towards half forward. Halloran scrapping away with Rioli. Ball spills free inside 50 for the Giants. Strong tackle on Grimes by Cornelio. And we'll have a ball up. 48 out from the Giants attacking goal.
Iden's got the match up on Dustin Martin today.
Umpire wastes no time, and Curvis goes at it there with Briggs. Briggs follows up at ground level into the back of one of those Tigers. The umpire says holding the ball again. Underneath all of that was Prestia. He was enveloped by Briggs and kept the ball in, so the umpire will say it's a Giants free kick. This time 45-degree angle to the left-hand side.
Going to be a big couple of weeks for Kieran Briggs. Probably hasn't exactly got the opportunity he would have liked, Sato, at the start of the year. Probably been in the list for a number of years now, but with Prussy's injuries rose and where Flynn's at, he really needs to grab these opportunities, and none bigger than this shot in front of goal in the first quarter.
Pennant Hills product locally here, Kieran Briggs. From 48, let's fly, and it's missing to the left-hand side. The Giants with a couple of behinds. Richmond yet to score. 3 gone here in the opening term on ABC Sport. This is Grandstand AFL.
It's a fascinating one, Sado. He's just a little bit undersized for a ruckman, but can compete quite well.
Yep. He's played well the last 2 weeks, Kieran Briggs. Realdi goes short to Jaden Short. He sends the Tigers up the wing, but watching it closely is Jack Buckley, who is stepping up this season in the absence of Sam Taylor back there for the Giants. Playing some impressive football, marks it on the wing. Giants go inside attacking 50 again. Off hands, Broad with the new 2-year contract. The chief spoiler there. Picked up by Dustin Martin. His first possession. Right half back for the Tigers, and Jack Ross runs out of room. Boundary throw-in, 55 out from the Giants attacking goals. The Giants 2 behinds, Richmond yet to score. We've gone 3.5 minutes in the first quarter.
Nathan Broad's not coming to West Coast now.
No, so held out for an offer he liked from Richmond and signed on at 30 years of age.
You know what, fair enough. Back in it comes. And Curvis up in front, wins it to the outside. Shea Bolton keeps it alive. Does he? No, he slips on that sort of newly laid bit of turf on this half-forward area.
I think it might be a tough couple of years in his 30s to go to West Coast.
Fair point, yeah. Giants with the first couple of points of the afternoon here. Umpire heaves it back in. Briggs and Nankervis. Both rucks missed it. Broad follows up here at ground level. Hand pass here off to Short to Taranto against his former side. Kicks up the western side. Winning the leap up there was Revolt. Put his knees into the back of Buckley. Gives away the free kick. Advantage paid here for Iden of the Giants. There's a weighted pass by foot as well here as the hand pass comes from Whitfield. Linking up here, Ash to Finn Callahan. Goes inside 50 in the corridor. It was a little too wide now for Hogan. Second bite reeled in down there by Tyler Young, and the Tigers can rebound.
Oh, well done by Young. Won that contest against Hogan, and then finds Ryan Mansell on the wing on his own. Took a little while to pick the ball up. Eventually found some space. Over the head of Dustin Martin, though. Buckley was watching him closely. Just outside defensive 50 for the Giants. Buckley's handball finds Ash, but his kick misses its desired target, and Nankervis has collected it on the wing. Kicks Richmond deep into attack. That's a push in the back, surely from Rewalt. Nothing called from the umpire. They're very liberal with that these days. Martin and Iden trying to get hands on the football. Eventually Prestia takes it out. It's almost as if pushing the back has gone out of the game completely at the moment.
I can't keep up. We want to see more 1,000-goal scorers, don't we? That's part of the idea. Giants 2 behinds. Richmond yet to score. It's a stoppage inside 50 here for the visitors. And back in it comes, and Curvis palms it down. Gave a shove on his teammate there, Taranto, unknowingly, as Martin to Shea Bolton. Sends it across the face of goal at the back. Revolts. Takes a strong overhead grab. Got separation on Buckley, and he'll take his set shot from the top of the goal square.
Wasn't that well read by Rewalt there? That ball was floating. It was going everywhere. It was swinging left, swinging right. But just his ability to be patient with his body work. Has a set shot. He's on 25 directly in front. I'm sure he'll kick this Saturday.
771 goals for Richmond, Jack Revolt. He's 7 behind Kevin Bartlett there, who's 3rd all time. And here he is for 7-7-2. Makes the goal umpire work. But the Tigers have their first and the first of the afternoon. They're 1 straight 6. The Giants 2 behind. 6.5 played in the opening quarter here on Grandstand AFL.
Well, he sure did kick it, Cal. He did make the umpire work, like you said, Spriggy, but he did read that ball fantastically well. Jack Buckley just lost touch on Rewalt. He just had enough out the back. He read it better, and he took the nice easy mark just over the back of Jack Buckley. Jack Buckley, we did mention he has had a really good season since Sam Taylor did go down. A player that came probably back into the team much earlier than they wanted to after missing a year and a half from his ACL. So he has done a fantastic job, but he did lose touch with Jack Rewalt on that occasion.
Good start from the Tigers legend in Jack Rewalt. 14th all-time on the AFL goal-kicking list. Kevin Bartlett occupies position 13 as well. So he's got both those marks in sight. 3rd for the Tigers all-time, 13th for the AFL all-time as Briggs wins it down cleanly to Tom Green. He couldn't collect it though. Trent Cotchin did. To centre-half forward he goes for the Tigers. Gathered there by Perryman to Camilio, and now Lockie Keefe transfers the football out to the outer wing, and Callum Brown on a lead takes an excellent mark. Full stretch and at full pace, the Irishman.
He has played down back the last few weeks, but looks like he's up forward so far today.
Goes short to Ward and then to centre-half forward. He finds the big ruckman in Briggs. He goes down the corridor, and O'Halloran marks on the lead.
has been a goal kicker this year for the Giants, O'Halloran.
Plays on quickly again, looking for Toby Green. The Tigers defence read that well, though, and cut across. The handball from Ralph Smith, though, is picked off by Callahan. Daniels soccers it off the ground. Coming out to meet it is Jesse Hogan. Handball over his shoulder in the forward pocket. Now here's Toby Green. Finds some space, but he's caught by Cochin. Ball spills free, and the Tigers can rebound. Taranto to Rewalt. He couldn't mark. Callan Ward swoops, and he spotted up Cornelio at centre-half forward.
One force good runner goes. Cornelio goes inside 50. Finn Callahan marks 45 out top of the arc. So they settle things down for a second, the Giants.
I think Richmond need to be a little bit concerned about the corridor. Giants are kind of coming in far too easy. I saw Kieran Briggs take a mark in the middle of the ground. He was literally standing there for about 15 seconds on his own.
Finn Callahan, the rising star nom from round 7. He goes short to find Cornelio. Just pulled the kick short. Cornelio's much closer within range. And again, directly in front, he'd say 45 out.
So this would be a test for Cox, though, kicking from 50. I'd almost prefer Finn Callahan from 52.
Didn't back himself in.
I think the leadership might have stared him in the eye saying, mate, get me into the game.
Kick it to me.
Former captain Stephen Cornelio will kick from right on the paint of 50. Goes close to the man on the mark, which was Dustin Martin, and he misses to the right-hand side. The Giants keep peppering away. 3 behinds. Richmond have the only goal so far. 9.5 play in the opening term.
5 disposals for Cornelio now. The early part of the game as Grimes sends the Tigers up the wing. Lockie Keefe is there with Marlon Pickett. Taranto roved it. Handball over the top is picked up by Iden. You can see his confidence now after that big game against Geelong. Finds space. Gets it to Callahan and then Perryman. The Tigers win it back. Here's Dusty looking to get hands on the football. Does. Comes away with it cleanly. Good pressure, though, from the Giants, and Ash to win it back. The kick over the top finds Hugo Ralph Smith at half-back for the Tigers. Rioli's little handball to Dusty. And he goes laterally to try and open things up. Puts it out in front of Tyler Young. He runs onto the football. Cadman chasing. Handball to Broad and further forward now to McIntosh. Gets around Connor Iden and kicks the Tigers into attack. Keefe is there spoiling. Now Lockie Ash for the Giants. Right back pocket. 1-2 handball with Himmelberg and eventually takes it over. Boundary throw it in attack for the Tigers, and some fluid football here at Giants Stadium. Richmond are 1 straight 6. The Giants 3 behinds.
You can see the contest work. Both teams, when they're under pressure, they just fire that forward handball good 10 metres to try and clear the congestion, at least get the ball moving forward.
All thrown back in. Briggs and Nankervis again. Missed Lockie Ash. Himmelberg's hand pass. It's a free kick here going Richmond's way for a hold. And it looks like it will go the way of Tim Taranto. So Taranto will take his set shot from 25 out on the 45-degree angle.
A proven goal kicker, Tim Taranto, too. I mean, he kicked a few last week, but even his career at the Giants, he was always good for plenty of possessions in the midfield, but kicking a goal. And I guess on that occasion, I think it was Cal Ward, perhaps, just knew the danger of Taranto around the contest. So a bit too much pressure on him, knowing that he's very dangerous if he does get the ball from a stoppage.
Had a day out last week. 33 disposals, 4 goals, 1 against Port in that game last week. Tim Taranto against his former side. Makes no mistake. The Tigers have their second. 2 straight 12. The Giants 3 behinds. 12 gone opening term grandstand AFL.
Nothing better than kicking a snag against your old mob, particularly early in the game. It'll do wonders for his confidence. So you saw the Richmond players fully get around him. I think every player on the ground, Sato, got around him after that.
I was expecting more of a bit of a fist pump over the top celebration, but he was pretty cool, calm and collected after slotting it, wasn't he? Maybe he knows there's bigger things in store today for himself.
The old world football situation. Don't celebrate against your former club, potentially.
I will say the one beauty of having, I guess, lower crowds at a ground like this is the boos aren't quite as loud. There were a few sort of pockets of boos coming.
Richmond supporters are outweighing Giants, mate.
I think you're quite right.
He started well, Tim Taranto. 4 disposals, 3 of those contested. And now a goal to go with Jack Rewalt's goal for Richmond. They are 2 straight 12. The Giants 3 behinds. 12 minutes gone in the first quarter. Cullen Ward knocks it back to Cornelio. Well done by Prestia to win it back for the Tigers and finds Rewalt on the lead. He kicks straight down the corridor. Prestia to Rewalt. Didn't break stride. And he'll kick from 35 out directly in front, the Tigers champ.
Tell you what, I wouldn't want to be the Giants midfield stoppage coach there, coming straight out the front of the centre bounce. literally lace out straight down Jack Rewald's throat. Terrific kick there by Darren Prestia, but tell you what, the Giants will be reviewing that one Monday.
11 times the leading goal kicker at Richmond. Jack Riewoldt, for his second of the game, has got it, and he's pumped up the veteran. And all of a sudden, he only needs 5 more goals to reach Kevin Bartlett, third all-time for the Tigers and 13th all-time in the AFL. Riewoldt has 2. The Tigers have 3. They're 3 straight 18. GWS 3 behinds.
You're correct there, Cal. I mean, clearances, Richmond 5-2, the Giants. And I just think there's been a couple of occasions now Richmond have been able to walk out of a stoppage. Even if Giants have got first hand on it, their pressure has been really good to cause that quick turnover and then get the handball released to the free player. And on that occasion, that's exactly what happened. He impressed. He was then free out the front to collect the ball and hit up nicely on Riewoldt. But definitely got on top in the middle at the moment, the Tigers.
Voice of Jason Saddington and Callum Sinclair, our experts on Grandstand AFL. Just like that, Richmond with the first 3 goals are out by 15 points. Samson Ryan in the ruck here against Jake Riccardi. There you go, one down to Taranto. Couldn't get a boot to it under pressure from Tom Green. Green's hand pass wasted though to Prestia as Ryan goes 4-50 here for the Tigers, and Pickett leaps up, makes a strong grab. Got separation on Lockie Keefe and tumbles to ground here. He's 45 out on the 45-degree angle.
Can we just discuss Samson Ryan's lace-out kick from the centre bounce there?
Well, you wouldn't be surprised at a ruckman.
Absolutely not. I thought it was absolutely.
That's why you want to talk about it.
Marlon Pickett debuted in that grand final back in 2019, of course, against the Giants. He sprays it left here. Up they go at the behind post. Still alive. Baker for Richmond, brought to ground. Still alive also, Judson Clark was in there as well. The Giants look to rebound, and it's ricochets out of bounds here for a throw-in. 25 around from that left behind post at the left forward pocket for Richmond. 3 straight 18 the Tigers. The Giants are 3 behinds. 15 gone here in the opening term.
Even going back to that centre bounce, the Giants are getting too offensive at it. And again, Samson Ryan was a free player out the front.
Excellent tap from Ryan down to Baker. Dustin Martin trying to get boot to ball. Angwin's there for GWS. He's tackled well inside his own defensive 50 by Jack Ross. Ball up in attack for Richmond, who have started superbly. 3 straight 18. The Giants under pressure. Samson Ryan slaps it towards his own attacking goal, picked up there by Himmelberg, and ball wide to Angwin. There's been a whistle on the play, and it's a free kick to GWS for some afters on Harry Himmelberg. Just in front of his own defensive goal square. Goes out to right half back. Coming out to meet it is Callum Brown. A couple of nice marks on that wing. And the Irishman in the bright blue boots.
Yeah, again, has been used back, but with Himmelberg back in the team, they've decided to throw him forward and play Himmelberg back. It'd be interesting to see if that switches throughout the game.
Up the wing he goes. Strong towering mark taken by Samson Ronald. It's a free kick, though, going for the block on Jake Riccardi. So it's a Giants ball on the southeastern wing of Giants Stadium. Richmond by 15 points. Sorry,
Riccardi get on the scoreboard last week, kicked 3 goals for the Giants.
Long time since I saw Riccardi kicking goals in at Geelong. As his ball's turned over to hit a bolter at left half back. Goes back inside defensive 50.
Wasn't he a great player, Peter Riccardi?
Oh, yeah. All to play on here is short. Rebounds the footy again towards the outer wing for McIntosh. The lad from Pinjarra. Well, he's an old lad now as far as footy goes. Broad, fellow West Aussie, marks on the outer wing here for the Tigers, lead by 15 points.
Broad kicks the Tigers deep into attack. It's a spiralling kick, though. It wasn't clean, but it's somehow marked down there. The contest with Jack Buckley. He's been grabbed again by Jack Riewoldt.
Terrific mark.
What a start to the game from the veteran.
It's a tactic. Kick the floaters in, and Riewoldt's the one that'll read it better and take the mark, Cal.
Mate, his confidence would be sky high at the moment. But, I spoke about it before, but looking at his body work now, it's just... he reads it so well when it comes inside 50. And fair to say, Richmond aren't probably renowned for their quality kicks inside 50. So he's... terrific start to the day.
It's 40 out, slightly worse than a 45-degree angle. Jack Riewoldt looking for his 3rd goal of the game. That one is pulled to the near side. So 2-1 for Jack Riewoldt.
Sign him up.
Richmond 3-1-19. The Giants 3 behinds.
The old head, isn't it? It's amazing.
Yeah.
Just that understanding of the game and the confidence in what you do.
Himmelberg playing in defence today, which makes sense given Riccardi's back in the side the past couple of weeks. Himmelberg back in the side this afternoon. Kicks to the outer side. Off hands. Gathering here. Bolter breaks the tackle of Ward. Drops the football though. Still alive now for Baker off half forward. Runs straight into Callan Ward again. This is a trickle ball inside forward 50, and it's just socket out of bounds for a throw-in. Revolt gets to his feet, throws it back to the boundary umpire. So another stoppage inside 50 here for Richmond, who lead 3-1-19 to 3 behinds. 18 gone here in the opening term, the first of 2 games today. Essendon North coming up later at Docklands.
Good signs early on for Andrew McWalter in his second game as Richmond interim coach. Isn't this guy talented? Samson Ryan picks it out of the ruck. Flying shot at goal on the snap, through for a behind. But every time he touches the ball, Samson Ryan, something seems to happen. He's very clean, isn't he?
It's a concern for the Giants at the moment. They're having too much influence at stoppages, particularly in the forward half. We saw that great tap to Dusty, and now Samson Ryan again getting his hand to it.
Himmelberg kicking out again here. Looks back to that southeastern side of Giants Stadium, long beyond defensive 50. Big 2-on-2. Big fly up there from Hogan. Taranto, though, loose football. Hand pass in close quarters to McIntosh. Tumbles his kick down the line. It goes out of bounds right near the junction of 50 at a half forward for Richmond.
It will be an early test for Adam Kingsley tactically. So Riccardi is the backup of the second ruckman, and he's the one up against Samson Ryan at the moment, who is already having some influence. So do you go, well, Himmelberg's our better backup ruckman to do that. He needs to go forward and Callum Brown goes back. We'll see how long they do allow Samson Ryan to have some impact.
He's dominating Riccardi in the ruck at the moment. Palms that one down to Taranto, off hands to Shea Bolton. Good smother on the kick from Whitfield. Goes back inside 50 though for the Tigers, and is marked by Ryan Mansell. Sliding down. He has marked it directly in front. 20 metres out, a chance for the Tigers to put their 4th through in the first quarter.
They're putting their defenders under a whole lot of pressure, the Giants are. Richmond are just too influential at those stoppages. Once again, Riccardi hasn't got as much ruck experience as what probably Samson and Nankervis has done, so need a bit of contest in there.
Ryan Mansell converts Richmond's 4th. A hot start from the Tigers here at Giants Stadium. They are 4-2-26, a big jump on the Giants, who are 3 behinds, 20 minutes gone in the first quarter. Some concerns for Adam Kingsley and his team.
And I was going to make the point, Sato, as a defender, there's not really too much you can do there when it's going to come in that quick. That quick and fast, particularly from a stoppage. You've generally got all 18 players set up in some sort of defensive manner, but the contest between Samson and Riccardi just then, I think Samson's height and probably that ruck experience is just that's why Briggs is now being brought back in.
Yep. It's a couple of the kicks that have gone in too from Richmond from stoppage, like you mentioned. There aren't clean kicks all the time, but they're ugly kicks, and you can't defend those. So definite concerns for the Giants. Great win for Richmond at the moment in terms of clearance.
Well, they just hit time on in the opening term. 23-point lead Richmond's way. Up they go again. Nankervis down to Martin, dispossessed. Finn Callaghan sends the Giants forward of halfway. Green running start, couldn't reel it in. Broad can rebound now by hand to Prestia. Under pressure from Green, gets it away though. Daniel Rioli pats it away on the wing now. Baker comes inboard to find Ralph Smith. That mullet flowing in the breeze. Off to Shea Bolton. He lets fly from 50. It's wobbling its way to the goal line. It's off target for a minor score. Richmond again go coast to coast quickly and impressively, and they have 4-3-27. The Giants just the 3 behinds, 21 gone in the opening quarter.
Struggling to get hands on the football and control of the game. The Giants, Himmelberg out to the wing. Cadman's there, it's spoiled away from him. Tom Green puts his head over the football. Jack Graham tackles him. So just can't control possession at all at the moment, GWS.
No, they cannot. I mean, they're not winning at the source, and that's the problem. Another stoppage here. Generally, the Tigers are winning this. Giants need to at least shut it down.
When the game gets chaotic, we know Richmond love that style. Halloran tracking it back, gets hands on the footy on the wing. Handball to Ward. Finally some space for the Giants. A centre-half back through Lockie Ash. Just pokes it over the top to Bedford. He was very clever in his possession to get it to Callaghan. 55 out, drives it to the top of the square, and it's marked by Riccardi. That's been a movement from GWS. Riccardi will kick from directly in front, 7 metres out.
And I reckon this is what Riccardi has to be today. He needs to be that anchor. Let's be honest, though, I think Giants are crying out for a key forward and a bit of presence down there at the moment. Jesse Hogan's had a great couple of seasons, but probably been left to his own too much. He just needs someone else down there. So fingers crossed Riccardi can be the guy for them.
Riccardi sparked his season with 3 goals last week. He's got the first of the game for the Giants. They needed that badly. They are 1-3-9. Richmond 4-3-27. 22 and a half minutes gone in the first quarter here at Giants Stadium.
And I mean, honestly, that's what Jake Riccardi does best. The closer to goal he is, the better a player he is. He marks the footy well, he presents at the footy well, and he's a clean kick of the football. He was drafted from Werribee as a strong marking, goal-kicking forward. The flirtatious element at the moment with him as a second-string ruck, I don't know if it's the right way for the Giants to go. I reckon Himmelberg is their next best ruck, and if it was me, I know it's only early in the game, I would be having Himmelberg play as a forward, second hit ruck, and Cal Brown move back.
I like the use of flirtatious in that bit of analysis there, Sato. I wasn't expecting that word to make an appearance. 18
Probably didn't
points.
even make sense.
No, it kind of did. 18
points. Went over my head, mate.
Near perfect bounce. Up goes Nankervis. The Tigers co-captain down to Prestia, off to Bolton. Clearance goes the Tigers' way again. Inside forward, 50. Martin bounced off his chest. Pressure from Buckley. Hand pass away from Baker was impressive to Pickett. Top of the square now, and it's popped through by Mansell. No, it was touched. Touched off the boot. And it's a minor score only for Richmond. But of course they'll review this, because why not? We're pretty sure it's 4-4-28 to 1-3-9, but we'll go upstairs and make sure.
Lockie Keefe with the touch, and if that was successful, pretty impressive defensive work.
Yeah, the goal umpire was really confident, was he? Straight away he's called touch.
You can see deviation as soon as it comes off Mansell's boot. So there should be no... Just to be safe, though, we'll spend 3.5 minutes looking at this.
Well, we can talk about... I was looking at Cal Sinclair when I mentioned flirtatious, by the way. give me the eye.
Pretty quick score review, by the way. We can see that it's touched, and I think we've just got confirmation on the big screen as well that it will be a minor score for Richmond. So they increase their lead only by 1, and it will be 4-4 plays 1-3, 25 minutes having elapsed in the first term.
Well done by Lockie Keefe in for his second game of the season. Solid against the Cats at Kardinia Park last week in that impressive victory from GWS. Stopped a certain goal there. Lockie Whitfield brings the ball back into play. Right back pocket, drives it up the wing. Coming out to mid, it is Riccardi off his chest. Falls the way of Tom Green. Handball from short, though, is blocked by the Giants. Now, Toby Green is caught high. Free kick for him on the wing. Goes inboard to the corridor and finds Lockie Keefe. They love doing this now, the Giants. Ward's running off Keefe, and he's spotted up Callum Brown on a lead. 55 out. Straight in front.
He's got the leg. Callum Brown, he's a beautiful long kick. No problem with the distance here. He will be kicking from almost the point of the square, but I'm pretty confident he's got the leg.
It's a key part of the Adam Kingsley game plan. When they get the chance, hit the corridor straight away, open things up. Allowed them to manufacture the last goal for Jake Riccardi. Callum Brown make it 2 in a row for the Giants. It is a roost and a half. And it is through. The Irishman. Doesn't he have a leg on him? Beautiful effort from Callum Brown. And the Giants with 2 in a row. They are 2-3-15. Richmond 4-4-28 late stages of the first quarter.
He has been a good target, though, coming out of the forward line so far in this quarter. Callum Brown, I think it might be his third mark. Look, we mentioned he has played back the past few weeks. On his debut, he did kick 4 goals against the Hawks up here and in the wet. Callum Brown, so he's unbelievable talent both ways. He's super quick, super powerful, and as we saw there, I mean, his leg, unbelievable, from 60, 65 to just slot that straight through the middle. He's taken a few years to find his feet in the AFL system, and he's really starting to blossom now, and a great find for them out of Ireland.
Only his 7th career goal, as you say, but 4 in the one game. Callum Brown early on. Margin back to 13 points the Tigers' way. Restart back in the middle. Briggs wins it down, clears a path for Tom Green. They go forward of halfway through Cornelio. Tumbles it to half forward. It's rebounded though by Rioli for the Tigers. Off to Bolton. And now Jaden Short. Sends a short kick to Prestia. Just went the required 15. Now he plays on Prestia to find Bolter on the back edge of the square. Richmond surge their way forward now as his kick comes on the angle out to Ralph Smith on the wing.
Ralph Smith assesses his options, goes short and finds Dustin Martin. Just goes to 15 metres. Connor Ryden with the job on him. Martin plays on quickly. It's up Jaden Short. The Tigers happy to chip it around at centre half forward. Now it's with Prestia. All of the Giants back deep in their own defensive 50. So Prestia will have to pop this up into the pocket. Looking for the lead of Rewalt. Lloyd cuts across him. Whitfield gets the handball free. Taranto picked it off his former teammate, but he is swooped upon by Perryman and Cornelio. Ball up inside attacking 50 for the Tigers.
Meanwhile, Toby Green is down on his haunches in back play as well, so we'll keep an eye on him as the Giants bring it away from the stoppage. Ash was run down by Pickett. The umpire says, yep, tackler rewarded. Pickett will take a set shot from 40 out, slightly left of centre.
Well, it was Tom Green gave the handball across to Ash. It's probably one too many. He could have just taken some ground and kicked the ball out to the wing himself, but just used that one extra handball into Lockie Ash, who was quickly run down by Pickett. Great pressure from behind from the Tigers.
I don't know what happened structurally there. Every Giants player was very, very sucked up. He didn't have anywhere to go. He had no one to kick to, so...
Pickett's second attempt at goal in this game so far. Late in the first quarter, he makes no mistake this time. He's on the board for his first major. 5-4-34 Richmond. The Giants are 2-3-15. 28.5 minutes played in this first term at Giants Stadium on Grandstand AFL.
I think that passage of play there would be something to review by the coaching staff. I don't know what happened structurally. It seemed like all 18 players were very, very close into that Richmond inside 50. But as soon as the Giants got the ball, they had a bit of momentum. They look up, no one's there. They've got no one to kick to. Hence, I'll say it again. There was obviously a structural problem, but they need to have some anchors out there in the wing. So when they are under pressure, give the ball a bit of height and allow some guys to go to work one-on-one.
Well, it gives the oppo forwards an opportunity to chase down and tackle like that, doesn't it? Because the kickers coming out of the defensive 50 aren't confident to go anywhere because the forwards haven't set up like you mentioned, Cal.
Richmond by 19 points. 29 minutes gone in the first term. Grandstand AFL. Kieran Briggs with a big jump. The knock over his shoulder for Brent Daniels. Does the roving, kicks GWS into attack. Fisted away from Hogan. Bedford is roving though. Handball over the top to Callahan. Can't find space. Got the hands free though to get it back to Bedford. His kick was smothered. Spills the way of Briggs. Nankervis with a bump on him. That was legal. Bedford's in there again with his third possession in quick succession. Wrapped up well though by Dylan Grimes. It's fast and frantic football. Ball up inside attacking 50 for the Giants.
Approaching the half-hour mark of the opening quarter here. Richmond by 19. Cleared away here by Jack Graham. High ball taken by Shea Bolton. He slips a tackle, plays on quickly. Draws the player. Hand pass off out wide here to Judson Clark. Finds Ross now at the point of 50. Bolton kept running, gets back and leads into the pocket and takes a simple mark. 25 out, slightly right of centre.
That's another coach killer, Sato. That quick kick and just probably the courage from Jai Bolton to run back with the flight. I don't know what Giants were doing defensively there to allow him to play on, but he kept running another 150 metres, and what a superstar.
I don't mean to pick on. I don't want to pick on you, Cal, but you did say Jai Bolton, the centre medalist from W.
Shea. Sorry, Shea.
Just switch on, mate. Right? Here's Shea Bolton, 45-degree angle. Will take his kick from 25 here to continue Richmond's onslaught in this first quarter at Giants Stadium. He pops it through. Richmond have 6 in the opening term, and they're out to a game-high 25-point lead as we approach quarter time.
Michael Bolton did a great job there. I think you understood where I'm coming from there, Saturday. It was a terrific passage of play, and what a superstar.
No, it was Shea Bolton. He's come from almost a stoppage here at half-back. The quick kick was popped up. Now, he was the one with the courage to run that 15 metres to take that high ball. Dish off the hand pass in the centre of the ground and then keep pushing hard forward. And it was just enough for Jack Ross to then still hold and wait for Shea Bolton to get inside 50 and take the mark. Work ethic, unbelievable. And I'm sure Adam Kingsley will be looking at where's he come from and who's he run past to get that ball. And there's probably a couple of Giants players that he's gone through.
In the second game of the post-Damien Hardwick era at Richmond, they lead by 25 points nearing quarter time. They're at Giants Stadium. Cornelio pokes it out to the wing with his toe. Jack Ross is there. Handball to Martin. Lost the handle on it. Here's Brent Daniels. A chance for the Giants late to get something going. Hogan looks for Bedford. Time ticking down. Snaps on goal. Over the head of Rao Smith. And it's through.
Hit the post.
Just hit the post. The Giants denied by the padding on the woodwork for a quarter-time goal. Richmond lead by 24 points at the first break. A hot start from the interim coach Andrew McWalter and his side.
Hot start for Jack Riewoldt too. He has a couple of goals, singles to Taranto, Bolton, Mansell and Pickett for the Tigers, while for the Giants, majors to Jake Riccardi and a long bomb from Callum Brown as well in that opening quarter. 6-4-40 Richmond plays GWS 2-4-16. We have you listening across ABC Radio, News Radio and the ABC Listen app. This is Grandstand AFL.
For extreme entertainment, stream comedy whenever you like on ABC iView. That's so cool. Extreme feel-goods with Ghosts, Ronnie Cheng International Student and Summer Love.
Never hold back, kids.
Extreme funnies from the Melbourne International Comedy Festival.
That means a lot.
And extreme good times with Starstruck, Peep Show and Fisk.
Why would you say that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's Extreme Comedy Gold.
So cool.
And you can stream it all for free on ABC iView. Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Martin to Shea Bolton. Sends it across the face of goal at the back. Riewoldt takes a strong overhead grab. Got separation on Buckley and will take his set shot from the top of the goal square. And here he is for 7-7-2. Makes the goal umpire work. But the Tigers have their first and the first of the afternoon. So a free kick here going Richmond's way for a hold. Tim Taranto against his former side. Makes no mistake. The Tigers have their second.
Shea Bolton, good smother on the kick from Whitfield. Goes back inside 50 though for the Tigers and is marked by Ryan Mansell.
Need a bit of contest in there.
Ryan Mansell converts Richmond's fourth. A hot start from the Tigers here at Giant Stadium. Callaghan, 55 out, drives it to the top of the square and it's marked by Riccardi. Riccardi sparked his season with 3 goals last week. He's got the first of the game for the Giants. They needed that badly.
Clark finds Ross now at the point of 50. Bolton kept running, gets back and leads into the pocket and takes a simple mark, 25 out, slightly right of centre. To continue Richmond's onslaught in this first quarter at Giant Stadium, he pops it through.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Impressive start for Andrew McWalter's Richmond at Giant Stadium. The Tigers are 6-4-40. Greater Western Sydney, the Giants are 2-4-16. Margin 24 here at quarter time on Grandstand AFL. Brett Sprigg alongside Daniel Garb to call the action. Poppy Penny on the boundary, down to her shortly. Your text welcome 0437 774 774. G'day team. Shout out to Giants cheer squad member Michael Shalito, but no wishes of best luck to his team. Go Tigers and regards the Traralgon Tiger. Yeah. Thank you, Traralgon Tiger, one of our regular correspondents, and Michael Shalito, best known for his headband that he wears when he sort of holds up all the banners and things behind the goals at Giants games. It's actually a green headband. You'd think it'd be orange, but I think it's an old sort of sponsors thing from way back. But probably the most famous Giants fan, Michael Shalito. But thank you for the shout out, Traralgon Tiger. 0437 774 774. While we get the analysis of the first quarter from our experts, Jason Saddington and Callum Sinclair.
Well, I think we saw the Tigers do a bit of a muscle flex through that quarter to say, hey, don't write us off. Everyone's starting to write us off a little bit. And probably led by a couple of the old firm. And Dustin Martin's had the 8 touches through the first quarter, but more importantly, Jack Riewoldt with a couple of goals to wind back the clock a touch. Richmond, you mentioned it, Cal, they just got some domination around the stoppage, around the clearance work. They lead the clearances 12-8, which isn't a huge number, but it's probably been the way in which they've done it. There's been some clean exits from stoppage. And even in the front half, when they've won the ball at the stoppage, some quick kicks that have floated in, they've been able to mark the ball and get shots on goal. So probably the key to Richmond through that quarter and why they do have this handy lead is the stoppage work. And we did see it especially when Samson Ryan went in there, mainly up against Jake Riccardi, the second stringer, that they really got on top through the middle. But the Tigers midfield getting the job done, and that's why they have this lead.
No, I completely agree. I think if you're a Giants coaching staff or you're a Giants team player at the moment, you'd be focusing very heavily on your source work. I think Riccardi is going to be an interesting one, whether or not Richmond have actually gone in with a plan there to kind of expose him at stoppages. But just seeing Richmond kick that ball really quick and direct with no real method to it, but what it does do is bring those Giants defenders under some real pressure. But Echo your words, mate. The class of Jack Rewell, particularly aerially, I thought was superb. Shea Bolton, not Jai Spriggy.
Yep.
Shea Bolton was absolutely terrific, particularly the back end of that quarter. But you kind of felt like the Giants, particularly at the back, they had patches of that quarter where they kind of came in and offered a bit of fight back, but their entries inside 50 are a little bit too shallow. That's why I think this is Riccardi's opportunity today, along with Hogan. They need to go a little bit more deeper and direct, because I felt like Richmond it was too easy for them to rebound and come through the middle of the ground.
Just off the SMS quickly, it's McQualter. If Mini wins today, he's off to a better start than Demo, who didn't win a game for his first 9 games of his tenure. And when is Thompson Dow going to get a game? Asked Rach from Ballarat. Well, he was held over today from the VFL. Didn't play in the VFL, Thompson Dow, so a bit like his brother Paddy at Carlton, getting closer and closer. You'd think. Daniel Garb, a few numbers to quarter time.
Yeah, so Shea Bolton, 8 disposals, 5 score involvements, 2 inside 50s and a goal. Dustin Martin with 8, Dion Prestia 8 possessions as well. Jesse Hogan, just the 2 disposals in the first quarter. He's been well held at the start of this game.
Second term underway. Here we go. Briggs wins it down. Race on foot there. Ward v Cochin. 2 veterans go at it, and Cochin gets there first. Ward collects him, or ball up again. Poppy Penny on the boundary. Toby Green saw out the first term. He's still out there, but looked in discomfort sometime in that first quarter.
Yeah, he had a physio come over to him during that first quarter. He sort of basically ran away from him, waved him away. He started this term on the ground, but he was talking to medical staff at quarter time, but he looks to be fine.
Green wrapped up down there by Prestia, holding the ball, says the umpire. So a free kick going Richmond's way. From right on halfway, the Tigers by 24 points.
Possession number 9 for Dion Prestia is a handball for the on-running Noah Bolter. Sends the Tigers deep into attack. Over the head of the pack, it bounces up nicely for Judson Clark. His handball looking for McIntosh in a slightly better position. Went over his head, swooped upon by O'Halloran. And that's an excellent handball to Lockie Whitfield, running off from half-back. Up to half-forward the Tigers go. Toby Green leapt at it. An advantage is paid. It was a free kick to Toby Green. Brent Daniels centres it and finds Jesse Hogan. Well, I thought it might be a free kick against Toby Green for an unrealistic attempt. He got a free kick for the push. Brent Daniels took the advantage, could have had a shot at goal, but spotted up Jesse Hogan directly in front, 15 metres out.
It was quite strange. Richmond had the ball in their forward pocket, and they sort of threw their handball back 20 metres over the top of a teammate's player, and it went straight to Xavier O'Halloran, was able to send him forward.
10 marks last week, Jesse Hogan. A slow start to this game, and he's hit the post from directly in front. Well, his goal kicking is becoming an issue. He's presenting an excellent target for the Giants inside 50, but he's starting to get the Harry Mackay-style yips, perhaps. That is a poor miss. The Giants 2-5-17, Richmond 6-4-40.
Goalless last week for the first time since round 4, Jesse Hogan. Jaden Short kicks out, long ball to the outer wing now. Himmelberg sends it back from whence it came. Inside 50, Cadman reaching for it now. Short is out the back here for the Tigers to gather and find McIntosh in the left back pocket. McIntosh just chips beyond defensive 50 for Bolter.
That was a big missed opportunity. I mean, Jesse Hogan obviously should have kicked the goal, but even Brent Daniels, before he passed it off, was in great position to kick the goal. They really should have had one on the board.
Bolter comes broadcast side. It's intercepted though by Lockie Ash at right half back here for the Giants. And the Tigers keep a 23-point lead.
Ash goes short to Callan Ward in game 281. To centre half forward is brilliant to find Tom Green. And he kicks the Giants deep into attack. Hogan's underneath it, so is Cadman. Well done by Dylan Grimes. The veteran, the co-captain, up against kid in his first season, the #1 draft pick in Aaron Cadman, and he had too much muscle and nous, and he's marked it.
Chip pass. Puts Prestia under pressure. Briggs. Broad goes to gather again. Prestia run down from behind by Callahan this time. Loose ball gathered by McIntosh, and he can just thump it beyond defensive 50 again here for Richmond. Out there with 2-on-1. Dustin Martin drops the mark. Hand pass off here to Samson Ryan. Good kick here as well for Baker. Going inside 50. Revolts all by himself pretty much. 40 out. Goes closer to home. Running all the way back. Top of the square. And will settle things down. Graham just controls it. Only 5 metres out from that goal line here, and a sure goal coming up here for the visitors again.
I thought Samson Ryan's composure there, particularly in traffic, was actually quite good for a guy that's 6'10". The easiest thing in that situation to do is panic, kick the ball long.
Graham on the approach. The recent 100 gamer makes no mistake. And the Tigers begin this second term just as they played the first quarter. 7-4-46, out to a game-high 29-point lead now. The Giants are stuck on 2-5-17, 4-goal second-term grandstand AFL.
I think you'd agree, Stato. The easiest thing that he could do, particularly as a big fella, probably not as confident with his skills as many other players in the competition, but terrific composure there, just to be calm and just lower his eyes. And what they actually did was just draw up the Giants defenders, make them a little bit uncomfortable, and you just saw 2 overlap kicks and they end up getting a shot right in front of goal. So terrific composure there by the big fella.
Just watching Jesse Hogan, he's apologised to a couple of his Giant teammates because he's missed from directly in front. A minute later, the Tigers have kicked one from directly in front down the other end. So an opportunity blown from the Giants. Richmond extend their lead out to 29 points. 4.5 minutes gone in the second quarter. Tom Green with strength wins the clearance, kicks it to centre half forward for GWS. Well done by Broad to get hands on the football first. Cornelio looking for Toby Green. He's wrapped up well by Grimes, and he's been caught holding the ball.
I feel he's just tried to do a bit too much a couple of times so far this game, Toby. He can dish it off early, but he's trying to cut inside or take a little bit longer before he gets rid of the ball, and he's just been caught.
Richmond co-captain picking the Giants captain as Richmond kick it a half forward, marked by Briggs of the Giants.
Lays off the hand pass to Lockie Ash. Under pressure, Cornelio. It was the best option for Lockie Ash to get the hand pass away. Nankervis Soccer's forward only as far as Perryman for the Giants. Cornelio breaks the tackle of Taranto. Off to Ward. Sidesteps Nankervis. Kicks on the angle here to find Angwin, who reaches up, takes the overhead mark just forward of the wing. Ryan Angwin. Just his 8th ever game. Goes laterally here, back to Ward on the point of the square. Loose man here, Whitfield. On the right boot, goes inside forward 50 and again finds Leedon Hogan. Takes the overhead grab in the right forward pocket, no more than 25 out.
I guarantee you he'll kick this one. I think fingers crossed for him. He'd be so disappointed in himself, particularly the first shot he had on goal a few moments earlier. So just saw him then, real intent to get back and line this one up.
Had a poster to start the second quarter, as I say. Facing the prospect of back-to-back goalless weeks, Jesse Hogan lines up the set shot, nurses it through beautifully. There was the guarantee from Cal Sinclair and Jesse Hogan. It's the Giants a much-needed goal. They're out to 3-5-23. They trail Richmond who are 7-4-46. 6.5 played second term. Poppy Penny on the boundary.
You can see players slipping over quite a lot on the turf. They're coming off the ground and brushing their shoes, like having to clean sort of mud out of the stops of their shoes. They had someone cleaning their shoes at quarter time. The turf is looking really chopped up.
Yeah, we spoke about this during the game a couple of weeks ago, didn't we? Against St Kilda, where, of course, it was the first game played here for a couple of weeks. It is usually an Easter show ring, so it's basically a cow paddock for a couple of weeks in April, and there are some relayed bits of turf here and other parts where it looks worse for wear. So, good point, Poppy, seeing players slip over a little bit and having to get the boots clean, but the turf was a talking point a couple of weeks ago. It may well be again today.
Yeah. Boy, did Jesse Hogan need that. Missed one from directly in front, kicks one from the angle, from the pocket. Richmond lead by 23 points. Cornelio, handball to Ward. Giants have it in the middle of the ground. Lockie Ash gets the hands free. Good pressure from the Tigers. Cornelio with the handball over his head to Green. And then Ash breaks the tackle, kicks to half forward. Broad is watching Brown. Kicks off, ball bounces off a couple of legs and now over the boundary line by Dylan Grimes. Outer wing, under the lights, overcast day here at Giants Stadium. Richmond lead by 23 points. Here's Brett Sprigg on Grandstand AFL.
8 minutes played second term. Umpire tosses it back in on the outer side. Briggs and Nankervis. Tom Green, clean pair of hands, off to Toby Green. Daniels giving chase here. Matt Grimes coming the other way. O'Halloran loose ball on the left boot, snaps and hits the post. Everything but the finish from the Giants. And Xavier O'Halloran couldn't quite capitalise, not for lack of trying though. The Giants finding opportunities, 3-6-24. They trail the Tigers who are 7-4-46. 8.5 gone second quarter.
Asking some questions now of Richmond in the second quarter as Short puts it out in front of Bolter, drives it up the wing, off hands, as mites it up for Dustin Martin. Just evaded him and over the boundary line. He's watched closely by Connor Iden. So a big matchup for Connor Iden in game 54. And the three-time Norm Smith medalist in Dustin Martin.
I'd love to see the replay on that. Look, the ball was kicked to Rewald. I reckon he deliberately palmed it forward to Dustin Martin on the fly.
Tigers have it on the wing. Jaden Short with the high up and under to just inside 50. Well watched by Himmelberg, taking the mark in defence for the Giants.
It's called a play on by the umpire, so he finds Perryman, exits defensive 50 with a short kick to Lockie Ash. Wheels and goes now from right half back. Gets away from Baker, and the short option here is Green. Lays off the hand pass back to Lockie Ash. He was run down by Martin. The ball skids inside 50. Richmond have numbers in defence here where Taranto can rebound out to Nankervis, and now by hand it's worked wide to Jack Ross. Hand pass off here to Ralph Smith. Perryman chops off his handball, goes to retrieve it now. Cops a bump in there as well from Jaden Short. He's wrapped up in a two-man tackle. The umpire says let's ball it up on the outer side of Giant Stadium. It's Richmond 7-4-46, GWS at 3-6-24. 10 gone second term here on ABC Sport. This is Grandstand AFL.
Briggs down to Marlon Pickett.
It's been a good response from the Giants.
Taranto, in fact, it was. Maybe he got confused with his old teammate.
It's been a good response from the Giants the first few minutes this quarter.
Taranto wins another clearance. Started well against his old club. Perryman picks it off, though, at half-back for GWS. Ward to Buckley. His kick is smothered. And that puts pressure on. Well done by Angwin, though, to get hands on it. Of course, it was touched, so it's play on. Ash to Keefe, out to the wing in front of O'Halloran. We'll have a boundary thrown in front of the benches, but he had to get hands on that Angwin, or else the Tigers are ready to swoop just outside attacking 50.
Yeah, they have been strong, Richmond, on the turnover. If the Giants aren't using the ball well as they head forward, Richmond are really quick to pounce on that turnover and send the ball back inside their 50.
Tigers by 22. Back in it comes. Both rucks held out of it. Loose ball gathered here by Lockie Ash. Off to Connor Iden. Rebounding kick high inside 50 here for the Giants. A little too deep for Riccardi. Good spot from behind from Tyler Young. And now Brown off to Riccardi. Worked all the way back here to Lloyd. Goes back inside 50 here for the Giants. Unkind bounce for Grimes. But gathered by McIntosh, who can clear beyond defensive 50 out to Bolton. Hand pass off Taranto. Gives the shepherd as well as Bolton. And Taranto's kick in the middle of the Giants stadium is a little wide of Baker. Gathered here by Iden. He's dispossessed as well. Finn Callahan tries hard, as does Perryman. He's run down by Short. Richmond have more numbers, it seems. Gathered, though, by Callahan. Off to Callum Brown. Back to Finn Callahan. Gets in a stride down the outer side. Goes inside forward 50 and finds the target, O'Halloran, who clunks it 40 out directly in front.
A bit of chaos play both ways there. The Giants had it, turnover. Richmond, they're off and running turnover. And in the end, it was Finn Callahan that probably set up the play for the Giants with some clean ball use, some clean hands linked up, and then the nice little kick back in the corridor to Xavier O'Halloran, who we mentioned earlier has been a bit of a goal kicker for the Giants this year, playing mainly as a half forward. At most weeks is impacting the scoreboard. It's got a chance here now.
8 goals, 5 on the year. Xavier O'Halloran on the approach from 40. It's straight and true. And the Giants cut the margin back to just 16 points. Richmond 7-4-46, GWS at 4-6-30. 12 gone second quarter here on Grandstand AFL. Jason Saddington and Callum Sinclair.
It's been a good find, Xavier O'Halloran, I reckon, for the Giants. Probably hasn't walked straight in, Sado. He probably had to do a fair bit of time in the twos, but I feel like this year he's taken his game really to a new level. Pretty versatile player, actually. He tends to be able to go in the midfield. Strong young man, can handle himself as a big-bodied midfielder, but seems to find a fair bit of a fair few shots on goal, particularly against the Swans at the start of the year. So very handy having a midfielder who can also go play forward.
Richmond by 16. Lockie Ash up to 14 disposals, leads everyone on the ground. Callahan 9 touches now, 4 inside 50s. 3 score involvements, and he was critical in setting that up for Xavier O'Halloran. So GWS pegging back this Richmond lead, and they win it out of the middle again. Callahan once more with a snap up to half forward. Ralph Smith's there, but he's tackled quickly by Angwin. Ball spills free. Cochin can't get boot to ball. Giants fans wanted holding the ball. Bedford finds some space, but his handball missed Cornelio and is picked up by Samson Ryan. He puts Baker under pressure, though, with his handball at centre half back. And the Giants win it back. Here's Tom Green. Finds some space on his left. Kicks into the pocket. Clean bowls Jesse Hogan. Tracking it back is Ryan. Cadman's there. Ryan's tackle. Gets hands free. It might set up, though, for Jesse Hogan in the left forward pocket. It goes over the boundary line. Richmond lead by 16 points. Crowd starting to get into this one at Giant Stadium.
And this is that little interesting period you mentioned at quarter time, the stoppage piece, and when Samson Ryan was in against Riccardi. That's what we've got again now. Riccardi's in the ruck against Samson Ryan. Interesting to see if the Giants can be better this quarter at this phase of the game.
All toss back in. Ryan just thumps it clear back to the boundary line. The umpire says we'll try it again.
I'll talk to you about some rough craft here, gentlemen, and I'll show you why Riccardi's getting done here. He's starting about 60 metres away from the boundary line, and then Samson is literally reading this quickly, and he's making it a foot race.
Pushing off the sight screen, Jake Riccardi. He's a long way back as it comes back in. Samson Ryan, clean tap, although straight to Daniel Lloyd. His kick was smothered. Going in hard again, here is Pickett. Slips the tackle of Lloyd. Loose ball gathered by Riccardi. He's tackled in turn by Baker. Pressure tries to clear it as well with the Soccer-off halfback. Ross goes in to assist as well. Giants have numbers. Perryman, hand pass, Tom Green. Run down out there by Daniel Rioli. Loose ball comes away back to Finn Callaghan. He's 45 out. Eyes the big sticks himself and rides it all the way home. He is a promising young talent, Finn Callaghan. And he gets the Giants another important goal here as we approach Tom on in the second term. 4, make it 5-6-36, the Giants. They trail Richmond, who are 7-4-46. Margin back to 10. 15 goal in second quarter here on Grandstand AFL.
Wasn't that classy, Cal? Just a smooth mover, nice play, able to pick up the ball, fake the little kick, step inside and finish nicely. And you mentioned the Giants have had a great period through this quarter, dominating the quarter, in fact. It is Finn Callaghan's one of those players that's really lifted him. He's getting his hands on the footy a lot. He's starting inside in the midfield. He's winning the footy and he's using the ball really well. Tom Green's been strong in the contest, and Lockie Ashoff, half-back, is involved in a lot of chains and really setting up some play for the Giants. They've done well to get back within 10 points because it was all Richmond, certainly, through that first quarter.
Sounds like an All-American quarterback, Finn Callaghan. In his 17th game, wearing number 17, in the midst, perhaps, of his best game for the Giants. 11 disposals now and kicked the last goal of the game. Here's Lockie Whitfield at centre-half back. Callaghan with another possession, and it's a good one as well to free up Ward. Now Riccardi pokes one over the top for the run of O'Halloran. He taps it further forward to Brent Daniels. He's in space. He chips it. Now back to O'Halloran, but he's missed. He could have capped off a great team goal. It was like a hot potato the way they were moving at the Giants. O'Halloran had the chance to seal it all. Kicked it across the face. The margin back to just 9 points now in favour of the Tigers. The Giants, that orange tsunami, swarming Richmond.
Just one handball too many there, gentlemen. You'd be frustrated at the coach's box saying that, and then that could really bring you back into the game.
Rioli kicks out the on-offensive 50 here for the Tigers toward the outer side. Strong grab, Nankervis. Got in front of Riccardi. Called to play on now. A Richmond co-captain. Has Revolt tracking back, but coming the other way was Pickett in the contest with Connor Iden. Now gathered by Ross. Loads up. High ball inside 50 here for the Tigers. 2-on-2. Samson Ryan is there. Whitfield roves it defensively here for the Giants. It's brought to ground level, and now wrapped up with it is Ryan Mansell, and the umpire will ball up. 25 out from Richmond's attacking goal scoreboard, and it's they who lead by 9 points. 17 goal in quarter number 2.
And you're right, Cal. I mean, should have been a goal at the other end, but instead you're now defending in your defensive 50.
Nankervis took it out of the ruck, just got boot to ball. Wrapped up though by Riccardi. Ball up inside attacking 50 for the Tigers. The game is set up superbly here at Giants Stadium. Richmond leading by 9 points, both sides in desperate need of a victory. Taranto against his former side just pokes it towards the pocket. Whitfield though does the chasing, and he's caught his opponent high. Free kick to, that might be Jaden Short down there. No, it's Liam Baker. So Baker will kick 15 metres out, right forward pocket. Tigers need a settler desperately. Game number 99, Liam Baker, so a big milestone coming up for him. Snaps on his left from the pocket, does not connect cleanly at all off the hands of Perryman. And we'll have a boundary throw in next to the behind post inside Richmond's attacking 50.
Tried to convince Damien Hardwick that Lake Grace was the destination for a good holiday.
Well, Dustin Martin was recommending Vegas.
Very different places, Las Vegas and Lake Grace. Both have their pros and cons. Back in it comes. No cons for Lake Grace. Great place. Bolton off here to Himmelberg. Keith off the deck here, only as far as Ryan to Prestia. Tigers look just inside 50. His handball is chopped off though by Callum Brown. Out to Perryman. The Giants can rebound now. Buckley retrieves it at left half back. Has room to bounce. Assesses the options now. A second bounce on the wing for Jack Buckley. Comes out wide here. And the handball misses Aaron Cadman. And it goes out of bounds for a throw-in. Just forward of the wing on the outer side here for the Giants. It's the Tigers who lead. 7-4 plays 5-7. 19 gone here in this second quarter on Grandstand AFL.
With a social media snap of Dimmer having the beer on the couch at 10 a.m. last week, I think he's more of a Vegas man.
Yeah.
I've got to say, there aren't too many cons for Las Vegas either. Here's Finn Callahan, gets the hands free again. Handball to Lloyd, kicks the Giants into attack over the head of the pack. Cadman's chasing it, as is Noah Bolter. Bolter carries it over the boundary line, right forward pocket to the Giants. Inside 50s, 26 for GWS, 16 for Richmond. So the Giants have fought back well. Tigers lead by 9 points. We've gone 19 and a half minutes in the second quarter.
Stoppage inside 50 here for the Giants. Can they close the gap furthermore? Ryan wins it to the outside here. Ross for the Tigers. Slips the tackle of Bedford. Did he get the handball away? No. Umpire says tackler rewarded again here for the Giants. So but pressure inside 50, which was the hallmark of that win against the Cats last week. This time Toby Bedford with the tackle, and he'll take his set shot from the right forward pocket, 35 out.
He's been busy, Bedford. Not a lot of clean possession, but he's always thereabouts, and he put the pressure on. Quick little handball. Busy little quick forward that has made a difference to their team this year, having him in that forward line. Him and Brent Daniels, great combo with leg speed.
There's the number 14. Will he look at them and say, look at me, I'm the Tim Taranto now. He'll take his shot from just inside 50. 40 out. Bedford, it wobbles across the face of goal and forced through by Samson Ryan on the behind line. Minor score only. Richmond 7-4-46. The Giants 5-8-38. Margin 8 points with hit time on now in the second term.
And we did speak a lot about stoppage at quarter time. Cal, the Giants have been much better this quarter. They've flipped the clearances now. They're up 17-14.
Dustin Martin has it in the right back pocket. Kicks it up the wing over the head of Rewalt, who hasn't had much of the footy since kicking a couple of goals in the first quarter. Tom Green looking for Angwin. Missed the mark with the handball. Picked up by Dustin Martin to Judson Clark. And now Shea Bolton. Oh, we love it when he gets his hands on the football. He's been electrifying early in this game. He sold Dion Prestia, though, into trouble with a quick handball. And the Giants win it back. Here's Callahan once more, driving through the middle of Giants Stadium. Gets around a tackle of Rioli. Rioli did well, though, to hang on to his jumper. Forced Callahan to handball. Picked up by Grimes, back to Rioli. Good second effort. Now Jack Graham into Taranto. Sweeping handball out to Judson Clark. Needs to find space and does. The kick on his left is picked off by Whitfield. He was met solidly though. Whitfield's down. Bolton to Dustin Martin. The snap on the right forward pocket across the face. Toby Green's all the way back there. And his kick finds Callum Brown.
What's he doing down there?
Well, they survived without a score being scored against them, the Giants. So Toby Green absorbed the pressure, found Brown, comes back into the corridor now for Ash. Still inside defensive 50. Whitfield's up to his feet after looking in a bit of discomfort a short time ago. It was Curry's going back with the flight in that contest. And he's okay. And now Connor Iden off left half back. He can find the chest of Cadman. The Giants start to surge forward. Richmond by 8 points their lead. 22 gone in the second term. And now Tom Green goes inside 50 on his lead of Brent Daniels. And Daniels can mark 40 out on the 45-degree angle.
Well, it's certainly a different side, Sato, compared to the first quarter. One thing that's really standing out is just this wave that's coming through the middle of the ground, running in numbers of 2s, 3s and 4s. Probably guilty of maybe using the overhand ball at times, but what that does, it just sucks up those Richmond defenders, and then they're getting these easy marks in front of goal.
Brent Daniels kicked 3 against the Cats last week in that win down at Geelong. And here he is with a glorious set shot to make it a 2-point ball game before half-time. The Giants with momentum at home in this second quarter. They're 6-8-44. Richmond 7-4-46. The margin was as high as 29 points with the first goal of this second quarter. They've cut the margin back to just 2.
Probably gets forgotten about Brent Daniels a bit, Sato, as one of the small forwards in the competition. Being up here in the Giants might not get the publicity that probably, the Papley's get of the world, but he's had his injuries over the last couple of years, but I'll tell you what, his pace, his pressure, finds shots on goal, but for me, it's just footy smart. So I really like the way he plays, and I think he hits a terrific find for the Giants, and you want to hang on to him because they're hard to come by.
But I think the thing he's added to his game this year, I mean, it's great he's out in the park consistently, but he's become a real goal kicker this year. The first part of his career, he probably just wasn't hitting the scoreboard.
He's been mentioned in all Australian squad dispatches in the early part of the season. His first goal of the game, having a fine campaign, is Brent Daniels. Richmond lead back to just 2 points. Cochin gets hands to the football. A few players down at the moment. One of them is Brent Daniels, slow to get to his feet, feeling for his hamstring. That could be an issue for the Giants.
Hand on.
Oh, that's a worry. Judson Clark has it at half forward for the Tigers. Callahan does well to intervene. Got a hand in front of Shai Bolton. Whitfield has it at half back for GWS. Connor Iden throws boot on ball. It's picked up by Rioli, but this is a worry. Brent Daniels is making his way to the boundary line with a hamstring problem.
Rioli goes short to Taranto. The marks on the outer logo as Daniels hobbles off. Taranto sends the Tigers forward of halfway. They converge out there. Pickett, big fly at the back, reaching for it. O'Halloran at ground level now for the Giants. Ash's kick goes straight to McIntosh, and Camden McIntosh goes inside 50 to find Judson Clark. Controls the ball to his chest, deep in the right forward pocket, 35, make it 40 metres out. Hoppy Penning on the boundary.
Brent Daniels is going straight down the rooms with the physio. The sub, Josh Fay, is starting to stretch and warm up. Hasn't taken the warm-up top off yet, but Brent Daniels is going straight down with the doctor and the physio.
Okay, thanks, Poppy. Here's Judson Clark, last week's sub. Chance to stem the flow of 4 straight Giants goals here for the Tigers as we approach half-time. Judson Clark goes a drop pump with the left from the pocket. Oh, he loves that.
Great goal.
Didn't Richmond need that? 8-4-52 the Tigers. The Giants are 6-8-44. 26 gone second term here on Grandstand AFL.
Just quickly, lovely effort from Judson Clark. Brent Daniels missed all of last season with hamstring issues, so that was the injury for him. He went to the University of Wisconsin in America to analyse what was wrong with his body. He said he lost some weight, he changed his running patterns. A hamstring injury for him is the worst situation, so we hope he's okay, but he's been having such a great season, as we said before. That's a shame.
There's nothing worse as a player when you've done all you can, you've exhausted every kind of, experiment of exactly what you said, Gub, going overseas, and he'd be down in the rooms now, very frustrated and very disappointed. So, heart goes out to him.
Richmond lead by 8 points. 26 minutes gone in the second quarter. A big settler from Judson Clark after the Giants had pegged back their healthy first quarter lead. Nankervis down to Cochin, and the Tigers go inside 50 again. Rewalt's there, so's Perryman though for the Giants. Soccers it away, only as far as Dustin Martin. Handball over the top to Prestia. Look for Judson Clark, it missed him. Ash is there, so is Bolton for Richmond. Ball bounces just outside, attacking 50 for the Tigers. O'Halloran eventually gets hands to it, and then to Tom Green. He spirals it to centre half forward for the Giants. Grimes, though, tracks it back for Richmond, has Bolter in support. His kicks an up and under and favours Ralph Smith, who marks at half back.
Ralph Smith goes quickly here, plays on toward the outer side to the contest with Dustin Martin. In there with Perryman, it's off hands, over for a throw-in. I don't want to control the football today, Dustin Martin, beyond his or to his usual standards. He's had a couple of drop marks, a couple of fumbles.
He probably needs a stint in the midfield, I think, just to try and get him going, playing a fair bit forward.
To approach half-time here. Back in it comes. Briggs and Nankervis, both rucks missed it, slung to ground. Cochin had the hand over the shoulder there on Cornelio. As a result, gives away the free kick. Cornelio for the Giants. Short ball off to Tom Green. Loads up to go inside forward 50. Leading the pocket down there, it was too deep for Jesse Hogan. You cop a shove, he thinks so, but the umpire says no. It'll bounce into the pocket for a throw-in at the Giants attacking end, the Olympic Stadium end. It's Richmond though who leads 8-4-52 to 6-8-44. 28 gone here in the second quarter.
Tom Green having a big quarter, up to 20 disposals now, 5 inside 50s, 5 score involvements. What a season he's having. Hogan tries to get hands on the football inside, attacking 50. Tigers win it though from the stoppage and get it out to Cochin. Drives it up to the wing. Himmelberg though cutting across. And that intercept marking role in defence does exactly that. Switches play now to find Callahan. Possession number 16 coming up for him as we get close to half-time. Has O'Halloran in a lead and marking at half-forward. player, and Jack Graham told to get back on his mark. Richmond flooding their own defensive 50 as we get close to half-time. So the Giants chip it around to Ash and then Callan Ward. High ball into attack. They launch at it. Bolter was the spoiler. And it's over the boundary line right forward pocket for the Giants.
They've definitely been the catalyst this quarter. Tom Green, like you mentioned, 20 possessions, really made a difference in that midfield. They were challenged at quarter time, and Callaghan, like we mentioned, involved in that play just then. He's up to 16. Tom Green, 13 for the quarter. Impressive.
Tigers by 8. Back in it comes. Inside 50 for GWS. Briggs taps it to the outside here. Bedford lurking, dispossessed. Went straight to Taranto. He can clear the area. Thumps it high in the air. Himmelberg had some solid contact through the air. Coming the other way from Ryan Mansell. Loose ball gathered here by Lockie Ash. His kick, though, in hope more than anything else, goes towards half forward. Misses the one-on-one. At the back, though, is Ralph Smith for the Tigers. And a kick running from Taranto here to Daniel Lloyd. He can close to 45. Lloyd, he misses to the left-hand side. So it was a good pressure act with the smother. And had more time than probably he thought. And misses on that shot on the run there. It's only a 7-point lead now for Richmond.
Getting close to half-time as the Tigers try and play on quickly from that behind. Marked by Cochin. He has support in the form of Jack Graham on the wing. He's got Samson Ryan at half forward and he's marked under pressure from Lockie Keefe. A chance here for the Tigers to kick a late one before half-time. Ryan goes deep into attack. Rewalt's there, punched away from him from the much smaller Lockie Ash. Bolton, though, finds some space up against the boundary line in the pocket, and that is a magnificent kick to spot up Camden McIntosh inside attacking 50 on the half-time siren. Shide Bolton, brilliance.
It'd be with the Giants coach's box now. There's not much you can do there. That's a lot of talent, and how good was that vision and that patience to literally be cornered on the boundary line and be able to find someone about a 45-metre kick into the middle of the forward 50.
It was on a standing start. He had to kick it 40 metres under pressure, Shea Bolton. Spotted up Camden McIntosh, looking for his first goal of the season, the Tigers veteran. And a big one this would be on the half-time siren. He's got it. And no surprise, every single one of his teammates is waiting to get around him. Richmond go out to a 13-point lead at the main break here at Giants Stadium.
So 9-4-58 plays 6-9-45. Goal kickers in the game so far. Jack Revolt has 2. Singles 2, Tim Taranto, Shea Bolton, Ryan Mansell, Jack Graham, Judson Clark, Marlon Pickett, and now Camden McIntosh. Meanwhile, for the Giants, they kicked 4 in a row in that second term to cut the margin from 29 points back to just 2 points. But Richmond now have more momentum as we approach, or as we now are at half-time. The goal kickers for the home side, Brent Daniels, who came off with a hamstring concern in that second quarter, Finn Callaghan, Jake Riccardi, Xavier O'Halloran, Callum Brown, and I always do this, I'm missing one. And also for the Giants, there was also a goal to Jesse Hogan, of course. So that's how it stands here with a 13-point break for the Tigers at half-time. Your experts are Jason Saddington and Callum Sinclair on Grandstand AFL.
Sorry we didn't jump in and help you there, Spring.
Oh, so I got there in the end.
We make you work for that one. The quarter was all the Giants, wasn't it, Cal? They really did make amends around their stoppage work and around the middle part of the ground. We saw Tom Green get his hands on the footy up to 20 touches, but he had 13 in that quarter. Richmond through the first quarter, it was all them through the middle, getting the ball forward. That quarter, it was the Giants through Tom Green, Finn Callaghan, Lockie Ash's run off half-back. He was able to get his hands on the footy. And they had most of the play and possession through that quarter. It's why they were able to get back into the game. Richmond probably just took the chances that they did have. They didn't have a lot of free-flowing play, but they still managed to hit the scoreboard a few times and kick that nice one at the end after some Shai Bolton brilliance to hit up McIntosh to kick that goal, to just give them that nice 13-point lead going into the half. But it's an open game, and I think I'm really excited about where this one could head in the second half.
Yeah, it's going to be a great second half. I think you mentioned it a couple of times. Finn Callaghan, I watched him pretty closely in that second quarter. He was everywhere. Defensively, he was running back and assisting his defenders. His goal sense was great. He hit the scoreboard. It was a terrific goal from probably just outside 50, and definitely his assist where he had an unbelievable goal assist. So him and Tom Green, definitely the barometers for the Giants in that second quarter to really get them going. But you just see when the Giants get the ball, when they're allowed to, through the middle of the ground, it's very difficult to stop that wave of kind of handball change. We probably mentioned it, that they probably overuse it a little bit. But when it does work, I tell you what, it's effective. It draws those Richmond defenders up, and they probably had a couple of marks inside 50 with Jesse Hogan took a terrific mark, probably about 45 out, and kicked a terrific goal after missing an absolute sitter. And also Daniels had a terrific quarter. Really gutted for him, obviously, with that hamstring going down. But probably when they needed the goal in that quarter was Richmond of the Judson Clark had a terrific probably quarter kicking that goal from the boundary. But one for me is a concern, I feel like, for the Giants going into the second half. They need to address their ruck situation. So when Kieran Briggs is off the ground, what happens is that Riccardi's now going into the ruck, and Sampson and Nankervis, it just seems to me like it's a real set play. They're really exposing him in the ruck due to his lack of experience. Nankervis is choosing to take it out of the ruck and using his strength in his body. And what Sampson's doing is Sampson is actually bringing him really, really far from the contest and making it a foot race. And they're really, really quite dominant for that kind of 6 or 7 minute period for when when Riccardi's in the ruck. So Riccardi needs to be a little bit more competitive in that sense. I feel like that's an area of the game the Giants really need to address going into the third quarter. But I'm with you, Sato. It's going to be a great second half.
So the Tigers by 24 points at quarter time and now 13 points at the half. Of course, this is the first of 2 games today. Essendon v North Melbourne coming up at Docklands later on. Matt Clinch and the team will preview that at 3/4 time here. Off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Mark in Adelaide asks, hello, has Jacob Bauer played a game yet for Richmond? No, he hasn't. But let me tell you about Jacob Bauer. He kicked the goal after the siren in the VFL today to win a thriller for the Tigers by 2 points over the Giants. They kicked a couple of late goals, including that Jacob Bauer effort, the set shot after the siren, and he was the hero today for Richmond in the VFL. Of course, I think he's actually a Sydney Swans Academy product. He was spent some time in Sydney, so he has that history as well. But Jacob Bauer yet to play a game in the seniors for Richmond, but was the hero today in the VFL with that goal after the siren. Bill says Giants seem to rely on open play and not pressuring man-on-man around the ground. Well, they were pressuring Geelong last week, and that worked to their favour. But good observation, Bill, and keep your text coming right across the afternoon, 0437 774 774.
Some numbers to half-time. So Tim Taranto against his former club was obviously one of the big stories coming into the game, and he's performing pretty well. 17 disposals, continuing his excellent season. 8 of those contested, 4 clearances and a goal. Prestia with 14. Dustin Martin has been busy with 13 touches, and Shea Bolton, an excellent first term, 13 disposals, 6 score involvements and a goal. Lockie Ash, 20 touches for the Giants. Tom Green with 20, and 13 of those coming in the second quarter. Finn Callahan is producing arguably his best game for GWS. 16 disposals, 5 inside 50s, 5 score involvements, and a very big goal in that second quarter as GWS pegged back that Richmond lead.
Richmond by 13 points at the half. The second half not too far away here at Giant Stadium, but right now let's head to the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Preliminary investigations suggest a signalling error may have caused a train crash in eastern India that left 288 people dead. An inquiry is looking into a theory that an express commuter train was diverted onto a loop line where it crashed into a stationary freight train. Its carriages then derailed and it was hit by a second passenger train. Anubhav Das, who was on the first train, says at first survivors didn't understand the scale of the disaster.
When we got out, we first saw 3 coaches that were derailed besides our train on the opposite train track. Now, at this point of time, we thought that these 3 coaches were even part of our train that we were traveling in. After talking to those people who were coming out of that coaches, we got to know that those 3 coaches that we saw were part of another train.
Chinese Defence Minister Li Shangfu is warning that any foreign interference in Taiwan will end in failure. Mr. Li has addressed the final day of the Shangri-La dialogue in Singapore. He says the United States needs to act with sincerity and match its words with deeds, adding that confrontation between China and the US would be an unbearable disaster for the world. Air raid sirens have been sounding in the Ukrainian capital Kyiv, with authorities warning residents to take shelter. The BBC's Ian McWilliam reports.
Reports from Ukraine indicate that Kiev and other cities are once more under attack. Witnesses in the Kiev region say they've heard blasts, which could be air defense systems hitting incoming targets. The capital and other areas have come under fire from Russian missiles and drones almost daily in recent weeks, as Moscow tries to wear down the Ukrainian people and deplete their defences. In the city of Dnipro on Saturday, an explosion, possibly caused by a missile, destroyed a residential building. Video footage from the scene shows rescue workers digging through smouldering wreckage in the dark, searching for victims trapped in the rubble.
Canada is facing its worst start to the bushfire season in years. More than 10 times the average area typically impacted this time of year has already been burned out. Authorities say 30,000 people have been displaced by fires in nearly every Canadian province, while more than 2.7 million hectares have been burned. The New South Wales Premier Chris Minns has apologised to commuters for planned disruptions to weekend train services as part of a massive push to repair Sydney's rail network. Around 600,000 commuters will need to use replacement buses on weekends for the next 12 months as Sydney Trains begins a $97 million maintenance program. It comes after a review found a maintenance backlog led to equipment failures and major shutdowns. Mr Minns says the repairs are necessary.
We apologise for it to everybody in Sydney, but the truth is if we don't get on with maintaining Sydney's transport, then it's going to be far worse in a couple of years' time, and you'll see major delays during the week, and those delays during the week will have a huge impact.
Police on the Gold Coast are investigating the assault of a woman who's had her car stolen. Peter Quattrocelli reports.
Police say the 50-year-old woman was driving in Ashmore at around 4 o'clock this morning when an allegedly stolen car hit the back of her car. The other car then pursued the woman's vehicle before both stopped on Ainsley Avenue. 5 people exited the other vehicle and violently pulled the woman from behind the wheel of her own car. They then fled in the woman's white 2022 Toyota Corolla. The woman was taken to hospital with minor injuries. Police are keen to hear from anyone with relevant information.
The AFL Players Association says there's a lot of frustration among Indigenous players across the league over the ongoing dispute with the Hawthorn Football Club. 6 Hawthorn-linked First Nations people, including Hawks great Cyril Rioli, say they'll seek truth-telling through the Human Rights Commission after an investigation into alleged mistreatment was terminated earlier this week. Former Hawks staffers involved have denied any wrongdoing. Players Association boss Paul Marsh says the league needs to be accountable.
There's an element of the playing group whose view is here we go again, and this has been an ongoing issue for our industry, and it's an ongoing issue for our country. Let's be honest, but there's a lot of frustration and but also a determination to try to make our industry better moving forward.
And in the NRL, Dolphins duo Jared Wallace and Anthony Milford are facing suspensions for incidents in yesterday's loss to the New Zealand Warriors. Wallace will receive a 3-game ban if he enters an early guilty plea to a shoulder charge on the Warriors' Rocco Berry. Milford will also miss 3 matches if he pleads guilty to a dangerous contact charge. Gold Coast Cooker Chris Randall will miss 1 match with an early plea for a dangerous contact charge from the Titans' loss to Souths last night. You're now up to date with the latest from ABC News.
We are one, but we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream, as big with one voice.
You're listening to ABC Radio.
You are, we are Australian. We are
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Finn Callahan gets in a stride down the outer side, goes inside forward 50 and finds the target O'Halloran, who plunks it 40 out directly in front. On the approach from 40, it's it straight and true. And the Giants cut the margin back. Tom Green run down out there by Daniel Rioli. Loose ball comes away back to Finn Callahan. He's 45 out. Eyes the big sticks himself and rides it all the way home. He is a promising young talent, Finn Callahan. And he gets the Giants another important goal here.
This is a worry. Brent Daniels is making his way to the boundary line with a hamstring problem. A chance here for the Tigers to kick a late one before half-time. Ryan goes deep into attack. Riewald's there, punched away from him from the much smaller Lockie Ash. Bolton, though, finds some space up against the boundary line in the pocket, and that is a magnificent kick to spot up Camden McIntosh inside attacking 50 on the half-time siren. Shied Bolton brilliance. And a big one this would be on the half-time siren. He's got it. And no surprise, every single one of his teammates is waiting to get around him. Richmond go out to a 13-point lead at the main break here at Giant Stadium.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time at Giant Stadium. Richmond 9-4, 58 leads GWS 6-9, 45. These two sides, it's 14th versus 15th. They've had sort of similar form patterns as far as being in games for long enough, not quite winning, not winning by much. So only one team will prevail today, unless it's a draw, of course. But a close game, hopefully a good second half. Entertaining second half coming your way here on Grandstand AFL, of course, later on. Essendon versus North Melbourne at Docklands. We'll preview that at three-quarter time here. Around the grounds elsewhere, in the NRL, Canterbury Bankstown leads the Sydney Roosters 12 points to 6 late in the first half in Gosford. Speaking of the NRL, and look, State of Origin during the week, which is always a big thing. I may have gone the full nuff here, because I was having a think about who would qualify for State of Origin AFL teams. Not just the usual sort of WA, Vic, SA. That's always fun as well, because they're star-studded teams. But I had a little look, actually. Yeah. And the New South Wales and Queensland teams are actually pretty strong.
It's actually pretty good. I think we saw the same thing during the week.
I did the team myself.
Okay.
I think you saw my tweet. This is very nuffy-ish of me. But I thought you had a team of New South Wales. It's got Nick Blakey, Dougal Howard, Dane Rampy, Zach Williams, Errol Goulden, Jack Buckley, Braden Campbell. I'm going through the whole team now for some reason. Luke Bruce, Taylor Walker, Lockie Schultz, Isaac Smith, Harry Himmelberg, Tom Hawkins, Isaac Heaney, Jared Witz is your starting ruck, Jacob Hopper, Harry Perryman, and then your interchanges, Jeremy Finlayson and Jacob Kajitsky, Harry Cunningham, Charlie Spargo, Isaac Cumming. There's the whole team. Queensland.
Do you have Tom Hawkins?
Yes, I had Tom Hawkins. He's my full forward.
Luke Bruce?
Luke Bruce is my half forward.
Are you listening?
I've gone full. There's 26 names in there, so fair enough. Queensland from the back line: Jack Payne, Aliir, Connor Butterick, Kadeen Coleman, Harris Andrews, Caleb Graham, Lockie Weller, Will Ashcroft, Jack Bowes, Alex Davies, Charlie Dixon, Noah Cumberland. The quality's not quite as much as New South Wales. Oscar Baker, Eric Hipwood, Charlie Cameron, Rux, Tom Hickey, Dane Zorko, Ben Keys, Mabior Chol, Alex Sexton, Lockie Keefe, Bailey Scott, Tom Thornton. You've got some strong New South Wales Queensland teams. You imagine that at the SCG or the Gabby, you get a good crowd.
Yep. I think you would. I think probably the challenge is that, let's just say hypothetically the AFL did bring State of Origin.
I know it's not going to happen.
I'm of the view that it should come back, but it should only come back if there's a passion and enthusiasm from, I think the players are actually the ones that would actually probably want it. For me, it's the coaches. I reckon it's the coaches ones that have too much control and they just don't want to see their players getting injured. But I'd love to see it back, but I just don't think it's got the passion and the enthusiasm and probably that culture of rivalry and, you know, aggression that probably the NRL has.
Yeah, it's so ingrained in their schedule, in their entire culture. It's their showpiece event, 3 games a year, in some ways bigger than the grand final State of Origin, and the coaches and the players all respect that. You have it going on during the regular season where often you're expected, if you're the Brisbane Broncos or Penrith Panthers, you'll be without 4 or 5 players of your best players during Origin. That's just bad luck. I didn't include, by the way, the ACT players who would qualify for New South Wales under the rugby league rules, which includes Jack Steele, Tom Green, Josh Bruce. If you add them to the New South Wales team, they're just super competitive.
Yeah, I mean, sporting codes develop different cultures as time goes on. And, you know, in the 90s, the AFL coaches basically put an end to Origin. I mean, Mick Malthouse is one of the main ones because his whole team was basically the WA state team, and he said, well, this is ridiculous. If I cop 4 injuries in Origin, there's our season gone. So he started bringing players out. The concept started dying away, and you know what? Things develop in different ways, and the AFL is a behemoth, as we know, and the NRL has State of Origin, and it's absolutely fantastic, and that's the way it's gone. I think we sort of just have to accept it.
It's a tired discussion. I understand that. But I
love the concept of devising teams, though.
As an exercise for me, looking at the strength of New South Wales and Queensland, the influence, I guess, around the competition from players developed in those states is the curious thing for me, I suppose.
I think there should be jumpers awarded. for performance. So you actually say you were the best player in your state, but you're just not playing.
Yeah.
Like the All-Australian, if you like. I don't mind that.
I don't know about you guys, but I just think just bring back AFLX. I just think that's one of the most terrific initiatives that we've ever done as a code, and I couldn't be more excited than to bring that back. And I think we should have an actual kind of a live golf type thing for AFLX. So we need a private person, maybe we reach out to Gina Reinhart or something like that to fund the new AFLX league, and we poach the best players from every single club, and we see if we can really drive something like that. What could go wrong?
No, you're quite right, Cal. Quite right. Hey, second half not too far away here. Richmond by 13 points. Off the SMS, I'm going to get a few of these texts. Happy to have Dimmer come work on the farm and do some rock picking. Also, if he's keen, can assistant coach our reserve side. Might have to negotiate about drinking beers at 10 a.m, though, says Cale from Lake Grace, on the subject of where Dimmer goes next, whether it's Las Vegas or Lake Grace. I think he went closer to Vegas, off to the States. But thank you, Cale, for your text from God's country, Lake Grace. Jeff from Sumbawa, Indonesia. I love the ABC coverage. GWS appear to be gaining more traction as the game progresses. They do that under Adam Kingsley. They do finish off games pretty well. Impressed by Callaghan, says Jeff, hoping GWS can charge ahead in the second half. Laurel says, hello team, back again after a full day and night with you yesterday. Happy about the Cats win. I've followed them for 80 years. Good calling again, says Laurel and Rushworth. Thank you, Laurel. And keep your text coming right through the afternoon. 0437 774 774. We're off to the Bombers and the Kangaroos next. Poppy Penny on the boundary. Confirmation about that sub for the Giants, and bad news for Brent Daniels.
Yeah, that's right. Brent Daniels has been subbed out of the game, and Josh Fay is in. He's sitting on the back row of the bench, and he's just applying some ice to that hamstring now, so not great news for him.
Sado, Cal, you spoke about the influence he's had, and Garby mentioned his history of hamstring injuries, which is the other concern here. But what does that do for the Giants as they approach this second half?
Well, it does make a structural shift because their sub Josh Fay is a halfback. So they've got to look at how they restructure that forward line. They are fortunate they have Bedford still got some leg speed up there for them. But there might be a little subtle change. And the other structural piece will be, again, going back to that ruck piece. Is Riccardi going to continue as the second ruckman, and what they do based around that?
What do you think, ruckman?
Look, I'm still backing the Giants in for this game, but for me, I think it's Harry Himmelberg needs to be more involved.
Daniel Garbs, second half underway on Grandstand AFL.
Richmond lead by 13 points. Ball is bounced to start the second half. Clean tap by Nankervis down to Taranto against his former club. And now Shea Bolton inside 50. Baker got one hand to it. Perryman's there. His quick kick is marked by McIntosh. It didn't go 15 though. And then his kick is smothered by Perryman down to Cornelio. Tom Green at right half back as Whitfield running off him. And he spotted up Callum Brown on another long lead, marking on the wing. He's done that a lot so far in this game.
Goes quickly here towards Angwin, who marks just forward of halfway. Sends the ball here to Toby Green, 55 from goal. Pops it inside forward 50. High ball for Jesse Hogan. Back with the flight. Good spoil comes out there from Noah Bolter. And it's over for a throw-in deep in the right forward pocket for the Giants.
I don't like being critical of Toby Green. He's absolute star of the comp. You've got to push back off the mark there and be able to execute your kick a bit better than that. Just really made Jesse Hogan sit under it and it got intercepted.
There's been a reluctance to finish from the Giants as far as having that last option before goal. Back in it comes. Briggs gets rid of Nankervis and snaps on goal and skids it through. Straight out of the ruck. Kieran Briggs. And the Giants get the first goal of the third quarter to close the gap back to 7 points. It's Richmond 9-4-58. The Giants 7-9-51 inside the opening 90 seconds of this third quarter.
That's exactly taken out of the ruck is what Richmond are actually trying to do to Riccardi when he goes in there. But not many times does Nankervis, he's a big brute of a lad, get pushed over like that, which actually shows the size and strength of Kieran Briggs. I mentioned it to you earlier, Sado. He's not the tallest ruckman you've got in the league, but he is strong, he is competitive, and I think that'll do wonders for his confidence in the second half. So let's just watch Nankervis in this ruck contest. He'll be very disappointed with that. He'll be coming in very aggressively.
Well, he heard your half-time State of Origin team for New South. He said, I want to be Jared Witz's backup ruck. So he's putting in a case for that.
I actually overlooked Jared Witz initially because I just forgot all about it. It was an oversight, a bit like Cal with his parking pass today. So he actually is my backup ruck, Kieran Briggs.
Big goal from Kieran Briggs. Richmond lead by 7 points. Giants win it out of the middle again. The kick from Ward is well washed by Noah Bolter. Comes out, controls it, hits the ground running, and now spots up Liam Baker at centre half forward and plays on. Looking for Dustin Martin, try to work Iden off the football. Iden was strong. Doing a good job on Dusty. Lockie Ash is mowed down though by Marlon Pickett. Whitfield's first there, puts Cornelio under pressure. Good second effort from Dustin Martin. The kick finds Shea Bolton. He has a flying shot on goal. It's just wide and through Foray behind. Great pressure from both sides. Richmond leading by 7 points, 9-4-58. GWS 7-9-51.
Speaking of the car parking pass,
8 points, sorry, 9-5-59 to 7-9.
I had a joke, Garbs. Thanks, mate.
Apologies. Scoreboard's late to tick over. Save it up, Cal.
Lockie Ash buys some space in the right back pocket. Plays on beyond defensive 50. Off hands, out towards Broad. He's wrapped up by Brown. Broad tries again. Hand pass out in space. Tom Green, good courage, goes out over the football. And now Stephen Cornelio tumbles it back up the line here for the Giants. Bolter had it bounce away from him, and now Hogan runs out of bounds.
Here's the chance. Better be a good gag now, Cal. Go.
What I was going to say, big shout out to Giant Stadium security. Just doing an absolute amazing job. Just keeping the riffraff out. So, like me, he doesn't have his pass, but anyway. Thanks, guys. Catch you later.
Tigers lead by 8 points.
Andrew throw in on the wing. Cornelio and Taranto. Prestia and Tom Green all fighting for the football. No one wins out. We'll have another ball up.
They don't get too many people turn up to games in Ferraris, Cal. That's what threw them.
Yeah.
Cars.
Richmond lead by 8 points. 4 minute mark of the third quarter. Tom Green with a clear kick from the stoppage. Grimes is there under pressure, shakes the Cadman tackle, but eventually he's caught holding the ball in the second effort by Toby Bedford. Free kick in the pocket. Bedford catching Grimes when he had prior opportunity. He'll kick from 20 out, very tight angle for a right footer.
Well, he's probably unlucky not to get a free kick for too high. Initially, Grimes, obviously the umpire thought he's tried to duck his way through the tackle, but I think Bedford, originally the tackle, had him right around the shoulders.
Yeah, I've seen free kicks be paid a lot less than that, but big kick for Bedford, particularly stage of the game. You're going to get them right back in it.
Starting to have an impact as a Giant, Toby Bedford. This would be very important. It is across the face, not by much. That is a very tight angle indeed. So the margin, 7 points in favour of Richmond, 9-5-59, GWS 7-10-52.
Daniel Rioli kicks out here. Short kick to Jaden Short. A short kick for Short. Goes beyond defensive 50. Out to the commentary wing. 2-on-2. Revolt gets set from the back. Out the drop, Martin. Too hot, the hand pass for Prestia. Still alive here for Toby Green. Overruns the football out as Toby Green. Picked up by Short, and now Prestia again. Back to Short by hand. Taranto draws the player. Out wide for Ross, who's wrapped up by Buckley near the boundary line, and the umpire says, give it to me. He will ball it up at left half forward to the Giants. Right half back for Richmond. It's the Tigers who lead by 7 points. 6 minutes played in the third term.
Such a competitor, Jack Buckley, strong tackle. Toby Green just to 7 disposals and hasn't troubled the scoreboard yet. So quiet in his 201st game. Well done by Bedford to win this off the handball from Dusty Martin. Gives it back to Finn Callahan, looking for Toby Green. It bounces inside, attacking 50 for the Giants. Eventually sits up nicely for Bolter. Handball to Prestia and then back to Short. Got away from Toby Green. Kicked it to Tyler Young, left back pocket. Out to halfback now, and McIntosh has Shea Bolton running off him. Goes inboard instead to Nathan Broad. He's got Bolton over the top. Gets it on the logo on the wing. Plays on, spearing ball to half forward. Hits up Liam Baker on his chest. He works it to Rioli. It didn't go the 15. He's just inside 50s. Has a shot on goal from the standing start. Samson Ryan with the big grab. Under pressure. The big man just watched it closely into his mitts. And he'll kick on a tight angle from 5 metres out.
They just got the overlap throughout the wing there, Richmond, as they brought the ball forward. Bolton involved in that chain again, as he has been all day. But left the Giants defenders stuck. It was Lockie Ash one-on-one with Samson Ryan. He took the strong mark, as you should, against the smaller opponent.
Pick 40 in the 2020 draft, Samson Ryan is looming as a very impressive Richmond Tiger of the future. He's kicked an important goal in the third quarter for them. The lead out to 13 points. Richmond 10-5-65. Ryan's first of the game. GWS is 7-10-52.
Good thing about Richmond is when they had the ball in D50, they didn't panic. I think generally what happens probably when the heat's on, they can kind of fall into the trap of, just quick kicking it long, but found their way through the corridor, and all 18 players worked very, very hard offensively then, but terrific for Samson Ryan's confidence. Just seems to be getting a little bit better every single week at this level, and a real great string to his bow if he can obviously play forward and obviously hit the scoreboard.
We'll have to check his state of origin eligibility too. Spriggy, he came through the Lions Academy, so spent time in Queensland, but he'd spend a lot of years growing up on the south coast of New South Wales, so he might be pushing.
Oh, there's origin controversy. The New South Wales-Queensland conflict. 13 points is the Richmond lead.
It's looking like a massive draft slider, Samson Ryan. Pick 40.
Wonky bounce to restart here, by the way. It's his 12th career game, Samson Ryan. Subbed out last week.
There's an overager too. He was 20 when he got drafted.
Briggs wins it down here only as far as Cochin. Ricochets off Dan Curvis. Handballs out wide for Martin. Back here puts Taranto under pressure from O'Halloran. And now Fay in the long sleeves. Reaching forward as well. Competes with Martin. Hand pass off here to Ash. And now Cornelio goes forward of halfway for the Giants. It's a nice kick. Sliding into mark is Jesse Hogan. 55 out left-hand side.
Deep.
Ooh, steps off his mark. Bolter pleading with the umpire saying he was off here. He's played on, but Hogan still has it. Goes closer to home. High ball toward the hot spot. Up goes Broad. Spoil comes from Tyler Young as well. At the drop, Cochin, the former skipper. Off to Cornelio. Turned over by hand. He kicks, though, Cornelio toward the goal square. Toby Green slides it on Broad. Ralph Smith goes deep in the right back pocket. And now he kicks out of bounds on the full.
I'm not quite sure what it is about the Giants when they're outside 50. They're very reluctant to kind of go quick to the top of the square.
Well, Daniel Lloyd was free.
Lloyd was free. This happens kind of... It's a bit of a theme with them. They kind of still want to kind of... I don't know. It works for them when they kind of get it in long and get a deep entry and put the opposition under pressure.
Lockie Ash will take this kick, by the way. 45 out, beyond the boundary line.
Kicking out a bit of a sand pit there too.
Yeah, it's not a great part of the ground as far as the surface goes. Runs off his mark around here, curls it around toward the right back pocket, and then Curvis just stumps it through for him on a score. Giants 7-11-53. They trail the Tigers, who are 10-5-65. Margin is 2 goals. 10 go on third term grandstand AFL.
Jaden Short plays on quickly from his own defensive goal square and finds Camden McIntosh. So the Tigers want to get moving with their 2-goal lead. Up to Rewalt. Outmarked by Buckley. He's barely touched it since the first quarter, Jack Rewalt, when he kicked a couple of goals. Buckley has really fought back in that duel.
That was a huge one-on-one.
Here's Josh Fay, the sub, in the long sleeves. Drives it up to half forward. Good mark by Bolter opposed to Hogan. Just outside defensive 50 for the Tigers.
He's been rock solid down there today, Bolter. He's repelling most attacks.
Well, the kick wasn't solid, though. It's on the bounce here for Broad. Hand pass off to Cochin. Now Taranto, loose man on the wing. Goes forward of halfway here for the Tigers. Out to the one-on-one. Perryman's down there with Baker. Knocked towards the boundary line. Kept alive by Judson Clark. Still alive now for Perryman. Hand pass off to Fay. And the Giants can clear back beyond defensive 50 only as far as Jaden Short just forward of the wing.
Short with possession, number 14 for the game. Goes inboard. Trent Cochin. Game number 298 for Trent Cochin. A massive milestone in a couple of games coming up for him. And he's found Jack Rewalt. Spencer before he had it. Gathered it anyway and kicked a goal for Richmond. His third. Rewalt back in the game. And his old sparring partner in Trent Cochin set him up. And the Tigers' lead is now out to 18 points. Rewalt with 3.
It just popped over the back of the big contest. There was about 4-on-4 there. Rewalt, again, just reading the flight of the ball, Cal, which we saw a lot in the first quarter, to get it over the back. But he had tried to give off the handball. Who was that?
He tried to handball it to Clark. Went behind Clark, set up for Rewalt anyway. He had time to gather it and snap.
He's just smart, isn't he? Just how he kind of reads that. And, you make the argument here that the ball just kind of fell in his hands, but got so much experience and just kind of like knows where the ball's going to drop. Reminds me of a Dennis Rodman, how he used to be obsessed with the rebounds and when he played in basketball. He's very similar. He kind of reads the ball off the hand very, very well and knows when to jump and knows when to stay on the deck.
Richmond by 18. Back in the middle, up goes Nankervis. Wins it down here for Prestia. Hand pass back to Cochin. Tigers win the clearance again. High ball towards half forward. Leaping up Baker. Takes the overhead grab on the point of the square. Kicks around Lockie Ash to go inside, attacking 50. Lockie Keefe intercepts, though, in the left back pocket for GWS. Oh, now 50 as well as Samson Ryan stepped off his line on the mark.
Well, big important period here for the Giants. Slipping out 18 points down. They probably do want to get the next goal just to stay in touch. If you start to slip a bit further behind, the longer the game goes, the harder it gets.
13-minute mark of the third quarter.
Definitely looking for something out of Toby Green for sure.
Lockie Keefe does a full 360 in the middle of Giant Stadium and eventually kicks it deep into attack, but the Tigers had plenty of men back. That's why Lockie Keefe hesitated. It was marked by Nankervis. Spots up Taranto, and now Ralph Smith running off half back. Finds a teammate in Taranto. Kicks the Tigers deep into attack. Bounces over the head of Liam Baker. He puts a strong tackle on Lockie Keefe. Giants have it at half-back through Finn Callaghan. Can they get going now? Callaghan assesses his options. Looks for Cadman on a lead. Puts it over his head. Doesn't sit up nicely for him. Jaden Short's half his size but wins the contest. But then Daniel Rioli slipped and that allowed Angwin to intervene. Has a second bounce, Ryan Angwin. Approaches half forward. Looks for Hogan in the pocket. It's a poor option. They weren't on the same wavelength and Bolter intervenes and marks.
Noah Bolter kicked 4 goals last time they met. He's playing defensively, of course, today. Swings it across the goal mouth now for McIntosh. Further on to Taranto. Takes the pace out of the game for a moment. Richmond by 18 points, 11-5, plays 7-11. As his kick up the line to Broad is precise. Broad plays on quickly. Having space as well, Judson Clark has room to bounce. And now kicks inside 50. Revolt marks right on the paint of the arc now in the left forward pocket. Options inside 50, surging forward. Revolt holds it for a moment. I think he wants KB's 7-7-8 today on the Richmond all-time goal kicking. He's kicked 3 already. And he's 4 more from here. And he's winding back here for the set shot. This will be right on his distance here, Jack Revolt. On the angle from 55. Sends it goalward, misses near side for a minor score. Richmond 11-6, 72. The Giants 7-11, 53. 15 go in third quarter here on Grandstand AFL via ABC Radio, News Radio, and of course the ABC Listen app.
One player I've been really impressed with, young player, is Judson Clark from Richmond. He's got some toes, some speed, silky, nice skills.
Lights on here at Giant Stadium. Andrew McWalter, the interim Richmond coach, looking for his first win since taking over from Damien Hardwick. It's set up nicely for the Tigers with this 19-point lead. The Giants need to back up from their big win at Kardinia Park last week as Cadman is tackled by Jaden Short in front of the interchange area. Boundary throw-in after the ball spilled over. Jesse Hogan, 5 disposals, 1 goal. Toby Green, 7 touches without a score. 2 prime movers inside attacking 50 for the Giants need to get going. Here's Rioli. It's the target at centre half forward in Judson Clark, the man you speak of, Jace, and he's marked it, and he's got Riewoldt on the lead. And he hits him up superbly with a chiselling ball that Riewoldt can mark on his chest, and he'll kick at a 45-degree angle from 50.
Once again, another mark inside 50 from a stoppage in which Samson Ryan is versing Riccardi. So I know I've harped on about it all day, but it's an area that they're being exploited in there, the Giants. So I don't know what the messaging or coaching is going on with the Giants. They need to tell him to come forward and be a bit more competitive in the ruck.
Jack Riewoldt looking for goal number 775 of his illustrious career. He's pulled that one wide. So 2 behinds in a row for Jack, but he's starting to have an impact again in this third quarter. Richmond 11-7, 73. GWS 7-11, 53, 20 points the margin.
Whitfield kicks out. The on-defensive 50. Running start. Double-fisted spoil from Nathan Broad. At the drop, Cal Ward here for the Giants. Sends it back toward the outer wing. Back with the flight, Daniel Lloyd takes the grab. Plays on quickly here around Nathan Broad. Kicks for distance, high inside forward, 50. Out to the contest there. Cadman tangled up with Tyler Young. In the pocket as well, Toby Green slides out in concert with Daniel Rioli and will throw it back in as he ran out of space. So 25 around from that right behind post. A stoppage inside 50 here for the Giants. It's Richmond who leads here by 20 points. 17 gone here in the third quarter.
Giants have used their sub. Brent Daniels off with a hamstring injury. That's a big worry. Josh Fay on for them. Noah Cumberland still with the subs vest on for Richmond. Toby Green gets free, handballs it into the pocket, tapped to Cornelio by Cadman. And he's washed well by Tyler Young, tackled, and the boundary throw in right forward pocket for the Giants, who trail by 20 points.
Yes, Toby Green and also probably Hogan need to get more of the footy, but collectively I feel the Giants have played a lot better and not having that heavy reliance on them.
Back in it comes. Out to the front, Samson Ryan competes with Riccardi. Hogan bobbles up away from him. Riccardi tries again. Richmond have numbers in defence, though. Piling in there first of all is Bolter, and the umpire will ball up. 15 out, make it 20 out from that Giants attacking goal. Ball in the air. Ryan down to McIntosh. He can't clear. Trying again, Taranto. Shares it with Bolton. Slips the tackle of Toby Green. Sends it beyond defensive 50. Angwin parked underneath it there in the contest with Mansell. Trying hard again, coming the other way now. Lloyd for the Giants. Shares it with Iden. Ward off to Finn Callahan from the logo. Again sends the Giants inside 50. Hogan goes up. Second bite, can't reel it in. Still alive here for Bedford. Chops a hand pass in ball now for Lloyd. He slips the tackle. Ralph Smith gathers him. High tackle. And it will go the way of the Giants and Daniel Lloyd. 30 out on the 45-degree angle.
Yeah, it was a big contest on the wing. Connor Iden, Richmond were almost out over the back, and he managed to get a hand in there and stop the ball getting through until he got some help come across, and the Giants were able to scramble, kick into Hogan. Big contest. Bedford, great crumb, and then Lloyd just clipped a little bit high over the shoulder.
Daniel Lloyd didn't make my State of Origin team, I don't think, from memory.
Phone 2.
Central Coast product. Here he is. Very important kick this for the Giants. Lines up the set shot with the right peg and he misses on the left-hand side. So the Giants have left a few out there. 7-12-54. Richmond 11-7-73 as we approach time on here in the third term on Grandstand AFL.
Isn't Noah Bolter having a big game for the Tigers? Standing down back, kept Jesse Hogan very quiet. Short brings it back in, sends it up the wing. Ryan's underneath it, so is Pickett flying off hands. Dustin Martin's there. He's been really busy. Gets the handball free. Marlon Pickett slips over on what is an ordinary part of the ground. Hard to keep your feet there, as skillful as Marlon Pickett is. Richmond lead by 19 points. Boundary throw in just forward of the wing for the Tigers.
Yeah, with Bolton, not just his influence on Hogan, but I think most entries that are coming in, he's been rock solid.
Back in it comes. Ryan. Deft tap down towards Ralph Smith. Pressure though from Cornelio. Worried him out of it though. Loose ball gathered by Riccardi. Now Lloyd's kick smothered as well. Out here to Graham of the Tigers. Kicks beyond defensive 50 and it's swatted away here by Connor Iden. Out for a throw-in commentary side.
Connor Iden performing well down back for the Giants. So he's starting to come into his own now a bit, Connor Iden. Just past the 50-game mark.
Thrown back in. Briggs snatched it out of the ruck. Snaps towards half forward. Picked off by Ralph Smith at half back.
Richmond leading by 19 points. Ralph Smith down the corridor. Well done by Whitfield to cut across, but the Tigers win it back. Sits up nicely at right half forward for Mansell. Finds some space. Looks for Rewalt over his head and marked by Buckley. Giants want to play on quickly. Gets it to Callahan. Has Ash running off him, and now Callan Ward evades the Dustin Martin tackle. Kick to O'Halloran puts him under pressure. Cutting across again was Noah Bolton intervening. Ralph Smith with a handball to Cochin. Can the Tigers now go on the counter-attack? Rioli spots up Graham on the wing and on the logo. Marks it, turns, kicks, looking for Baker over his head. Josh Fay tracks it back, and the sub takes it over for a rush behind. Richmond lead by 20 points once more, 11-8-74. GWS 7-12-54.
It's just really struggling with that ball movement at the moment, aren't they, Cal, the Giants? No clean play sort of coming through. They're really not linking up with any marks as they come through half forward.
With the corridor, Whitfield to Ward, then back again to Whitfield. On the back edge of the square. A short chip here to Himmelberg. Back in the side this afternoon. Flares it wide now for Callum Brown. The Irishman marks on the outer wing. Works it on here to Callaghan. It was a little too deep for him, though. And Ralph Smith again intercepts the chest mark at left half back.
And this is where Richmond have been able to launch. When the Giants are turning the ball over here at half back, generally they've been able to go quite quick back through them and then getting some one-on-one looks inside 50.
Ralph Smith having a handy quarter as well. Up the wing, well done by Buckley to win that contest for the Giants. Gives it back to Lockie Ash. And now Cullen Ward, the veteran, wants an option, takes a bounce instead. Gets away from a tackle. Up to half forward. Riccardi's there off hands. Kept his feet to put a strong tackle on Grimes. Falls to Toby Green. Quick snap on goal. Now Toby's on the board in game 201. He needed that. The Giants needed that. Margin back to 14 points. Toby Green's first of the game.
Really strong there by Riccardi to make the contest and just not let go of the tackle. Just showed a real bit of fight and real effort just to not let Grimes just get that release handball out. But back to your point, Sato, it just feels like regarding those marks inside 50, they just haven't got quite, I don't know, is it the structure to, I guess, support that or the personnel? It seems like they just kind of get to about 50 or 60 out and they just can't seem to penetrate anything inside 50. But in saying that, you've got to play to what you are. Kick the ball to grass, get those guys kind of, applying pressure. But I don't know, maybe it's a decision about bringing Harry Himmelberg forward to the footy now because they need to win this game, they need to hit the lead. He has been quiet. I think they need to put him forward because that's where his impact is.
There's one thing they did quite well last week, the Giants, their ball movement. They did go with confidence inside 50 and they got some reward, but today they have been a bit more hesitant, like you say.
From the restart, and a hold here out of the middle. It's going to go the way of the Giants against Shea Bolton on Tom Green.
Quiet quarter with him. Only 3 possessions this quarter, Tom Green.
Tigers by 14 points here late in the third term. Green loads up down the corridor here. Up in front, Callum Brown on the forward line. At the drop, Ralph Smith defensively. Handball was chopped off. Loose ball here. Going in hard, Lloyd. Also in there as well. Grimes puts the tackle on the ball carrier in Finn Callaghan. And now it comes loose to the flank where it's run out of bounds by Judson Clark and will throw it back in. This is where the Giants have fought their way back into games. Late third quarter, early fourth quarter. They ain't exactly Collingwood as far as running sides down, but they do fight their way back into games in the final term. Back in it comes here at the feet of Samson Ryan. Briggs tries again. They pile him from all angles, and the umpire says, give it to me.
So obviously watching Tom Green closely in this third term. The Tigers after he had 13 touches in the second quarter. Off the ruck contest, falls to Daniel Lloyd. Higher ball inside 50. Riccardi just walked past it for some reason. Misjudged the flight completely. Picked up by the Tigers and Broad. Now to Ross. Kick up the wing. Well done by Baker to make a contest. Now Pickett provides support. Himmelberg watches him closely though and tackles him. Ball up on the outer side. Crowd starting to get involved. Lights on. Overcast here at Giants Stadium. 14 points the Richmond lead. Set up for a big finish to this game.
Ball in the air. Briggs knocks it to the outside. Prestia there first for the Tigers. Pressure from Tom Green towards the boundary line where it goes over for a throw-in. In front of the Callum Sinclair stand on the other side. It's one of the empty grandstands here, actually, on that second tier.
What are you trying to say?
Oh, nothing against you. I just want to win as a Sinclair stand, or there's a Sinclair standing behind me in the commentary box. Back in it comes Whitfield, dispossessed by Shea Bolton. Nice work, has room to bounce, calls the play to him. Goes inside 50 here. Shea Bolton, it was too deep for Pickett, and Buckley takes the intercept mark here for GWS.
He's taken a few strong marks down back this quarter, Buckley. Giants defenders have stood pretty firm. They've had to face a lot of one-on-ones inside 50 and they've held pretty strong this quarter.
Buckley switches out to the pocket and finds Himmelberg. 26 minutes gone in the third quarter. Can Richmond extend their lead before the final break? Can the Giants get another one back? Well marked by Broad on the wing. Got in front of Briggs. Again goes centrally and finds Cochin. And he having a decent game as well, Cochin. To Nankervis on that left boot. Rakes one inside, attacking 50. Ryan controls it down to Baker. He had plenty of time to snap on goal. He has missed. Probably had more time than he thought, Liam Baker. Misses on the near side. Richmond's lead is 15 points.
Good sign of it developing, Ruckman. He might not take the mark, but you can see he's getting his hands to it, Sato.
Yep. I love that he can go forward and have impact. Correct. Very versatile.
Whitfield kicks out beyond offensive 50 here for the Giants. Target was Hogan, who takes a strong overhead grab at right half back. Assesses the options, Jesse Hogan. A long way from home. Flares it across half back. Connor Iden. And now they'll switch back to the members' side for Buckley. He marks at left half back. Gets around Judson Clark. Dangerous hand pass here for Himmelberg. Goes to Gather. Works it away here for Perryman. Short chip pass to the safety of Cal Ward on the members' wing here. The Tigers by 15 points late in the third term.
Possession number 21 for Cal Ward. Picked something off in the middle of the ground. It was dangerous. He wanted Finn Callahan. But the Tigers converged on him. Cochin, chief among them. They win it back through Prestia. Good tackle and Rioli, though, by Bedford. So GWS can win it back. Whitfield, though, is caught by Prestia, and it's a throw against him. Both sides responding well with pressure. Late in this third quarter, Prestia goes wide and finds Jack Ross. Gets around Fay. Looks for the lead of Ryan and finds him with a lot of space on his opponent in Buckley, and Samson Ryan will kick from outside 50 and slightly better than a 45-degree angle.
Tell you what, with Richmond, you probably haven't seen them this year kind of be the team that's going to kind of hit up players inside 50 and players coming out on the lead like that. But today they've been absolutely superb. I don't know if it's been a focus of kind of Andrew McQualter since he's taken it on to improve their efficiency going inside 50. But once again, Samson Ryan up forward having an impact. It's going to be a big kick, though, just outside 50 for the big fella.
He might just be the leader of the Tigers' attack in years to come, Samson Ryan. He's pulled that one, though, through for a behind. So Richmond's lead is 16 points, 11-10-76. GWS 8-12-60, 28 and a half minutes gone, third quarter.
This has been the story for both of these sides, hasn't it? Either playing catch-up or struggling to ice games when it matters. Richmond by 16 points here as we approach three-quarter time. Himmelberg buys some space in the right back pocket. Just drives it long toward the outer side. Up goes Jack Ross. And umpire spotted a block here. In fact, it's going to be a free kick going the Giants' way. You can hear the chagrin of the Richmond fans on the outer side. Lloyd finds Toby Green. Good pass by foot. Green goes in turn inside 50. It's on the half volley now for Riccardi. Awkward pick up. Tries hard though. Pressure from Broad. And now it ricochets out of bounds for a throw-in. I'm going to say you hear more voice from the Richmond fans on the outer than you do from the Giants fans here on the members' side, as far as that decision not going their way. Richmond 11-10 plays GWS 8-12, approaching the half-hour mark here of this third quarter.
The umpire pointed the wrong way. That's why they were annoyed. The Richmond fans, they thought they had the free kick. And then Curvis gets to the front of Briggs. Taranto, another disposal against his former club. He's been really good, but it's not a clean one. It's picked up by Tom Green. Excellent effort by Ward to look for Toby Green. Goes over Toby Green's head, though. And the diagonal kick. Here's Callahan, left it behind. Ralph Smith and now Baker trying to get it out of defensive 50. Fay read it well, though. Attacked the football. 45 out. Good tackle on him by Judson Clark. And he's caught holding the ball, Josh Fay. He didn't have much time. But Judson Clark did very well. He's won the free kick in defensive 50 as the three-quarter time siren goes. He saved his team there, Judson Clark, with a strong tackle and preserved Richmond's 16-point lead at the final break.
11-10-76 plays 8-12-60 here at the final change. Goals in this game so far. Jack Revolt has 3 goals, 3 singles to Bolton, Ryan, Mansell, Graham, McIntosh, Taranto, Pickett. Judson Clark as well on the goal kickers list for Richmond. Meanwhile, for the Giants, all singles to O'Halloran, Briggs, Hogan, Callum Brown, Finn Callahan, Toby Green and Brent Daniels, who has been subbed at halftime with a hamstring injury, as well as Jake Riccardi also on the goal kickers list as well. On ABC Radio, News Radio and via the ABC Listen app, you're listening to Grandstand AFL.
With ABC Listen, explore a whole new world of podcasts and live radio. Like unpicking fast fashion in Veronica Milsom's podcast, Threads.
The marketing tricks being used on us right now.
Or learning to spend less and live better with Nazim Hussein's Pineapple Project.
Do we all really need it? And if we do, how do we get it for cheap?
The ABC Listen app.
A whole new world of live radio and on-demand audio entertainment.
Download it now from your app store.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Back in it comes. Briggs gets rid of Nankervis. Snaps on goal and skids it through. Straight out of the ruck. Kieran Briggs. And the Giants get the first goal of the third quarter.
To Rioli, it didn't go the 15. He's just inside 50s, has a shot on goal from the standing start. Samson Ryan with the big grab. Under pressure. Pick 40 in the 2020 draft, Samson Ryan is looming as a very impressive Richmond Tiger of the future. He's kicked an important goal in the third quarter for them. Riccardi's there off hands, kept his feet to put a strong tackle on Grimes. Falls to Toby Green, quick snap on goal. Now Toby's on the board in game 201.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Three-quarter time here at Giants Stadium. Richmond leads GWS by 16 points as they chase Andrew McQualter's first win as interim coach, and the Giants try to capitalise on that impressive win against Geelong last week. Back here at home this week. But up next, we're off to Docklands for Essendon versus North Melbourne, and Matt Clinch heads up our commentary team there. Clinchy.
Spriggy, the final game of round 12 sees the Bombers taking on North Melbourne from Docklands. Bombers coach Brad Scott will take on his former side for the first time, having coached the Kangaroos from 2010 to 2019. The Bombers, with 6 wins and 5 losses, will be eyeing a third straight win. And welcome back Dylan Shield, having missed the last 2 with a calf injury, but there is no best and fairest winner, Peter Wright. The Roos have only won 2 games this season, but have shown some improved form in recent weeks under interim coach Brett Ratton. And the surprise was that Taron Thomas has been named his first senior game of 2023, with his career hanging in the balance after he stood down on multiple occasions amid concerns over his behaviour towards women. Liam Shields and Darcy Tucker both return for the Kangaroos as well. So it's 8th taking on 17th. We're still around half an hour from the team sheets being lodged. The Bombers and the Roos under the roof of Docklands, to be joined by Ben Cameron in commentary alongside Nathan Burke, Brett Delidio and Lauren Borden. Looking forward to the final match of the round, Spriggy.
Can't wait, Clinchy. Thank you for that. Yeah, we'll all get you there for Essendon North Melbourne coming up next. If you're listening through news radio throughout New South Wales, then coverage will end shortly after the final siren here. Of course, if you want to come with us, just find the ABC Listen app and the ABC AFL button, where you'll find every game this season streaming on the ABC Listen app. Non-stop coverage of Grandstand AFL. Your experts here at Giants Stadium, where Richmond keeps a 16-point lead. Jason Saddington and Callum Sinclair, your thoughts of the final change?
Yeah, well, Cal, a bit of an arm wrestle sort of quarter where neither team was able to really get some advantage. I think Richmond probably had the better opportunities with their run-off half-back. They got some good looks one-on-one inside 50, but the Giants' defenders held pretty firm. Jack Buckley took a couple of grabs and they were able to repel the attacks. Struggled with their ball movement going forward, and I think we're just left in a not much of a change as to what we saw at half-time. 16-point game, and it's on the line for either team to grab whatever opportunity they can.
No, I completely agree. I think both these teams are in it. You kind of get the feeling the Giants need to really start well in the first 5 or 6 minutes of this quarter. They need to hit the scoreboard, and where they're probably struggling compared to Richmond is Richmond were just so much more efficient, particularly in that third term. I'm not sure what the numbers were inside 50 with how many marks they had, but they were hitting out, they were lowering the eyes. You just saw kind of like players like Buckley get a little bit frustrated at his midfielders that the pressure on the middle of the ground wasn't quite there, because guys like Rewald and particularly Sampson were just hitting up too easily. But the Giants just leaked some goals. You saw the one with Jack Rewald out the back. They kind of even fumbled that, and they definitely had the opportunity to get that ball back. But in saying that, what does the Giants coaching staff do here? You mentioned it earlier in the game. They're 16 points down going into the last season on the line. They really, really need to do something here. I like your scenario. Himmelberg go forward, Brown go down back, because I think what Toby Green and Jesse Hogan need is a circuit breaker down there. They're not into the game just yet. Yep. They might need one person there to just, one more player to worry about for the Richmond defence. So I'll be curious to see how they kind of end up going. Himmelberg, he's starting to walk into defence, so not going to happen, but maybe sometime through the last quarter.
Well, I don't mind that either, Cal, because I think The other one that can go forward then, if Himmelberg slips into the ruck, is Kieran Briggs can go forward. We saw him kick a couple of goals against the Saints. And he's kicked one today, I think, when he pulled out of the ruck. Look, he's a different target and a dangerous target up forward, but we'll see what changes. They do swing. They've got to chase the game. They're 16 behind, so they've got to do something.
By the way, the Giants haven't won at home since round 1, which is extraordinary, that game against Adelaide in the season opener. Poppy Penny on the boundary, down to you.
Richmond have made their sub. I'm just trying to work out who they've subbed off, but Noah Cumberland is into the game.
Okay, thank you, Poppy. We'll keep an eye on that. Richmond by 16 points here. Into the final turn we go. Briggs against Nankervis. Green wrapped up by Nankervis. Briggs goes into assist. Works it back into Canelio. Smooth pickup. Goes inside 50 now with a kick. Looking for a target down there. Riccardi in the contest with Young. At the drop, Toby Green curls it back around on the run. Into the game, Toby. It's his second goal. And didn't they need that? It's a season defined by near misses for both of these teams, and it's a desperate final quarter here at Giants Stadium. Margin back to 10. The Giants were the first of the final term.
I tell you what, if you're a Richmond supporter, Richmond player on the ground, the last person you want to do is to spark and ignite your team is Toby Green. We mentioned it earlier. We mentioned it literally a few minutes earlier. Who's the guy that needs to step up and get himself involved? Toby Green seems to always be him when they need an answer.
His work rate, and I think it's the probably hardest we've seen him work today. I think Garvey was just talking at the break. It just maybe looks a little bit off in terms of his pace, but his speed and work rate to get across and get that handball, receive and help out is what allowed him to get the shot on goal.
Yeah, he received some attention from the trainers in the first quarter. We've wondered if he's carrying something, but
not by the look of that one.
Doesn't matter what ailment Toby Green has. He's always a threat. 11 disposals and now 2 goals. Margin back to 10 points in favour of Richmond. Coming out to meet the football in the middle of the ground is Toby Bedford. There's Toby Green looking dangerous again. Scrapping away with Rioli at centre half forward for the Giants. We'll have a ball up. Isn't this set up brilliantly for a gripping final term? The Giants looking for their first back-to-back wins of the season. Richmond looking for their first win under interim coach Andrew McWalter. Here's Callum Ward. Gets it to Whitfield. Snaps it inside 50. Sits up nicely for Jesse Hogan. Finds some space in the pocket. Centering ball. Underneath it is Riccardi and Lloyd. Ross is there. Gets away from a tackle. Does well, Jack Ross. Shows some composure in the pocket. His kick up to half-back. Bounces off Rewalt. Is picked up by Tom Green. Canelio backwards to Perryman. Kicks it into the pocket off the hands of Broad. Bedford's there. Handball looking for O'Halloran. And now Callahan went to back on his left. Eventually handballed it to Ward. He had a shot on goal and kicked it. They went the long way around the Giants, but they converted. Richmond's lead pegged back to 4 points with 2 quick Giants goals to start the last term. Callan Ward's on the ball, the veteran.
He couldn't ask for a better start to the quarter. We're less than 3 minutes in and they've gone bang bang, the Giants, to bring it straight back to a 4-point game. Yeah, Finn Callahan got the handball receive. If he was a right footer, it just would have been a beautiful easy goal, but he wanted to come back on his left, but Callum Ward turned up, and as Cal Ward does, he's got this knack of finding the goals. He doesn't miss too many, and it was a lovely finish there. 4-point game. Here we go.
And a Poppy on the boundary.
Just confirming, it is Ryan Mansell that's been subbed out for Richmond, and Noah Cumberland is into the game.
On his 23rd birthday, Ryan Mansell subbed out of the game. So early shower for him.
Callan Ward in game 281, 24 disposals, 7 score involvements, now a goal, 5 tackles.
A very important goal at that. Restart back in the middle. Briggs v Nankervis. Briggs follows up. Taranto gets there first though. Sticks out the boot. Sockles it towards the outer wing. Overrun by Jack Graham. Ross goes into assist here. Breaks the tackle of Angwin. Puts Richmond back inside 50. It skids away here wide of the target down there as well. They're trying to get there in Cumberland. His first involvement. Soccer toward the goal line here, but Buckley can work it through. But we'll come back here for a free kick. And it was Cumberland who I think was dealt with after the fact in the left forward pocket. So an opportunity for the sub. He's looking a little sore as well. Getting up to his feet. Hand pass off to Dustin Martin. He curls it around the goalposts, but umpire didn't allow them to play on or take the advantage. So we'll come back here for a set shot for Cumberland, deep in the left forward pocket. Now I mentioned, apropos nothing, that the Callum Sinclair stand. There's also a Cumberland stand here at Sydney Showground as well. So
like for like.
We'll see if Cumberland can make the most of this. But it's a very important stage of play. All jokes aside.
2 speedy footballers.
Tigers lead by 4 points. Cumberland is deep in the left forward pocket. He'll come off his line here with a check side to the left, and he misses near side.
Just left back on that one.
Didn't even look like kicking that. So it's a 5-point game. Tigers by 5. 11-11 plays 10-12. 5 gone final term.
Noah Cumberland's first disposal after coming on as a sub is a behind. Giants find some space through the kick in. They hit up Riccardi at half forward. Handball to Lloyd. They're going to attack again. Hogan with a leap. Well done by Bolter though. Kept his position in the front with strength. He's having an excellent game for Richmond to mark defensively. Switches it to McIntosh. And now Jaden Short. Just outside defensive 50 at left half back for Richmond. Has Pickett on a lead. Short kick to him. Finds him on the wing. Pickett assesses his options. Just kicks it up high to half forward. Rewalt's underneath it. Briggs is cutting across and marking. The ruckman had eyes on that football the whole way through. Handballs are back to Connor Iden.
Iden now can rebound. Back in the middle of Giants Stadium here for Daniel Lloyd. Dummies the hand pass. Comes back to the left-hand side now with a kick. And no, Keefe runs on, not Lockie Keefe. Hand pass off to Perryman on the logo out of side now. Sends the Giants forward of halfway. Out to the one-on-one. Young was out there in the contest with Riccardi. Bolter provides some assistance in defence and runs it out of bounds for a throw-in. 40 around now from the Giants goal. Poppy Penny down to you on the boundary.
Dylan Grimes has just come off clutching his his right shoulder, and he looks like it's dislocated. He's just having a chat with the doctor now, but he looks like he's in a great deal of discomfort.
Big injury concern for the Tigers, who lead by 5 points early stages of the last quarter. Brent Daniels already off the ground for the Giants, subbed off with a hamstring issue. Scrapping away at right half back for Richmond is Cochin. Angwin gets hands on the football, falls to Ward, and now Whitfield looks for a target. Well smothered though by Baker. Wins it back, Whitfield. Ralph Smith's there for Richmond though. Quick handball from Cochin finds Taranto. He goes long into attack. Buckley dropped an easy mark though, and then allowed Dustin Martin to intervene. That's the last man you want to get involved, but he's missed the opportunity from 35 out. Went the grubber effort, Dusty. Perhaps the drop punt was the better option. Through for a behind. Richmond now lead by a clean goal. 11-11-77. GWS 10-12-72. 78 they are, the Tigers, sorry.
Absolutely got out of jail there, the Giants. Smothered kick going inside 50, and then the Jack Buckley fumble. Richmond should have made him pay on that one.
Kick out Himmelberg. Comes members side beyond defensive 50. Nankervis control it. O'Halloran hand pass off here. Tom Green tumbles it up the line here, only as far as Nathan Broad, who takes a chest mark to intercept just behind the wing. Tigers by 6. Short kick from Broad to short. Kick was too short. Umpire says play on. Call to play on now. High ball towards half forward. Then Curvis tangled up with Briggs. There was a hold there going the way of the big Tiger in. It's going to come back to the other contest. In fact, Cumberland was down there with Perryman. Called to play on now. Perryman plays a tackle on Cumberland as he played on. Loose ball gathered by McIntosh. Goes back inside 50 here. Deep to the pocket. It just works its way around Himmelberg and goes out of bounds on the full. It's deflected off the foot of Himmelberg. And that's unfortunate for him and most unfortunate for the Giants, because it gives Richmond a shot here with Jack Revolt deep in the left forward pocket. The toughest of angles, but a chance here for his 4th and some much needed breathing space here for the visitors.
Tell you, round 1, Harry Himmelberg would have been given 50 metres for descent there. He was arguing with the umpire.
Revolt opens up the angle, curls it around the post. Jack does have 4. And the Tigers are out by 12 points. 9 gone, final quarter here at Giants Stadium. It's Richmond 12-12-84. The Giants 10-12-72 on ABC Sport. You're with Grandstand AFL.
Yeah, I haven't seen a replay. I can't see a replay on that one, but the ball as it trickled in, Harry Himmelberg just rolled what it looked like over his toe and then up over to the boundary line. He was having a fair conversation with the boundary umpire and the field umpire. The hand was going in the air. Early in the year, it may have been descent 50. I mean, it didn't matter in the end with Rewalt. Lovely finish, kicked the goal, but timely goal for Richmond to just push it back out to 12.
That was the crackdown, wasn't it? Earlier the descent.
Well, Cornelio got one paid against him here for much, much less than that.
775 career goals now for Jack Rewalt. Only 2 off Kevin Bartlett, who sits third all-time for Richmond and 13th all-time in AFL history. Won by Tom Green with strength in the middle of the ground. Has Ward running off him. Kicks inside 50. Good mark by Broad over the top of Toby Green. Important defensive intervention by the Tigers, who lead by 12 points. Broad finds Taranto. They work it out to Camden McIntosh now at halfback. He goes short to Rioli. Down quickly to Poppy Penny on the boundary.
Dylan Grimes went down to the rooms with the doctor and the physio, has come back up and has just gone back down to the rooms. It's obviously bad timing for Richmond given they've just made their sub before this injury.
Ball comes to the flank. Rebound at ground level off here. It's been lost by him in the path of Tom Green. Off to Bedford. Gets it back from Cornelio. Bedford still running. Goes inside 50 here for the Giants. Into the goal square. It trickles through. Toby Green sticks out the boot. And it's through for a goal. I'm not sure if it would have got there in its own volition from Toby Bedford, but Toby Green sticks out the right boot as he slides to the goal line. We think it's a goal. Umpire not convinced. We'll go upstairs and check it. Let's have a look. Oh, it's pretty obvious. It's because he hits the goalpost afterwards with his right foot, but the ball goes through before all that. And Toby Green has invented, as he so often does, a third goal, and again a very important one for the Giants.
Yeah, and it's great. He's just sort of thrown the boot at it, hasn't he? Just at the studs to just change. The little deflection to change the line of the ball, because if he had let it go, Bedford's kick was probably going to roll into the post, if not just miss. So great smarts by Toby Green to get the little deflection, get the studs on it and flick it through.
3 goals for the recent 200 gamer and Giants captain. A couple of captain's goals in this final term. Still waiting on confirmation. There it is. And there's the cheer from the home fans as well. Margin is back to 6. It's Richmond 12-12-84. Greater Western Sydney 11-12-78. 12 gone final term here on Grandstand AFL.
I just don't know if we've seen another player in the game in the modern era being able to step up when his team needs it. Like Toby Green, just amazes me every single week with how when his team needs a response or needs to get back in the game, he seems to be the one, and particularly he shows a lot about him as a competitor. Hasn't been his day, Sado, at all.
Not at all.
He's been really kept very quiet. Garbs, you made the point that he could be playing a little bit sore after a couple of knocks in the first quarter, but wow, what strength of character and resilience to find his way back into this game and put his team within a kick.
He's a freak, like a striker at the back post there. He's a big watcher of world football. Melbourne City could have used that last night in the A-League Grand Final.
Great work last night, Garbs.
Sliding in, Toby Green with an important goal for the Giants. Richmond lead by 6 points. Here's Jay Bolton. Does well to burst away in the middle of Giants Stadium. He hit up Baker. His kick finds Judson Clark. It was a chiselling ball off the left. Just went 15 metres onto the chest of Judson Clark. He'll kick from 45 out, 45-degree angle.
You've liked him, Sado, today. He's been... He showed a bit for a young player and seems to find his way into some good spots. Kicked a terrific goal in the earlier on the boundary. Judson
Clark's kick is just off the side of the boot. Like it was off target from the moment it left his boot. So Richmond lead by 7 points. It's all set up for a fantastic finale to this game. Richmond at 12-13-85. The Giants 11-12-78.
What did I say? It couldn't be a draw. One side has to win. Well, that's not true. 7 points. We're definitely in draw territory here as the Giants kick out through Whitfield. High ball beyond defensive. 50. Bolter with a clear path to it. Spills the chest mark. It's off and over for a throw-in between wing and half forward for the Tigers. Essendon v North Melbourne coming up next. Still a matter of this game here as the Giants chase their 5th win. The Tigers 4th, and they're first under Andrew McQualter. Scrapping forward at ground level, Nankervis. Himmelberg piles in as well. The umpire says give it to man.
Yeah, Himmelberg taking the ruck work here. I don't know if Brown has slipped back, so they may have made that change, Cal, with Himmelberg into the ruck instead of Riccardi.
14 and a half minutes gone in the last term. Richmond lead by 7 points. Ball in dispute just forward of the wing for the Tigers. Tackle from Himmelberg on Nathan Broad means we'll have another ball up. Mankervis and Himmelberg converge again. It spills free to Baker. Handball over his shoulder finds McIntosh in space. He puts the Tigers into attack. Underneath it is Samson Ryan. He palms it down. Lockie Ash tries to get hands on it. Judson Clark does, though, for Richmond. Cumberland left it behind. Tom Green won it. Whitfield just smashed it forward to release some pressure. And it's set up nicely for O'Halloran to centre half forward, and Toby Green gets it back to Toby Bedford. He has space, running straight through on goal and kicking it for the Giants from one end to the other. The Lockie Whitfield spike at centre half back, converted by Toby Bedford inside attacking 50. The margin is now back to 1 point in favour of the Tigers.
I liked it, Sutto, but at the same time, Jesse Hogan is absolutely nude about 20 metres directly in front. But, oh, God, I can just imagine kicking through the box. I'm sure that stress ball is probably ripped to shreds at the moment. So, but what a fantastic passage of play there. How clean was Toby Green once again?
Absolutely. The Richmond defender hanging off him, but he was able to get the hands free. Toby Bedford, he pushed really hard from half back there as well to get involved and get that handball received. And he's been really important with Brent Daniels going off the ground to step up and have some more involvement with his speed in the front half.
Excellent point.
Down to Poppy on the boundary.
Dylan Grimes has just come up with a fair bit of strapping on that right shoulder, but there's no ice or anything, so the chances are he's going to try and come back on.
Restart back in the middle. Waiting for a clearance. Ryan goes in hard. Support comes from Bolton. Chisels his kick towards the members' wing. Gathered here by Daniel Lloyd of the Giants. Hose it back up the line here on the bounce for O'Halloran. Gets rid of Ralph Smith. Tumbles a high ball inside forward 50. Back with the flight there is Tyler Young and also Camden McIntosh. Numbers in defence there. Short under pressure. Handball was dangerous here to Taranto. Fires it back here for Broad. Now Ralph Smith. He can just clear the area. Thumps it high in the air. Back in the middle of Giants Stadium. Coming through Brown. But Baker got there first. Swoops in, takes the mark for the Tigers.
The courage of Liam Baker. Half the size of Riccardi, who was coming the other way, and he got there first. Richmond lead by 1 point. Ross has it on the wing. Wants to go inboard. Now goes to the outside. Kick into the pocket. Tracking it is Cumberland. Missed what he should have taken. Falls though for Rewalt. Hamble over the top, looking for Dustin Martin. Lockie Ash sockers it through for a rush behind. It's getting tense now. It's going to have that feel about it as we get closer to the full-time siren. 17 minutes gone in the last, and Richmond lead by 2 points.
Lockie Ash to kick out. Every play, every passage so important. Ash bounces in the right back pocket. Drives it long to the members' wing. Out to a 3-on-2. McIntosh with a spoil from behind. O'Halloran tries to keep it alive. McIntosh goes in again. It's out of bounds for a throw-in right in front of us.
I do like the call to put Himmelberg in the middle. Probably just give Sampson and Nank a little bit more to think about, Sutto. Yep. Pretty good around the ground. Good use of the ball. Can exploit them kind of pushing forward and getting a shot on goal.
Yep, Richmond by 2 points. 18 gone, final turn. Back in it comes. Ryan out in space. First pair of hands, Toby Green. Off to Cal Ward, bursting by. He's got room to bounce, Cal Ward. Looks at the options up ahead. Sends it inside forward 50. Straight in the throat of Tyler Young, who marks for Richmond.
The Giants forwards were just peeling back. Someone needed to come at the footy and give Cal Ward a nice, easy option.
80 minutes gone in the last. Richmond lead by 2 points. Tyler Young kicks to a 2-on-1 in favour of the Giants. That means Lockie Ash got hands on the football. Gave it to Himmelberg. A kick to centre half forward. Hogan out to meet it. 2 bites at the cherry. Couldn't bring it down. Broad tracks it. Quick handball to Baker. And now Taranto. Cochin to Jaden Short in the middle of the ground. Liam Baker's running off him. Goes past the wing. Has a bounce. Gives it to Ralph Smith. The long hair flowing away. Kick on goal. Finds Rewalt just outside the square. Quick break from the Tigers. Jack Rewalt looking for his 5th goal. Will kick from just about directly in front, 5 metres out. Rewalt will snap it without an issue in the world. Jack's got 5. The veteran sending a message that he's not done yet. Richmond's lead back out to 8 points.
Don't get me wrong, Jesse Hogan, he'd be disappointed himself if he didn't take that mark. That's the risk you take when you go forward and you kick long to centre half forward. It just leaves you exposed in the corridor. So Richmond have been pretty good today on the turnover, but Jesse Hogan, probably just a missed opportunity for him there. And just looking at the replay now, seeing how good Richmond were on the rebound.
Black and yellow tsunami. Correct. That one, wasn't it, Richmond?
Yeah.
So Jack Rewalt has 5. As we approach time on here, Richmond by 8. It's been the story of both of these sides this year. Near misses, close finishes. Who can see it through here? Tigers with some momentum. Restart back in the middle. Briggs against Ryan. Down to Cal Ward. Giants will win the clearance through Cornelio. Tumbles a high ball inside 50. Toby Green's down there. He has Grimes for company. Hand pass comes back to Grimes. Works it back to the wing where it's marked by Whitfield. Giants cut the ball off again. Whitfield comes back centrally here to Himmelberg. Slows it down for a moment here on the logo commentary side. Now comes back wide to Whitfield.
Lockie Whitfield, right half forward, hops it over the top and finds Ryan Angwood. 55 out, but he is a left footer, so he can run around and set this up into a very dangerous spot. Top of the square, marked by Cadman. The number 1 draft pick has 1 disposal to his name for the game. A big grab in the last term to peg the margin back to just 2 points.
That's it. You can have a quiet game. We've seen that with Toby Green. Pretty quiet through the first 3 quarters. He popped up, kicked 2 goals. Cadman only his second touch, but a big moment.
For arguably the most important goal in the early stages of his career, Aaron Cadman made the goal umpire work, but it doesn't matter. It's through. Cadman with his 5th goal of his AFL career, his first of the game. Richmond's lead is now just 2 points, and we've got 21 minutes in the last quarter.
Well, you spoke, Sato, at kind of 3/4 time about where he's kind of at, Aaron Cadman in his career. I know it's only early days, but, would it be better for his confidence to maybe, spend some time in the reserves? There might be some pressure on him contract-wise at some point, but great mark, but be curious to know what your thoughts are. Where is that?
He's obviously played the past 6-8 weeks. They've given him regular footy. He's probably battled to have a huge impact. He's been subbed out a few times, but obviously with Daniels going off earlier with the injury, it meant he's had to stay out there. And obviously, if you can keep competing, attacking the footy, you get opportunities like that. It was great to see him take the moment and kick a really important goal in the context of this game.
Giants haven't led since early stages in the first quarter, the very start of the game. It's back to a 2-point lead Richmond's way. Giants go forward of halfway. Inside 50 it comes. Clean bowled Riccardi. Pressure here on Noah Bolter. Nice work it was by Bedford. Loose football here. Coughed up by Riccardi again. And now they can clear through Tyler Young, out of bounds on the full. Giants ball just forward to the wing.
He would have been deliberate if it had bounced in.
Terrific pressure there from Bedford. Even though he didn't quite get him on the tackle, he was superb.
The pressure perhaps showing on the youngster in Tyler Young there. Just threw it on the boot, out of bounds on the full. Lockie Ash on the wing. Puts the Giants inside 50 again. Almost fell the way of Toby Green. Shea Bolton just pumps it out of defensive 50, but Lockie Keefe tracks it back. Now finds a man in Callan Ward who's been brilliant all game in the middle of the ground. The centre half forward he goes and spots up Tom Green. Possession number 31 coming up for him. Gives it to Josh Fay, the sub on his left, launches that goal and kicks the Giants into the lead. They mob him. GWS lead by 4 points, and they hit the lead for the first time since the first couple of minutes of the first term.
What a moment to kick your first goal in AFL footy. 23-minute mark, your team's 2 points down. The Canberra connection there. Tom Green giving it to Josh Fahey to go and slot it from 55 on his left. He's a wonderful kick of the footy. He'll be up and about. Super exciting moment for Josh Fahey and the Giants. 4 points up.
I'll tell you what, and the confidence to call for it too. Poppy Penny on the boundary.
You talked about the Giants crowd being a bit quieter than the Richmond crowd. That is not the case anymore. It is so loud on this side of the ground when the Giants get the ball.
What a moment. Josh Fahey's first goal in AFL footy. They mobbed him. And the Giants are in front. It's showtime at the showground. Home side back ahead. 24 gone final term. From the restart. Briggs against Nankervis. Wrapped up immediately down there is Callahan. Dumped in the tackle of Taranto. The umpire will ball up again.
Just quickly, Jack Riewoldt haul of 5 goals, the most he's kicked at a game since round 18, 2021.
Nankervis can clear here for the Tigers. Baker marks on the edge of the square. Lays off the hand pass to Rioli. Handball out wide here again. They go inside 50 through Judson Clark. It's a high ball. Goal one. And he puts the Tigers back in front. Juddy Clark with his second of the afternoon. And Richmond goes back ahead by 2 points, 25 gone, final term.
I'll tell you what, I'm liking Judson Clark, mate, with what he's doing. What a terrific goal. The last 2 goals outside 50, 2 younger players in the competition, and just the confidence to kick that on his left, just as steady at this point of the game. What a terrific kick. I think he's shown a fair bit today.
He's a great looking talent. He's just his movement. He's got speed. He's got step. He's a lively player, and his skills. He's got a lovely left foot. He's going to be playing a lot of AFL football.
Richmond lead by 2 points. What storyline will prevail here? Back-to-back wins for the first time this season for the Giants, or the first win for Andrew McWalter as interim Richmond coach. 25 and a half minutes gone in the last term. Richmond lead by 2. Tom Green wins it again for the Giants. Spirals one into attack, watching it well. Down there is Grimes, who's back on the ground after having the shoulder strapped. And is holding the ball. Not against Grimes, but against Hugo Ralphsmith. The tackle from O'Halloran. He's a long kick, O'Halloran, we know that. Slightly worse than a 45-degree angle. He'll have to kick this from 55 metres out. He's put the ball on the ground, and he's going to have the set shot. He's backing himself.
Haven't the Giant supporters found their voice this afternoon?
They were up out of their seat then, weren't they?
It's good to see out here in Western Sydney.
The Tigers fans are loud too. Don't worry about that. Plenty of yellow and black in the stands here at Giant Stadium. Xavier O'Halloran from 52 metres. Just drifts across the face off hands through for a rush behind. The lead is 1 point. It looked an even game on paper. It is shaping up that way. Richmond with the minor lead.
Spriggy, your draw's looking a treat.
Oh,
cha-ching.
No, nothing like that. Wish I was that smart. Sure. Tigers by a point. 27 gone, final term. Here's Rioli. Kicks out. Beyond defensive 50, out to a 3-on-2, off the pack, fisted away by McIntosh. Numbers in orange out there. Whitfield slips the tackle of Revolt, brought down, and it's over for a throw-in. I thought he was positioning himself, the umpire, to say holding the ball. It's going to be a throw-in. And the last remaining bit of sunshine on the outer side.
Fair enough from the Tiger fans over that side were up and about. It didn't look too dissimilar to what we saw paid over this side of the ground.
27 gone. Quite a long quarter though. Still about 6 minutes of actual time left. Bedford bursts away here for the Giants.
Green.
Inside 50. Toby Green can't hold the mark under pressure from Broad. It goes out of bounds for a throw-in. A stoppage inside 50 here for the Giants. It's the Tigers who lead by 1. 27 and a half played, final term.
Gee, he made up some ground there, Broad, to cause the spoil. He didn't even get the footy. It was just enough body contact on Toby Green to force him to fumble it.
Boundary thrown in attack for the Giants who trail Richmond by 1 point. Angwin's caught by Taranto. They'll have a ball up inside attacking 50. Taranto 32 disposals, 8 clearances, 5 score involvements and a goal in his first game against his former club. Briggs with the tap down to Taranto. And a couple of his old mates, Toby Green and Cornelio, tackle him to the ground straight away.
Richmond, of course, had the draw in round 1 against Carlton. They've had one draw already this year. Of course, the Giants haven't won at this ground since round 1 against Adelaide, their own home ground, Giants Stadium. Angwin, hand pass here for the Giants. Tom Green, it comes out wide to Bedford. Hurried kick, up in the air it goes. Who can mark it? Running start from Hogan, crashes the pack. At the drop by Halloran. His handball was chopped off. It ricochets out to half forward now. Off the deck, Perryman to Ash. All the way back here to Himmelberg, who can just spear the pass inside 50. Too deep it was for Lloyd. Bolter in defence for the Tigers. They pile in from all angles now. Taranto's waiting for it. Hogan bursts through again for the Giants. Off to Tom Green. Off a step, he sprays it well wide. And it goes into, well, it's about 30 metres around from goal. Out of bounds on the full. Richmond ball in the left back pocket. The Tigers keep a 1 point lead. 14-14 plays 14-13. 29 gone, final turn.
Daniel Lloyd had the chance to mark inside 50. Just grazed his fingertips. Tyler Young, just his 8th game, sends it up the wing. Marked by Himmelberg of the Giants. It's coming back. Gets set Richmond defence. Himmelberg plays on. Bruce it long. Riccardi works his way to the front. Off hands. Grimes is there. And now Jack Ross on the left. It's a high ball. They'll meet it now. Hitting it hard is Briggs. Graham with the handball to Prestia. And now Rioli, big smother from Perryman. At half-forward, they win it back to Giants. Bedford looks for it. Well done by Grimes, playing in pain. Gets it to Taranto. Quick kick up the wing. Iden slaps it away from a pack. Great second effort from a Whitfield to win it back. Now to Iden. Briggs, and Whitfield can launch it once more on the spiral off the side of the boot. It'll bounce over the boundary line for a boundary throw in right forward pocket for the Giants. We have hit the 30-minute mark. Richmond lead by 1 point.
What a contest.
Desperate stuff at Giant Stadium. Good to see.
Isn't electric.
It's not often this place. There's hums like this. Back in it comes. Nankervis wins it down. Bedford swoops through though for the Giants. Bolton dangerous as well for the Tigers. Hand pass comes from Jack Ross. It was untidy. Picked up by Riccardi. Works it back here for Finn Callahan. In the tackle. Gets it away from Baker. Off to Cal Ward. He fires on goal from 45. It's go for a minor score. Scores a level. 14-14, 98 apiece. The Giants and Richmond. We've ticked past the half-hour mark here.
I'm a nuffy.
How much do you love footy?
I'm a nuffy at the moment.
I love it.
I'm an absolute nuffy.
Could the Tigers register 2 draws before the bye? 14-14, 98 apiece. Final few minutes of the last quarter here at Giants Stadium. Short sends it up to the wing. Giants win it back. Good contest from Briggs. Cornelio picks it up, snaps it to half forward. Riccardi provides the contest. Ward gets the handball free. 25 out from the Giants attacking goal. Bedford looking to rove it. They fall on the Richmond defence. Will have a ball up directly in front from the Giants attacking goal, 25 metres out.
I tell you, the scramble from the Richmond defence and midfielders, they're just spending so much time in this back 50, but they're holding firm at the moment.
Ball in the air. Briggs wins it down. Angwin bursts through for the Giants.
Hey.
It's worked through towards the arc. Got a goal square, and it's through for a goal. Was it Briggs? The big man Briggs took it out of the ruck on the second effort and bounced through the goal. The Giants are ahead again. Briggs gathered it in one fell swoop, slammed the ball to his boot, and it bounced through the unguarded square for a Giants major. They're ahead by 6 points. 32 going final term. It's 15-14, 104 to 14-14, 98.
He's done that twice today in a stoppage. He's kicked 2 goals from a stoppage, and I'll tell you what, his last couple of weeks, Sutto, has been really good for his footy and massive for his career in general, I'd say. He's tugged away in the twos for so long, and what a terrific moment for him. Fingers crossed they can hold on, but job's not done yet. 3 minutes 30 to go.
Well, when you need a game one, you go to the ruckman, don't you? They're generally the match winners. Will we see it? Richmond might get it down here. Samson Ryan has loomed dangerous for the Tigers all day up forward. Could it be him that gets them back in the game?
Big from Briggs. The Giants lead by 6 points. We've gone 33 minutes in the last quarter. And Curvis soccers it off the ground after the rack contest. Out to right half forward. Pickett swoops on it. Got some break on his opponent and found Prestia inside 50.
Class. Just class.
Excellent kick from Pickett. Prestia's marked it. He's got the chance. Jesus will test him. He'll kick from just inside 50. 45-degree angle to draw, scores level.
There's a couple of times the Giants have got in front in this last quarter. Straight away, Richmond being able to, out of the middle, get it forward and get themselves back on the scoreboard. Big kick, Prestia.
Kieran Briggs going all the way back to his own goal line. He knows this could fall in that vicinity. Prestia from just inside 50. Distance is not an issue. He's kicked a massive one for the Tigers. Dion Prestia, the veteran. 3-time flag winner at Richmond. Best and fairest winner in 2019 with a massive goal in the last to draw scores level. 15-14, 104 apiece. 34 minutes gone in the last quarter here at Giants Stadium.
Well, what about this last quarter of footy? The Giants have kicked 7 goals. Richmond have kicked 4. It's just an absolute goal fest. We're at the 34-minute mark, and there's still a bit to play in this.
There's still about 2.5 minutes left.
This is unbelievable.
Can we provide some comment on Pickett's ball use about 80 metres out? In these high-pressure situations, majority of players are going long, but the composure to lower your eyes and dart that kick to Dion Prestia. Oh,
Absolute class. I think not many players are blessed with that ability.
Do not take your ears off this game. Scores level at Giants Stadium. The Giants and the Tigers back in the middle. Briggs wins it down. Ward drops the soccer at clear. Tom Green, clean hands to Ward. Run down by Prestia. Good effort defensively. Off to Taranto. He sends a higher ball back to the broadcast wing. Shea Bolton parks himself under it and takes the chest mark just forward of halfway. Takes the pace out of the game here for a moment. Shea Bolton, what a game he's had this afternoon. It's a volley ball inside forward 50. Skipped out the back here. Revolt gives chase. Also Samson Ryan. Pickett nudged off it there as well by Perryman. Loose ball. Revolt out the back only as far as Whitfield. The Giants can clear off the last line here. Whitfield kick tumbles up the line here. Kept alive by Graham to Martin. And now Taranto goes check side from 45 out. Ryan down there as well. Cut mark. Ash hand pass chopped off by Ryan. Now he can snap Samson Ryan. And it's tugged short and marked deep in the right back pocket by Whitfield. No change to our score. It's 104 apiece. 36 gone, final term.
Whitfield stopped a couple of would-be behinds, and that is so important at the moment. Kicks to half-back. Nankervis marks. Spoiled it away from Briggs. It's set up, and he's taken the mark. So Nankervis has it now. 55 out. He'll just spot it up into a dangerous area. Scores a level here. Time ticking down. Marked by Buckley. Critical intervention. He's put Iden under pressure though. It's spoiled away from him. Set up nicely though for Connor Iden. He kept his feet. Kicks it out of defensive 50 and it falls fortuitously on the chest of Daniel Lloyd.
It's all about who can use the ball cleaner, not succumb to pressure. Daniel Lloyd kicks for distance down the outer side of Giants Stadium. Out of the contest with Hogan. Tackled up there with Bolter. At the drop, Taranto brought down. Kick over his shoulder. It was great work like a cork in the ocean from Stephen Cornelio. And now tumbling through Cal Brown. Tom Green can't pick it up cleanly. Broad the hand pass off to Baker. The Tigers can go off half back.
We're inside the last minute here at Giants Stadium. Rewald keeps his feet. Who is going to prevail? Scores the level. Rewald handball backwards to Taranto. The Tigers are going to attack. Samson Ryan's under it. Fists it away. Pickett's there. Finds space. Marlon Pickett to put the Tigers in front. He kicks a goal. He kicks a goal. He's second of the game. Richmond leads by 6 points. And that might just be enough for the first win under the reign of Andrew McWalter as interim coach. Marlon Pickett looming as Richmond's hero.
I don't know Marlon's stats off this game, but I think his last 5 or 6 minutes, what a terrific finish and a terrific read. Just on his left foot there. So composed and great effort by Sampson just to bring that to the ground. So clean.
Precious seconds left. Marlon Pickett with his second goal. The go-ahead goal for Richmond. They've controlled much of the afternoon. It's been a seesawing final term. It's the visitors who lead. From the restart. Briggs against Nankervis. One to ground. Nankervis. Desperation from Ward. Tries to slap it clear. Umpire says let's ball up again.
12 goals kicked in this last quarter.
They'll be happy with another one of those, Richmond. Just another stoppage. Take more time.
Out the back here, Nankervis follows up at ground level, wrapped up by Briggs, will ball up again.
It's probably enough here for the Giants. They need to get a quick kick forward clearance. Richmond get another stoppage, it says.
38-minute quarter and counting. Lockie Ash there for the Giants. Meets Pickett head on, wrapped up, hand pass off to Green. Desperate stuff here. Martin goes in hard. So too does Cal Brown for the Giants, and that'll be it. Richmond reigns supreme for the first time under Andrew McWalter for win number 4 in season 2023. What a road win by just 6 points at Giants Stadium. Stood the pressure. Both of these sides have had close finishes and near misses throughout season 2023, but Richmond controlled much of the game. 24 points was their quarter-time lead, 13 points at the half and 16 points at the final change. The Giants found their way back ahead by just only a couple of points at a time late in the game here, but Marlon Pickett was the hero and Richmond hangs on to win by just 6 points. Plenty of Tigers fans here at Giant Stadium will go home pretty happy. The final score 16-14-110 to 15-14-104. The final score, Richmond's fourth win of season 2023 and their first under interim coach Andrew McQualter. The goal kickers look like this. Jack Riewoldt, 5 goals, 3. It's his best haul since 2021. Judson Clark, the young gun, had 2 goals. Marlon Pickett had 2 and the winner at the very end. Shea Bolton, Samson Ryan Mansell, who was subbed out, Jack Graham, Camden McIntosh, Dion Prestia, Tim Taranto, all goal kickers as well for the Tigers today. Meanwhile, for GWS, Toby Green kicked 3, a couple of really important goals on the run home. Kieran Briggs with a couple, another important goal from the big ruckman late in the game as well. And singles to Bedford, O'Halloran, Hogan, Ward, Cadman, Callahan, Fay the sub, and Brent Daniels, who was subbed out as well at half-time with a hamstring injury. Jake Riccardi and Callum Brown also on the board as well. Richmond winners by 6 points here at Giant Stadium. We're heading off to Essendon v North Melbourne next. We'll get there in about 20 minutes' time. Team news, by the way, just from Docklands. A late change for the Bombers with Andrew Phillips coming in to the Essendon's 22 for Massimo D'Ambrosio. He will be the sub for the Bombers, D'Ambrosio, while for North Melbourne, Tom Powell is their sub. But Jason Saddington, Callum Sinclair, help us make sense of this amazing win for the Tigers by 6 points here at Giant Stadium.
Oh, man, I was out of my seat. I don't know how much expert commentary I was giving you guys in the last 30 minutes. I was an absolute nervous wreck, but I just feel like the Giants just really cost themselves with how they started the game. Sado, a terrific, we'll talk about Richmond in a minute and how they won the game, but what a terrific character-building game it was for the Giants. I know they probably didn't have their stars didn't have the best games, but they stood up probably when it counted. But Jack Riewoldt, superb once again, started the game brilliantly. I thought, just thought the midfield of Richmond were probably a little bit more consistent all throughout the day. But I'll tell you what, it was an exciting contest. I'm still a bit overwhelmed by how good that game was, particularly late. And man, I'm speechless.
Well, it was an unbelievable final quarter. I mean, 12 goals kicked in the quarter. I think it was 7 to the Giants and 5 to Richmond. And it just kept seesaw. And the moment we thought maybe the Giants had pinched this and they'd done the work to get in front, and then Richmond, boom, were able to go down there and continually kick goals. I think it was a young fella, Clark, kicked a big one to get him back in front one time throughout that quarter. And then Prestia's goal late to get it back there to tie it up game was huge from outside 50, and Pickett's finish. So what unbelievable, just free-flowing footy, both ends, back and forth, both teams taking the game on. That's what I loved at late. It was a drawn game, it was tied up, so both teams were still playing this attacking brand of footy that kept the game flowing a treat.
Richmond will soak this up and they'll spend time celebrating with their visiting fans and those that are sort of expats here in Sydney as well. They're lining up along the fence in all parts of Giant Stadium, and they'll soak up this win with their away fans.
But something that might get lost amidst the emotion of the end of that game and the tenseness of it is Jack Riewoldt kicking 5 goals. So he's a player who many have thought is being interviewed now on the broadcast. Maybe his time is done. Probably his last season, but is he just going through the motions now? For him to kick 5, so it's his biggest haul since round 18, 2021. It's a really big moment for him. I'm sure he'll take so much pride in that, considering, Cal, the man he's worked alongside for so long, Damien Hardwick, has since departed.
I agree, but I also think the last probably 18 months, particularly this year, their kicking efficiency going inside 50 has not helped him one bit. I think there's been much commentary about Richmond's, I guess, how they enter the ball inside 50. They're traditionally going to be a bit more of a grub team, high attacking, surge kind of mentality. That's not going to suit Jack Riewoldt at this stage of his career. I just found today that he found a little bit more space. They took a bit more care with the football, particularly in that third quarter. You might have seen, Sato, they just lowered the eyes a fair bit. That's going to help Jack Riewoldt in his last stages of the career. He knows where to go. He knows where to put himself in the right spots to get a shot on goal.
Crowd, by the way, 9,723, so just shy of 10,000 here. I'd say close to half of Richmond fans, and they're soaking this up with the Richmond players who have been in all parts of Giant Stadium with their away fans, and we'll get the song shortly and some reaction from the Richmond rooms with Poppy Penny downstairs. So there you go. Keep your texts coming, by the way, 0437 774 774. What a win for the Tigers, who, as I say, have had some close finishes. They've lost their past couple of games by 1 point and 10 points against Port last week. They prevail here by 6 points in Sydney on this very overcast Sunday afternoon. So this will mean a lot for Andrew McQualter, I'm sure, who's been a part of the system. We spoke about the link with Adam Kingsley as well, who's been at the Richmond Football Club as well for the past several years. Another chance goes begging for the home side. We'll talk about the Giants a little later on, but really it's all about Richmond for now as they make their way down the race, and their fans are very satisfied as far as registering their 4th win here in season 2023. For now, the Tigers will jump from 15th up to 13th, and that's where they'll finish the round, of course, with Essendon, North Melbourne, the final game still to come. But they're making their way downstairs. Poppy Penny is down in the Richmond rooms.
There's a lot of very excited people down here. There's a lot of, big smiling faces. Everyone's standing waiting for the players to come down. They're not yet in the rooms, but lots of very, very excited people down here. There's some fans trickling in. They're obviously travelling fans, or they're getting ready to sing the song or watch the team sing the song. And I can hear quite a bit of noise coming down the race. So I think here they come. The players are coming in the rooms now. You can probably hear there's some very happy Richmond people as they gather up. They're getting into a circle now. Some bruised bodies, lots of strapping and tape and that sort of thing, but players coming into a massive, massive round of applause. They're gathering up into a circle, and here's the song they're about to sing.
And the coach comes in last of all. That's what they're all waiting for. Andrew McQualter. Great stuff. We'll get some reaction from down there shortly. We're used to hearing that song the past few years, aren't we? But this feels different. It feels like a new era for the Tigers. Of course, Hardwick has departed. Of course, we talk about Samson Ryan, some of those guys, Judson Clark coming in. Tyler Young was good down back today as well. It is despite all the fact that Jack Revolt, of course, was a stand-up today as well, the veteran. There are these new names coming through. It's a different Tigers outfit.
And Tim Taranto singing that song against his former club in the rooms, or near the rooms where he sang the Giants song on so many occasions. After 36 disposals, 12 of those contested, 5 tackles, 9 clearances, 6 score involvements and a goal. He had a massive game, Tim Taranto, in what is looming as a best and fairest season for him. He must be streets ahead in terms of the Jack Dyer medal. What a recruit he's been for Richmond.
Oh, absolutely. They knew... when they were getting Tim Taranto, they were getting a very, very good footballer. And I mean, he's continued on. This is the stuff he was doing at the Giants, and that's why, they went really hard to get him. They'd already got Jacob Hopper, and they went and got Taranto as well, because they were looking at the future. And if you can go and grab 2 fantastic midfielders, certainly Tim Taranto, still very young player that just continually, week in, week out, turns up and gets the job done. Nothing flash about him all the time, but absolutely 36 touches. He just seems to find the footy every week and under duress.
No, he certainly does. And he copped a fair bit of criticism at the start of the season, particularly for his ball use, but I think particularly his efforts last week. He's in a really, really purple patch of form, and it is funny what you say, Garb. He actually probably would be leading their best and fairest at Richmond, so probably a good argument that the criticism is probably not worthy, but nothing better, mate, than to obviously knock off your old side and put in a performance like that. He'd be super impressed.
How did they do it? How did they absorb the pressure? I mean, both sides had pressure
thrown at them. That's the nature of a close game, and what's been happening all year for both of these sides. But Richmond down the stretch just had a bit more class. They responded each time the Giants scored a goal, didn't they?
Yeah, their backs were able to really just knuckle down when they were under the pump. A lot part of that quarter, the ball just kept coming in, and the Giants eventually broke them down and got the goal. But they had that confidence through the middle of the ground, and knowing that they've got some attacking players forward. If we can get it in there, we're going to keep creating chances. And I think both teams just kept backing themselves in to win the footy, and as it turned out, it went Richmond's way, and they took the chance when it mattered most.
By the way, if listening through news radio throughout New South Wales, your broadcast is about to come to an end. We'll drop you off back to regular programming for the rest of your Sunday evening. But if you want to keep listening to the AFL, including our post-game wrap-up here, and of course Essendon v North Melbourne at Docklands, just find the ABC Listen app, of course, and the ABC AFL button within that Listen app, and we'll drop you off and say farewell to news radio listeners now. Richmond here by 6 points over Greater Western Sydney at Giant Stadium. Farewell if you are departing on news radio. While we carry on here for the rest of our audience across the nation and beyond, keep your texts coming, 0437 774 774. And as I say, crowd here, 9,723. Doesn't sound like much, but especially when the away fans are roaring, it does start to really rock this place, this little ground Giant Stadium. Brett Sprigg alongside Callum Sinclair and Jason Saddington. Huge win this for Richmond. And I mean, how far can they go? As I spoke about, they're not going to be a contender this year. They've got Freo next week, then St Kilda. They're away against Freo. That's Saturday night in Perth. Then St Kilda the week after that before their bye. They'll be 4-7-1 at this current stage, but making little inroads with an interim coach. And as I say, having those positives, like those young players standing up, is obviously significant for them as well.
I don't think they're that far off. I think they've definitely slipped probably the last 18 months. So I've just got the names in front of me here. Taranto, Short, Bolton, Prestia, Baker, Martin, McIntosh. Probably not sure where probably he's at going forward, but he's still a very serviceable player. Broad, Nankervis, Rioli, Bolter, just to name a few, Grimes as well. So it just seems like for them to be back competing, they probably just need a couple of more players around them, whether they go to the draft and try and get some real kind of, high-end talent in that top 10, maybe trade into that. But I don't think they're that far off. Maybe they probably just need a little bit more polish probably around them in order to get there. They remind me of a little bit of a Collingwood where they were a couple of years ago. They kind of did some recruiting that they brought in a Tom Mitchell and a Darcy Cameron, and you see what kind of what they're doing, particularly the last 18 months. With those names, you don't expect that team to be in the bottom 8 for long, I would assume.
No, I mean, they've still got some quality players out there, absolutely, and they do have some Tom Lynch young players. Yeah, absolutely. And he's one that they probably hurts them the most, not having Tom Lynch out there, and I think when he gets back in the team, that makes a big difference again.
Poppy Penny in the Richmond rooms.
With Jayden Short down here in a very happy Richmond rooms. Jayden, huge, frantic finish for you guys. How was that?
Yeah, we make it pretty hard, don't we? We like to keep the crowd into it, but it's good to obviously get the win on the road. It's been obviously a different few weeks for us, and we love winning, so it was good to get the win on the board.
What has the last couple of weeks been like? Obviously, huge changeover for you guys. What's it been like under Andrew McQualter? Yeah,
it's been exciting. I mean, Andrew's been with us for 10 years, so really nothing's really changed around the club, to be honest, apart from obviously missing Dimmer. Andrew's sort of kept the same philosophies, and the boys are just trying to bring some energy to the club every single day and just enjoy the time we got there. So Andrew's been unreal. We all love him, and we're happy to get the win for him tonight.
Yeah, how much does that mean to you guys as a club to get the win for him? It's the first win under his coaching.
Unless you're in a footy club, you don't really know how hard our coaches work. I truly believe they've got the hardest job in the system, to be honest. They're always watching vision. They're trying to make us better. They're giving us all the time they got, and then they're doing everything to make us better players. So, just to obviously win for them and obviously win for us, it helps. But, we love our coaches and we love Andrew too.
In the context of Richmond's season, it's obviously been probably a more difficult year than you guys were maybe hoping for or expecting. What does this win mean on the road for the context of that season?
Just the things we've been trying to work on. Most of our games looked okay. We've been in most games that we've sort of played in. We haven't really been blown out the park, but just a few of our things that we've been working on at training throughout the week. Obviously, our connection inside 50 and stuff like that. So to see our connection sort of work tonight, we let them back in, so there's obviously a little bit of work to do defensively and stuff, but it's obviously good to see our forwards and stuff make the most of kicking their goals, and obviously our mids had a great night as well.
In the rooms with Jaden Short, I'll throw up to the boys upstairs, Cal Sinclair, Brett Sprigg and Jason Saddington.
Jaden, congratulations on the win. Talk about Jack Rewald, obviously kicked the 5 goals today and was a great target for you guys up forward. Talk more, maybe a little bit about his influence, not just on the field but off the field, and what he's still bringing to the team.
Oh, he's amazing, mate. You know, like, they can say whatever they want, but what he brings to this football club and what he's done for this football club's absolutely unbelievable. The work he puts in, he doesn't differ day to day. He's probably one of the hardest working blokes we've got at the club. And just his wisdom throughout the whole group's just amazing. And we're very lucky that he went on again, and we're happy to see him get the reward tonight.
Jaden, Callum Sinclair here, mate. Congratulations on a terrific win for the footy club. Just one guy that we probably noticed tonight is probably Samson Ryan. You know, definitely still in a bit of a development phase in his career, but it just seems like the club's persevering with him, and every single week he kind of seems to be getting a little bit better and a bit more confident at the level. You guys must be, I guess, pretty excited about a player like that with his athleticism and what he could bring to the club in the future. Oh yeah, I mean it's awesome to see. Obviously we've got a young key up and coming, and it's good to see that the coaches are persisting with Samson, and we love what he brings. He brings great energy, and I mean all we really need him to do is have a crack and just bring the ball to ground, to be honest. But I'm loving playing with him, and I'm loving what he's bringing. So I love that that we persisted with him and kept him out there. I mean, I know they say keys take a lot longer, but it's awesome to see Samson out there, and he's definitely bringing us a lot. Yeah, mate, another one from me. Where are you guys at internally? You know, you've obviously come off a really successful era at the football club. Damien's obviously left. There's talk around Trent Cotchin and Jack Rewald about what they might do in the next probably few months. How's the motivation been internally? We just went through your list just then, and there's definitely enough talent there to be competing. Is the vibe around you guys kind of, I guess, rebuilding or resetting, or do you still think you're at a level that you can compete with the top 4?
No, I think we still have the full belief that we compete for the top 4, to be honest. Our belief hasn't differed throughout the whole year. I mean, the results haven't gone our way, but we know, we watch the vision, we train, we see where we go wrong, and the boys want to get better, to be honest. So the belief and obviously our game plan stuff hasn't really differed, to be honest, and there's still heaps of belief, and the boys, they work hard, and I mean the results don't always go your way, but we certainly believe in what we're doing and the way we're going about it.
Just on that, Jaden, Brett Sprigg here. The draw in round 1, he lost by a kick to the Bulldogs, by a point to the Bombers. It was close against Port last week. Of course, clubs prepare for these scenarios. What can you do in those scenarios to sort of know that the next time you're in that close finish that you're going to see it through?
Yeah, I mean, that's something we've obviously been training for a while now. It's happened a fair bit. It happened last year when we sort of lost those close games, with under a kick. So we do a lot of training on it, to be honest, and sort of just obviously keeping the ball in tight and not really giving them a free run. We know they were great on the outside tonight, GWS, so we knew that was a strength of theirs. So in those close kind of games, we sort of want to keep the ball nice and tight and sort of create contest, I suppose. But it was good that obviously our training actually works, so it's good to see we got the reward for it.
Jack Rewald kicked 5. He's now 2 goals shy of Kevin Bartlett on the 3rd all-time list at Richmond. Is he happy with himself?
I didn't know it was that, but I think Richo's still got more, so I think Jack will hate that.
Yeah, Richo's still second behind Jack Titus, so it's a way to go yet for Jack Rewald, but a nice night for him tonight, wasn't it?
Oh, it's great. I mean, like I said before, Jack offers us so much, and we absolutely love him here, and we know even if he's not kicking the goals, just having him out there is amazing, so to see him get the reward, it's special.
Off to Freo next week, couple of big games coming up before the bye, of course, the Dockers and the Saints the week after.
Yeah, massive couple of weeks. Off 6 days, so we head over to Perth again. The boys love travelling, get to stick together and obviously have a good time. So looking forward to the challenge. Freo's going well, and we're looking forward to it.
Jaden, great stuff. Thanks for your time today.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Jaden Short with us in the Richmond rooms. Victorious by 6 points over GWS, and Jaden Short, nice of him to join us as well. Jason Saddington, who gets your 3-2-1 Player of the Year votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year?
I must admit, this is another tough game when it comes to the votes. Both teams had some great contributors across the park, and I don't think there are a lot of absolute standouts across the course of this game of football. I mean, you look at the Giants, Tom Green had his 35 touches. A lot of them came in the second quarter. He had his influence at times, Lockie Ash did as well. And for Richmond, I thought players like Bolter were fantastic down back. But in terms of the votes, one vote I've given to Callan Ward. I thought for the Giants he was their best player. Certainly in the last quarter when the game was on the line, he's probably the one that stepped up the most and looked most likely. 32 touches, 7 tackles, which you expect from a Callan Ward. 9 score involvements. He kicked the goal himself. I'll give him the one vote as the Giants' best player. 2 votes. I'm going to give to Jack Rewalt. You got to win a game of footy, you got to kick goals, and he constantly was a threat up forward. He kicked the 5 goals, 3 obviously, 8 marks inside 50. His ability to read the flight of the ball, we spoke throughout the game, and just know where it's going to fall, and his influence was big. 10 score involvements as well to go with his 5 goals, 3. So 2 votes, Jack Rewalt. And the 3, look, you can't knock possessions and winning the footy, and Tim Taranto, I'll give the 3 votes. Whilst he doesn't, we don't talk about him a lot throughout the game in terms of his breaking the game open or doing some flash things, but 36 touches, 12 contested, 9 clearances. He just does the body of work in there that they need, and without Tim Taranto on the field, they don't even get close. So 3 votes to Tim.
So 3 for Taranto, 2 to Rewalt, and 1 to Cal Ward in the ABC Footballer of the Year as adjudged by Jason Saddington. I mentioned the VFL game, a kick after the siren to win it for the Tigers, so a couple of nail-biters both going Richmond's way today. I said it would be a tough game to live up to the hype of the VFL, and of course that's what happened. 6 points to win here, Richmond over GWS in the main event this afternoon, and of course 1 game remaining in AFL round 12. Essendon v North Melbourne. We're off there next at Docklands with Matt Clinch and the team. Off the SMS 0437 774 774. Inquiry into the timekeeper, Spill. It was a long last quarter, but there was, how many goals did we say? There was 7. There was 11 goals. 12 goals. 12 goals. If you count Marlon Pickett at the end. So 12 goals in that last quarter, which is all you want from a game. Good game to watch. How about a mullet team of all time? Gary Ayres as captain. Ivan Maric, I reckon Gary Ablett Sr. would qualify, says one correspondent. Hi team, enjoying the call. Mark asked about the crowd. 9,700 it was here. As I say, about half of them Tiger supporters. Fran asks, she always asks about Jesse Hogan. How do you rate Jesse Hogan, please? He had 1 goal today. He was goalless last week. Struggled at times, didn't he, Jesse Hogan, to make an impact up forward. But
yeah, we've spoken about this over the last few weeks. I think he's been, I'm probably saying a bit of a broken record to you, Sato, but I think he's actually been a really serviceable pickup for the Giants over the last few seasons. Like, is he going to kick you 50 to 60 plus goals? Probably not. But I think what the Giants have probably recognised with him is that if they could get another key forward around him, I think he'll probably take his goal to take his game to a new level. Not that he's not doing his role now. I just think if he could take probably the second defender, I think that would actually be a real quality kind of acquisition to the Giants team. I just feel like, and that's where Riccardi probably needs to step up. You know what I mean? He's been in the club a while now. He showed glimpses today, and you spoke that he might be playing a little bit out of position in the ruck. But in saying that, I think that role is there for him, and I think if Riccardi can step up in that position, I think it's only going to help Jesse Hogan in that role.
Yeah, and I think the other one that can help them too, if a Nick Haynes comes back, or if Sam Taylor didn't go down, Harry Himmelberg spends maybe more time forward. He's the experienced player that can maybe take some of the load off Hogan, whilst Riccardi's still coming along, and Catman's obviously still a developing player.
The Giants still have not won here since round 1 at Giants Stadium, so they failed to get back-to-back wins coming off that impressive result against Geelong last week. They've got North Melbourne next up away at Belrive Sunday in the 3:20 game, so that's next up for the Giants away in Hobart against North. As I say, Richmond away against Fremantle next Saturday night in round 13 as well. That's how it all looks. Next up for both of these sides, the Giants now having, losses now 6 of their past 7 games by 4 goals or less, or 21 points or less, and just couldn't close it out here today at home, but nonetheless very impressive for Richmond on that side of the coin. Up to 13th, the Giants now slip to 15th. Thank you, Sato. Thank you, Cal. We'll see you guys next time.
Thanks, Spriggy. Great to be here. Fantastic game of footy.
Absolutely unreal, Spriggy, and do apologise about the car parking situation earlier.
Just be better next time, okay? Thanks to Daniel Garb. Thanks to Poppy Penny in the Richmond rooms, and of course on the boundary throughout the game. Thanks to Aaron Bryant in the studio, to Tegan Nichols on the faders here as well at Giants Stadium. To you, most importantly, for your company, the fun continues at Docklands next. The final game of round 12, Essendon versus North Melbourne, with Matt Clinch and the team. So stay tuned for that Here it was Richmond by 6 points over Greater Western Sydney. What a result for Andrew McQualter, his first win as interim coach. And that's where we leave things here in the Harbour City. Off the Docklands next as Grandstand AFL continues.